To listen to the next episode, contact us directly via the description below to receive lifetime access to join our Telegram group and listen to the latest audio. However, while Muni didn't complain about Loki, he did become jealous of Loki for spending money on something that was irrelevant. He didn't have the opportunity to splurge like Loki when he was at rank 1, and he still doesn't now, so jealousy came very easily to him. After 32 days of training, the day of the final assembly came. Loki finished preparing for what was to come at this point. When Muni called them for the assembly, he looked at himself using the power identification ability for a while. What he saw made him smile with pride. Age: 22/77. Race: human. Energy quantity: 616 plus 616 plus 616 plus 616 plus 616 is equal to 3080. Energy density: 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. Energy rank 1. Body: 0.6 to 2.0. Soul: 1.6 to 2.0. Will: 5. Skill: 100%. Fenrir: divine power identification. Tracking: seal. Devouring. Rewind. Sword heart. Telepathy. Telekinesis. Branch Metax. 1. Mind Hunter pathway: Mind Stab. Mind Shield. Hypnotize. Double Mind. Concentration. 2. Forging pathway: Liquid Metal. Body Lever. Living Armament. Gatling Gun. Knife Box. 3. Sword pathway: Sword Break. Sword Edge. Sword Dance. Sword Steps. With his preparations done, he walked with confidence to the assembly. When he got there, nearly everyone had arrived. Those who hadn't arrived came a few minutes later. Muni appeared after making them wait for 10 minutes. Then he began his speech about the competition and societies. Loki didn't listen to the speech at all. He only had eyes for Slav. Slav noticed his gaze but didn't feel any danger from it. So he looked at Loki with a frown and inquiring eyes. His facial expressions were asking Loki why he was looking at him so much. But Loki only replied with an innocent smile. He looked so harmless that he became creepy. Muni noticed the exchange between them, which made him furrow his brows. But he didn't say anything about it at the end of the day. After his long and passionate speech, Muni sent them back. So everyone began their journey back to their respective homes. On the way back, everyone began talking about who would win the competition. They mentioned Loki many times, but this time nearly every one of them believed that, aside from Loki, no one else stood a chance because he seemed to have strengthened his body. Slav didn't like what they were saying at all, but he didn't argue with them and only kept silent as his displeasure simmered within him. It was amidst all of this unpleasant chatter that Loki approached Slav with that same innocent smile on his face. Slav's 4 lackeys quickly stepped into his way to block him from reaching Slav. This made him chuckle and say, "What's with all the caution? It is not like I can kill him. So what's there to fear?" The 4 didn't speak. They stood like statues that would do their duty of guarding their master until the end of days. It wasn't until Slav dismissed them that they moved aside. Then Slav walked up to Loki with a frown and asked, "What do you want?" Loki stopped smiling and became serious as he replied, saying, "I've come with a deal." The word deal made Slav's heart thump with excitement. As someone on the money pathway, deals are their bread and butter. It is how they gain and utilize power. So the frown on his face was quickly replaced by a sincere smile as he said, "So it is a deal. I'm always welcome to a deal." Then he asked Loki, "Is this about my offer to sponsor you?" As I said before, that offer is always on the table. I am always willing to help talented people like you grow into what you're meant to be. Loki nearly frowned as anger rose within him when he heard Slav bring up the so-called sponsorship. He became angry because the deal for sponsorship is actually a deal for Slav to buy him. It wasn't stated explicitly as turning Loki into a slave. In the deal, it was stated that Slav would give him a lot of money and help in exchange for Slav gaining the right to make decisions for him. With the right to make decisions for him, Slav would be able to determine if he gets to sell himself into slavery or not. So while it wasn't stated explicitly that Slav would own him, the effect is essentially the same. Even if he were stupid and didn't understand the repercussions of signing that deal, he now understands it after seeing the fate of everyone who signed the sponsorship deal with Slav. Just the fate of the guy they sent to kill him in the last timeline is more than enough for him to detest the sponsorship deal. So no, he wasn't interested in the sponsorship deal. He actually wants to bash Slav's head in. But he didn't say that. Instead, he shook his head and said, "This isn't about the sponsorship deal. It is about the competition." Slav didn't get what he wanted, so he was a little bit disappointed. But he was still interested in Loki's deal, so he continued to maintain his amicable countenance. He sighed and said, "What a shame. If you had allowed me to sponsor you with your talent, you might even be able to reach rank 3. He pointed at his lackeys and said, "You're not like these 4 talentless fools who can only stop at rank 2. Among the 4, there is one with a potential of 41. With this potential, he has the requirements to enter any other sect, regardless of how strict their requirements are. This is because he can advance to rank 3 in the future. But Slav has said that he can only reach rank 2 and that's that. Unless Slav changes his mind in the future, this person will never advance to rank 3. So, despite being ridiculed and used as an example of a talentless fool, he didn't dare to speak to defend himself. He bore the shame like someone who is being forced to swallow faces. As someone who has been forced to eat feces, Loki knows how bad it is. So he knew how bad the 4 lackeys must feel after they were ridiculed. But Loki didn't feel any pride that Slav had belittled them to elevate him. His heart only felt endless frigidity. Since he wasn't moved by the offer, Slav changed the subject and said, "So what's this about the competition?" Loki reined in his disgust and instead replied with a straight face, "I will forfeit the competition so that you can win. In exchange, I want a rank 2 slave of the forging pathway." Slav's amicable face fell apart when he heard Loki's offer. His face scrunched up in anger as he asked, "Why would I need you to forfeit? Are you saying that I can't win if you fight seriously?" Loki replied with a smile, "No, my offer is to make things easier for you. Even if I fight seriously, you'll still win. I just want to make your victory easier. Take it as paying me to increase your chances of winning and ensure that no accident occurs to take your victory from you." Slav didn't appreciate a word out of everything he said. Instead of calming down, his face became colder, and his eyes became murderous as he said, "In that case, you are sorely mistaken. I don't need your offer because I don't need to win. The competition cannot give me anything I can't have. And even if I perform poorly, I will still be able to join one of the best societies in the sect because that society is controlled by my father. Thirdly, even if I were interested, I can't give you a rank 2 slave because I don't think the cost is worth it. Fourthly, even if I were interested in winning at any cost, I still wouldn't be able to get a rank 2 slave for you. So forget about it." He was about to leave, but Loki said to him, "If you don't need to win, then why are you afraid of me?" His question made Slav lose control. His face contorted in anger, and he pointed one finger at Loki as he said, "What utter nonsense is that? Why would I be afraid of you? What do you take me for? Do you know what you are? Do you know who I am? I don't even need to raise my finger to put an end to you here and now. I have many people willing to kill you for me at all costs." Loki thought to himself, "You're only half right about having many people who you can use to kill me. As for them being willing to kill me at all costs, that's a big fat lie." But outwardly he said, "If you're not scared of me, then why are you trying to kill me?" He shouted the question so everyone nearby heard it. This included their peers and Muni in the distance. Since the matter had become a public matter, Slav quickly regained his decorum and replied with a calm tone, "I don't know what you're talking about." He can never admit to trying to kill Loki, even if it is the truth. Even if he has only one tooth, he will still lie through his single tooth. Loki chuckled and said, "I don't believe you, but fortunately, there is a way to prove that you're not afraid of me. Just sign a contract that says that you won't try to kill me until we leave the initiation ground. In exchange, I will do my best to defeat you during the fight." In response, Slav said coldly to him, "Goodbye." Then he turned to leave. Loki called out to him, "How about this? If you sign the contract, I won't compete with you in the competition. In fact, I will forfeit the entire thing." Slav didn't reply. The young man didn't turn back or validate Loki's offer with a response. He left with his 4 lackeys in tow like a mother hen with her chicks. Loki shook his head and said, "What a pity!" Then he swaggered on his way back to his lodgings. He didn't look like failing to make that deal mattered to him at all. He also didn't appear to be worried about the repercussions of offending Slav like that in public. Loki was at peace with himself and with the world, but Slav was like a dragon about to be consumed by his fire and in dire need of proper venting. It is true that he doesn't need to perform well in the competition, and it is even more true that he doesn't need to win the competition. But not needing to do something only means that it is not necessary. It doesn't mean that he wants it, and it doesn't mean that it won't be beneficial to him if he gets it. As a second-generation cultivator, it is just right that he wins the competition even if it won't bring him any important benefit. After all, there is no other way for him to stand out from the slaves and the first-generation cultivators. He has to win to make his father proud, and he has to win spectacularly. But far more important than this is to make sure that a slave like Loki doesn't beat him in the competition. And even more important than this is his duty to kill or enslave Loki and bring him back home to be punished. So yes, he has to kill Loki. He didn't need to be insulted in front of everyone and accused of being afraid of the slave of his family for him to want to kill Loki. But now that Loki had pressed the right buttons to push his anger to its limit, he would take the task of killing Loki even more seriously. This is why he roared even more passionately at his 4 slaves than usual. He made sure to press the importance of Loki's death into their skulls before he left them to their vices. However, no matter how angry he was and no matter how much he wanted Loki dead, he didn't tell the 4 slaves to go and kill Loki. He only coerced them and dropped hints like saying, "I want him dead now, and I want him dead at all costs." Then he would glare at them and ask, "Do you understand me?" If they didn't understand him, he would say, "I will give you 1 day to solve my problem. Either you do that or all of you will die. If you can't offer me timely solutions when I need them, then you're useless to me, and there is no need to keep you around." Never once did he explicitly say that he wanted them to kill Loki for him. This was in preparation to wash his hands of the situation when Loki dies, and they are arrested by Muni for breaking the rules. Without being explicit, he can always claim that he never sent them to kill Loki. He can safely claim that they did so of their own initiative. As for his promise of his father saving them and rewarding them for killing Loki, that's just a lie. There is no reason for his father to waste the resources that he can use to acquire a rank 2 slave to save a rank 1 slave, so once these 4 kill Loki, they are doomed. The 4 of them suspected this, but they had no choice but to go and kill Loki. After all, Slav was vague about his intentions, but he was very clear about the consequences of not providing a timely solution to his problem in 1 day. So, as usual, they drew lots to determine who would go and kill Loki after Slav left. But this time, 2 of them were picked to kill Loki. This was because they had found out that Loki might have strengthened his body to rank 2. The first enemy was the forger who fought Loki in the last 2 timelines. The second one is an insect slaver of the enslavement pathway. The 2 unlucky fellows went to kill Loki. The forger took up the forward position while the insect slaver stood far behind and backed him up with poisonous wasps with sharp and long stingers. Their arrangement was solid. The forger will hold Loki down while the wasps will sting him to death. But just as they kicked down the door, Loki rushed out from the window, shouting at the top of his lungs. He raised his voice and shouted, "Help! Help me! Slav and his slaves are trying to kill me. Help me, anyone!" He shouted as if his life depended on it, and he ran with all of his strength without holding back. His behavior stunned the 2 death warriors, who thought that he was exaggerating. Loki was able to rush over to his neighbors. His shout drew them out. So many people came out of their houses and saw the 2 lackeys holding weapons in front of Loki's house. Someone said, "I knew that Slav would try to kill him, but I didn't expect Slav to act so quickly." Someone else chuckled and said, "That's a young master for you. They don't waste time." Slav, who was hiding nearby, quickly appeared and shouted at the two. "What are you two doing here?" The insect slaver was a quick thinker, so he replied with feigned confusion on his face as he said, "We came to give him a gift so that he can prepare better for the competition." Slav asked as if he was angry, "Then why is he shouting that you are trying to kill him?" The insect slaver shook his head with an expression of confusion as he said, "We don't know. We didn't even get to meet him before he began screaming bloody murder." Slav heard this and shook his head and said, "There must be a misunderstanding here. Besides, killing is against the rules." The people listening to their conversation looked at each other and rolled their eyes. Clearly, no one believed Slav. Someone whispered to his neighbor, "Yeah, right? He bragged earlier today that he has many people who will kill Loki for him, regardless of the cost. Now he is saying that there must be a misunderstanding about his lackeys coming to Loki's door with weapons. What else could they be here for but to kill Loki? Does he think we are stupid?" The other person snickered and said, "What I find funny about all of these is that he said that it is against the rules to kill, as if the rules have ever stopped him from killing someone." They didn't believe a word out of Slav's mouth, but they didn't dare voice their thoughts about the matter. Loki has managed to survive Slav's attempts to kill him all of these months, but they don't have his luck, so they kept their words to the level of whispers. But no matter how they kept silent about the matter, the look on their face and their demeanor showed that none of them believed Slav. This made Slav grit his teeth in anger. His temper could only get worse because Loki was still running about, shouting for people to save him. Slav wanted to ask him to shut up, but he didn't want people to think that he was trying to silence the witness and victim, so he could only bear with the incessant shouting. All the shouting even attracted Muni. Muni rushed over and asked, "What's going on?" Loki quickly went up to him and shed tears as he complained about how he nearly lost his life. Just like the previous timeline, Muni believed Loki completely. But this time around, Slav couldn't accuse Loki of being the one who committed murder. No matter what Slav said, there was proof that his lackeys were the aggressors since they had kicked Loki's door down. No amount of lying was going to change that fact. The case of the attempted murder on Loki's life was an open and shut case. But Muni felt conflicted about the whole matter. He felt conflicted because he didn't know what to do. On the one hand, he wanted to get the two slaves and auction them for money. But on the other hand, he didn't want to offend Slav. So it wasn't that he didn't know what should be done. It was that he didn't want to do what ought to be done if it will offend Slav. After ruminating on the problem for a while, he decided to back down a little, so he said to Slav, "According to the law, these two should be punished severely. But if your family is willing to intercede for them, or you convince Loki to drop the charges and say that everything was a misunderstanding, they won't need to be punished." If they had succeeded in killing Loki, Slav would have given up on them. But now that they had failed, Slav had even fewer reasons to ask his father to save them. After all, they are useless slaves. As for the option of convincing Loki to say that the whole thing was a misunderstanding, that was even less possible to achieve than asking his father to step in. Even if it were possible to convince Loki, he didn't want to be at Loki's mercy. His pride wouldn't allow it. So he said to Muni, "Forget. Those who break the rules should be punished." After saying this, he turned away immediately. He didn't look back, no matter how the two useless fools cried out to him to save them. Muni grinned at the two of them and quickly bound them up. Then he dragged them away like pigs to the slaughter. Loki watched all of these happen with immense satisfaction. He would have been more satisfied if Muni had delivered due justice instead of asking for Slav's opinion. But beggars can't be choosers, so he couldn't complain. Besides, he might need Muni's help to continue to survive until the end of the initiation program. So he didn't say anything to offend Muni, even though he wanted to call Muni a bootlicker and ass-kisser. After Muni disappeared from his sight with the two unfortunate slaves, Loki swaggered back to his house with his arms behind his back like a carefree immortal. As for Slav, he left the sect grounds to go and report the situation to his brothers. He has also given up on going after Loki himself and wants them to intervene. He has given up on the idea of killing Loki or subduing him alone because of the loss of his two slaves. As bad as he looks down on them and as bad as he speaks down on them, the 4 slaves aren't actually useless. If they were useless, people wouldn't be scrambling to buy their body parts at auctions. Cultivators are rare in the blessed heaven world because only the sects can produce them, and there are just 5 sects in the entire world. Each of these 5 sects only produces a few cultivators every year. Take the 4 Directions sect, for example. They can only produce a little more than 30 cultivators in 1 year in a single city. That means, by possessing 4 of those 30 cultivators, he was in control of 13.3% of the total cultivator output of the city for this year. No matter how weak his 4 slaves had been or how bad their future potential is, the fact remains that it is impossible for him to produce cultivators on his own, so the ones he has in his possession should be treated with care. Now that he has lost 2 of them, he doesn't dare to gamble the remaining 2 just to kill 1 Loki. In fact, the lives of 2 slaves are already too much of a price to pay for 1 Loki. But he has already paid that heavy price and gotten nothing for it. So he doesn't dare to pay more to get Loki. He can only rely on his elder brothers to jump in and take charge of the situation. Unfortunately, his elder brothers thought that it was inefficient for them to act against Loki now. They decided to wait for him to leave the sect grounds before they acted against him. After all, there are only a few days left before the initiation ends. They can be patient and wait for these few days so that they will gain unbridled access to Loki. Their decision meant that Loki would be at peace for the next couple of days, and no one would make an attempt on his life. But Loki didn't know this, so he was still very much on guard against attacks. Loki spent his days refining his Dao heart while he remained alert and watchful for attacks. His plan is to become the boy who cried wolf as soon as he sees the slightest hint of an attack on his person. As soon as someone attacks him, he plans to rush out and scream at the top of his lungs. He doesn't plan to fight back in self-defense at all. That way, no one will be able to turn the truth on its head and accuse him of being the initiator of murder when he is just the victim. Since he can't win by fighting, he just won't fight. Thanks to his strong body, he is sure that his enemies won't be able to kill him in a short amount of time. He will then use that short amount of time to make a scene. In fact, any injury that he sustains in that short amount of time will make his story more believable. That way, Muni will have no choice but to seek justice for him. He sat in his room waiting for someone to come for his head day and night. The experience of waiting for an attack to come at any time was unpleasant, to say the least. The silver lining of this situation is that the mental strain he is feeling because of the possible unforeseen attacks from his enemies is also helping to refine his Dao heart. Instead of the fear and anxiety breaking his mind, it is polishing it thanks to the sky-raising technique. So even though he doesn't like the uncertainty of his situation at all, he can endure it indefinitely if he must. He didn't sleep at all. Anytime he felt sleepy, he would use the concentration metek. And thanks to his internal energy, his body never ran out of stamina, so it never needed to rest. 7 days passed like this. The last day of the initiation program arrived. This day was also the day of the competition. Everyone had a reason to be excited for today. Some were excited for the competition, but most were just happy that they would finally become bona fide disciples of the 4 Directions sect and would get to leave this place that had eaten 70% of them clean. As usual, Muni called them over for an assembly, but he didn't speak at this assembly. Instead of his usual long speeches, he was solemn and quiet as he led all of them out of the initiation grounds. He led them to the main part of the sect. This is the area where the administrative buildings are. Muni led them to a fighting arena in the main area. When they got there, there were already people waiting in the stands. These people were sitting in groups with clear demarcations between them made with empty space. Loki saw Slav's father, Skargrain, in one of the groups. He was surrounded by many other people. 3 of these people were his 2 sons and 1 daughter, Simon, Serge, and Sophia. All 5 members of the Rains family looked alike. They had blonde hair, piercing blue eyes, and were very handsome. With the way they carried themselves and with the way people fawned on them, they appeared to be royalty. Just as Loki was looking at them, the 4 of them in the stands were looking at him. They each had their personal ways of examining him, so their behavior when they spotted him was different. Skarg was looking at him with a calm, scrutinizing gaze. Sophia, the eldest, was looking at him with a naked, unabashed curiosity. Serge, the second oldest, was looking at Loki with an innocent smile that made him appear as if he was expressing goodwill to him. Simon, the third child and second son, had a look of utter disdain as he looked down from his seat at Loki. As for Slav, who was together with him, he had a look of open hostility as he glared at Loki. In response, Loki kept quiet and kept to himself. This was because he felt a faint sense of danger from Skarg and Sophia. It was a feeling he had experienced from Muni. He didn't want to die so soon, so he decided not to antagonize the Rain family right in front of everyone. Besides, there was nothing to gain by doing so. The competition started a few minutes after they arrived. Some arrangements were made to determine how the competition would proceed. When the arrangements were concluded, the competition started in earnest. There used to be 34 of them, but 2 of them courted death recently by being caught red-handed for trying to kill one of their peers. So only 32 of the initial 100 remained after 1 year of brutal training. These 32 were divided into 4 groups of 8 each. The 8 would fight each other in the first round to select the best 2. Then the best 2 from the groups will fight each other to determine the best 4. The fight between the best 4 will be the quarterfinals. Next, there will be a semifinal. At the end of the day, there will be a final match to determine the overall winner. All in all, there will be 5 rounds. This is the arrangement that they decided on. Loki didn't care for it. Actually, he wouldn't have cared no matter the arrangement that they made for the competition. This was because he didn't care about the competition at all. He didn't care about the rewards for the competition. As for the societies, he is wary of them and considers them to be poison. He was already suspicious of the societies when Muni was waxing eloquently about the importance of societies. After all, Muni didn't care about them. There was no way Muni would be saying all he said because he cared about them. That meant that Muni was only extolling them about the importance of societies for selfish reasons. Then he heard Slav say that his father, Skarg, is the leader of a society. That sealed his impression of societies as dens of wild beasts that swallow up new cultivators. So he wasn't interested in joining a society either. This and his lack of interest in the reward for winning the competition made him decide to forfeit the competition. He gave up on every match instead of fighting. This surprised everyone because they thought that he was one of the best contenders for the final winner. Even Slav frowned. He had been expecting Loki to try to humiliate him. So Loki's decision to give up caught him off guard. But then he thought of something which made him snicker to himself and say, "If you think you can get in our good graces by letting me win, you can forget about it." Despite Loki's unexpected performance, the competition continued without a pause. Meanwhile, Loki spent most of the time on a bench watching others fight. The first person to catch his eye was Lillian. She fought using the charm metak and the aphrodisiac metak. This combination of metaks bewitches people and makes them succumb to their lustful desires instead of fighting her. Lillian used to be Leonard. He is still a man, but he has acquired feminine traits. This is all thanks to the beautiful woman metak. Muni had said that he won't become a true woman until rank 3, but Leonard has decided not to wait until then to assume his female identity. She was wearing heavy makeup, had done her hair, and undergone cosmetic modifications to make her more beautiful and feminine. But even if she were ugly, the beautiful woman metak would make her look beautiful once it takes effect on the mind of a target. The charm metak makes her eyes watery. Anyone who looks into her eyes will let down their guard and become mesmerized. They will begin to have feelings for her that can even turn into love. The beautiful woman metak makes her incredibly attractive to the opposite sex. The longer this metak works on them, the deeper their feelings will be. As for the aphrodisiac metak, it produces an invisible mist around her that arouses both men and women. The combination of these 3 metaks makes her nearly impossible to defeat. She was able to make her opponent give up on the fight and surrender to her without giving it much thought. Even beasts and women were not safe from her. All her attacks are mental attacks, so in a way she is similar to mind hunters. This makes Loki have no reason to be afraid of her. Other people couldn't see the invisible mist of the aphrodisiac metak, but he could see it because it possessed a mental component and wasn't completely a physical attack. What he saw was a pink mist erupting from her and enveloping her enemies. So, instead of feeling a chill down his spine as he saw her make a man bark and jump around in the arena like a dog for her, he began to analyze her power. Race human. Energy quantity 61. Energy density 4. Energy rank 1. Body 1. Soul 1. Metak. Beautiful woman. What he saw made him nod his head in appreciation. Then he said to himself, she has increased the strength of her body and soul to the limit of rank 1. It seems those changes to her body aren't entirely cosmetic. Did the beautiful woman Metak increase the strength of her body and soul? Or did she use something else to do it? The power identification ability can only tell what her core Metak is. So he doesn't know what kind of Metak she has in her possession until she uses them. This is how he was able to identify the abilities of the aphrodisiac Metak and the charm Metak. From what he can see, her attacks should produce an output based on 1. Cultivation rank times 1. Mind plus 1. Charm plus 1. Aphrodisiac times 2. Tao heart/beautiful woman. If he is right, then her power output should be at 6 units. She is capable of producing mental attacks that are 3 times greater than the power of the combination of her mind and Tao heart. So it is not a surprise that her peers with the same mental stats as her can't defend against her mental attacks. Loki was impressed with her performance, but thought that it was to be expected from the 3rd most talented person in their group. Slav is the most talented while he is the 2nd. As for the 4th most talented person, this was Craig the swordsman. Craig fought using a thin, long sword similar in style to a rapier. So Craig mostly attacked with thrusts. Craig was also using the sword break Metak, which allowed his thin sword to break anything it touched, including hard weapons and soft flesh. There was also the generous use of the sword step Metak, which made his footwork very fast and his movements unpredictable. The sword step Metak made him appear like a rabbit in the fighting arena. He was capable of hopping around his enemy in a few seconds. When the ability of this Metak is combined with the shape of the sword, the thrusting attacks, and the effect of the sword break Metak, all Craig needed to win a fight was to touch his enemy many times in a short amount of time. He would hop in closer to his enemy and touch them with the tip of his sword before hopping back to avoid any retaliatory attacks. He didn't bother to exchange attacks with his enemies. His goal was always to make a quick contact before dashing away from any danger. Sometimes, the damage caused by the sword break Metak was low because of bad timing on his part during the activation. But as long as he touched them long enough, he would wear down even the toughest enemy. It can be said that his fight was flashy, but it wasn't as flashy as Slav's fight. After all, Slav was always fighting with money. Nothing could be more flashy than throwing money around to win a fight. Slav would offer his opponents money as soon as the fight started. He would ask to buy their defeat and would offer a contract in effect. All of his opponents took his offer because they didn't want to fight him. First of all, they weren't sure that they could defeat. Secondly, they didn't want to offend him by disregarding his words and fighting him right in front of his father and family. These 2 reasons were enough for them to give up without a fight. The fact that they were given money to give up was just icing on the cake of all the reasons they should give up. Loki couldn't blame them for giving up. After all, he too had given up. But he very much blamed them for signing the contract. Thanks to his experience with Tommy and his distrust of Slav, he has become incredibly wary of contracts. So the first thing he would advise anyone to do when offered a contract is to read the terms of that contract first. The second thing he would suggest is to make changes to the terms and conditions of the contract to make sure that everything is clear and there is no wordplay or tricks. But his peers didn't bother with caution. Some of them didn't even read the contract. And the ones who read the contract read it hastily and skimmed over it quickly, so as not to appear disrespectful and distrustful of Slav. They didn't notice that Slav had stated in the contract that he was buying his victory against them forever and ever, or that he was buying the right to decide their victory in any fight in the future, or that he was buying their freedom outright. They thought that they were giving up 500 energy stones. But in reality, what they were doing was signing away their future and lives. Only the ones who decided to give up without getting any money or signing any contract managed to avoid this unfortunate fate. Of the 7 opponents that Slav fought in the first round, 1 risked disrespecting him by refusing to sign a contract and gave up on the fight after taking the money. 2 were more timid and gave up on both the money and the contract. The 2 of them said that it was just right for them to give up. So instead of disrespecting Slav, they actually honored him. As for the rest, they either signed the contract without reading it because they didn't think they had anything to worry about, or signed it without reading because they used to be slaves and couldn't read, or hastily read through the contract and didn't see anything out of place about it. Regardless of their choice, Slav was always smiling. No one knew what he was really thinking about, so no one knew if he was truly pleased or was pretending to be pleased. The first round ended with Slav winning completely in his group. Craig and Lillian also won in their group and advanced to the second round. The 3 of them were also able to make it to the 4th round, which was the semifinals. But one of them had to stop here because Craig had to fight Lillian. Craig the swordsman was able to eke out a narrow victory against the seductress thanks to his higher-than-normal Dao heart and the protection of the sword heart metak. Instead of being bewitched and surrendering, he was able to continue fighting until he forced her to surrender. Slav also won an unsurprising victory in the semifinal by buying his opponent off. Craig's victory meant that the final match would be between the 2 of them. As usual, Slav offered his opponent money in exchange for victory. He even offered double the usual amount that he offered other people. Unfortunately for him, this time, his opponent refused to accept his offer and back down. Craig had always hated Slav and had always wanted to beat the young man up. This was his chance to do that and prove himself, so there was no way he was going to let the rich background of Slav, which he loathed and despised so much, be the reason he gave up on the fight. With his mind made up, Craig went into battle like a valiant hero. He appeared ready to slay a dragon. Unfortunately, he lost his strength after taking just a single step towards Slav. Slav took back the money he was offering and brought out a sheet of paper, which he waved at Craig as he asked, "Do you remember what this is?" Craig had fallen to his knees because of the sudden weakness, but he could still see and talk. So he was able to recognize the sheet of paper that Slav was waving. However, he didn't care about the sheet of paper at all. All he cared about was why he was suddenly weak. So what he said was, "What is happening to me? What did you do?" He didn't ask about the sheet of paper like Slav wanted. So Slav pursed his lips in displeasure before saying, "This is the contract you signed with the money lender last week. You went to borrow a lot of money, which you used to buy fancy metaks to improve your strength. I'm guessing your goal was to use the metaks to win a spectacular victory. Unfortunately, I got the contract from the moneylender by paying off your loans for you. Now that I've taken charge of your loan, you can forget about using the loan to narrow the financial gap between the 2 of us." Slav sauntered over to his weakened enemy and said with pride, "The foundation of a cultivator of the money pathway is the contract metak for a reason. What I used was the contract domination metak, which weakens a target by the proportion of their loan in relation to their total value. Currently, your total value is 5,000 energy stones. But of those 5,000 energy stones, 3,000 of them are the metaks that you bought with the loans. This is why you've lost 60% of your strength." Then he chuckled and said, "Can you imagine it? You could have avoided this humiliation and even gotten 1,000 energy stones. But you had to make things difficult for yourself." At this point, Slav gotten close to Craig, so he was able to wave the contract in Craig's. He even used the contract to smack Craig's face many times. As he did so, he said, "Don't worry, you will get used to the sudden weakness after a while, but you still have a decision to make. Will you continue to fight me? Why don't you give up? My offer is still on the table. Just sign the contract, and all will be forgiven." Craig's face was burning with anger as he shouted in reply, "Never!" He even lunged for Slav with his sword, but Slav avoided it by jumping back. His actions made Slav sigh and say, "I expected this, but it is still quite unfortunate." He shook his head and spoke as if he was looking at an idiot, saying, "So disappointing. You've let your emotions control your judgment." Then he smoothed out the wrinkle in his jacket that had appeared when he jumped earlier and said, "Since you want to fight to the bitter end, so be it." Then he used the contract stasis metak. This metak makes the target freeze for a period of time that is proportional to how much leverage the contract wielder has over the target. In this case, Slav was able to make Craig freeze for 5 seconds. In these 5 seconds, Craig will be defenseless and unable to do anything. Slav did this because he didn't want Craig to surrender. He wanted to kill or at least maim Craig for disrespecting him after he offered the contract benevolently many times. So when he attacked next, he went for Craig's throat. The small knife in his hand stabbed for Craig's throat with the intention to kill. Craig was kneeling in front of him frozen in shock, so killing him was not difficult. Unfortunately for him, someone interfered with his actions. A blood-red sword swooped him from the audience and kicked his knife away. Then the bloody sword hovered above Craig, protecting him from Slav. This saved Craig from the fate of being killed. Slav was angry as he didn't like the interruption at all, but he didn't utter one word of complaint about the matter. He didn't even look towards the source of the sword at all and simply gave up any resistance. Fortunately, he didn't have to speak. His father spoke up for him. Skarg frowned and looked at the source of the interference as he asked in disdain, "Isn't interfering in the battle of children beneath you, Bloodhound?" Bloodhound, a man wearing a red cloak with red hair and red eyes, didn't look as he said, "Since it isn't beneath you to interfere in their match by giving your son your money to win the fights, it shouldn't be beneath me to interfere. At least I interfered openly without shame, unlike you." His voice was calm and without fear, even though he was insulting Skarg. This was because the two of them were equal in cultivation. Skarg is the leader of a society and so is he, so he can say whatever he wants to the other. His reply made Skarg chuckle and say, "You call my actions shameless, but I call your actions brainless. Now that you've interfered openly, you have broken the rules and will have to pay a fine. So at the end of the day, we both spent money to interfere in their fight. I just spent mine smarter than you did. After all, I was able to make someone win, while the best you could do was to ensure that someone could surrender." These harsh words made Bloodhound chuckle and say, "That's one thing I admire about you. You make shamelessness profitable. And your son seems to have acquired this trait too. He was able to turn some cultivators into his slaves by offering to pay them to give up on the fight while shamelessly tampering with the conditions of the contract that they signed. He knew that the contract that those people were signing was bad, but he didn't do anything to save them because if they were going to fall for such an easy trick, they were not worth saving. Craig was the only one who refused the contract, refused the money, and refused to give up. This is why he decided to save Craig at the cost of some fines. Now he appeared to be praising Skarg and Slav, but in essence, he was just exposing their trick and calling them untrustworthy in front of everyone. This way, no one else will want to join their society. This is another reason he allowed Slav to trick people into slavery. He wanted dirt that he could use to discredit Skarg and his society in front of everyone. This time, his move was very successful. The face of every one of the cultivators who signed a contract paled in fright when they heard that they had been tricked. As for the ones who hadn't signed any contract, they stepped away from their unlucky peers as if they were carrying a plague. Skarg saw this reaction and knew that even though he had won the battle of words, he had lost the war for the recruitment of more manpower for his society. This made the frown lines on his face deeper. However, despite being angry at the turn of events, he didn't say anything anymore. He decided to give up now since there was nothing to be gained. Unfortunately for him, someone else wasn't going to let things go so easily. Another leader had something else to say. This leader was a zombie. So his face was stiff as he said, "Year after year, your Viking Blade society cheats, and every year we have to bear with it. But this year you've gone too far. Not only did you pay people to surrender and use that to trick them into becoming your slaves, but you intimidated some of them into giving up without a fight and without any money. Like that young man over there who forfeited all of his matches in the first round. I heard that you threatened to kill him if he didn't give up, and even tried to kill him earlier this week. No wonder he didn't have the guts to fight, even though he could beat your son. You've always played your tricks, but you've gone too far this time. With you behaving like this, what's next? Will you browbeat everyone into giving up without paying them next time? If you can do it to one person now, then you can do it to others later. So I think you have disrespected everyone here and turned this competition into a farce. Actually, the Viking Blade Society doesn't cheat every year. Plus, not everyone who signed the contract became a slave, and Slav didn't threaten Loki to give up the competition. But this person is determined to besmear the name of the Viking Blade Society even further than what Bloodhound did. So they mixed up truth with a lot of lies to paint Skarg and Slav in a bad light. Soon, everyone started speaking up in accusation of the behavior of the father and son duo. Some of them used the opportunity to clamor for justice and order. But most of the people speaking used the opportunity to make fun of Skarg and sabotage the mission of his society to recruit more cultivators. Throughout this process, Serge and Simon didn't say anything or interfere in the argument. As powerful as they were, they behaved just like Slav and kept their mouth shut. They might be nobles, but they also know when they can throw their weight around and when they should eliminate their existence and not draw attention to themselves. This moment is one of those moments when they should keep their mouth shut. So they didn't say anything, no matter how dissatisfied they were with what everyone was saying. Muni also didn't say anything, which wasn't surprising. If these high and mighty people that he had to respect were keeping mum, then it was in his best interest not to appear to have any thoughts. Only Sophia, Skarg's first child, had the right to speak, even though she wasn't a leader of the society. She said with impatience, Okay, you want justice, but shouting is just a waste of time. What exactly do you want? Let's start from there. Her words were crass and direct, but no one took offense at them. After all, what matters the most is power, not words. No matter how pleasant words are, any person can take offense and do something angry about it as long as the speaker is too weak to bear the anger. Besides, what she said made sense. Shouting won't get them anywhere, so they began making their demands. Someone said, Aside from the slaves that you've managed to trick this year, you should not recruit anymore. Skarg heard this demand and said, Fine, we will give up this year of recruitment. Another leader said, You should also give up recruiting for the next 5 years. Skarg immediately said, You can forget about it. I won't give up next year, so don't ask me to give up 5 years again. A third leader said, Since that's the case, you should pay Bloodhound's fine. This time, Skarg hesitated. He hesitated because he wasn't sure what decision to make about this demand. He doesn't want to pay for Bloodhound's interference in the competition. But paying for it will be the first real demand that they've made of him. The first demand for him to give up recruiting this year wasn't a real demand, as there was no way he could still recruit this year even if he refused the demand. The demand was more of a way to embarrass him. He was quick to agree with it because it wouldn't cost him anything. As for the second demand for him to give up recruiting for the next 5 years, that's just a bogus, unserious demand. It is a demand that shouldn't be taken seriously at all. He gave up recruiting this year because he couldn't recruit anymore, and because Slav has succeeded in enslaving a few, so he can swallow his loss. But to ask him to give up recruiting for the next couple of years is to cut off the lifeblood of the society. He would rather go to war and fight than accept such a demand. So he denied that demand quickly. However, now that they have asked a reasonable demand, he has to accept it. So he said, Fine, I'll pay for Bloodhound's mistake. Then he asked them with a grumpy voice, Anything else? Make sure it is reasonable or I will reject it. If you're not satisfied, then we should just fight. The zombie leader who led the charge against him early spoke up at this time for his true goal. He said, I think that boy should be given another chance. Look at his body. It is clear that he is very strong. There is no way that he will lose easily to your son. So I believe that his forfeiture was unfair. Skarg asked with a frown. And exactly how do you want me to make it up to him? The zombie replied with its characteristic stiff face. Let's have a rematch between him and your son. If your son wins fair and square, then all is fine. But if he wins, he gets to take the final reward and your son gets nothing. Bloodhound interjected with a chuckle. Not that your son needs that amount of money. With the way he has been throwing your money around, some little reward money won't make a dent in his allowance. So you should have no problem with this demand. Inwardly, Skarg thought to himself in anger. I see. They still want to humiliate me even further. Outwardly, he smiled and said, "Fine, they can fight. You lot can wait to be disappointed." So the zombie leader called out to Loki, saying, "Hey, Iron Body Boy, today's your lucky day." Then it pointed at Slav and said, "This is your chance to prove yourself. Fight and defeat that pampered boy. Don't worry about angering Skarg. I'll protect you and let you join my society if you win. I doubt you will lose to him. But if you lose, not only will Skarg be angry with you for being used as a tool to embarrass him, but I will also become angry with you for making me waste my time and reputation standing up for you. You don't want to know what I do to people who make me angry, so make sure to win." Loki groaned inwardly when he heard the terms that had been forced onto him. He even thought to himself, "Why don't you mind your business? Who asked you to help me? Now you're threatening me for doing something I didn't ask you for." He thought that to himself, but outwardly he was solemn as he bowed and said to the zombie leader, "Thank you, sir, for believing in me." Then he activated his metax in preparation for battle. He only activated the metax of the forging pathway, though. With so many powerful people watching, he doesn't dare play any tricks. He activated the 3 liquid metal metax to create the suit of heavy plate armor, the tower shield, and the large claymore. Next, he activated the body lever metac, the living armament metac, and the telekinesis metac to lighten the load of the heavy plate armor and increase the power of his body. He was taking this fight so seriously that he also wanted to activate the Gatling gun metac and the knife box metac. After all, he had many reasons to take this fight seriously. There is the reward for winning the competition, the joy of beating Slav up, and the protection of the zombie leader from the machinations of the Rain family. So it is the right decision to try his best to pummel Slav into the ground. But he didn't activate those extra metacs because he had already activated 6 metacs and didn't want to expose his abnormally strong Dao heart. The fact that he can activate 6 metacs at the same time with a mind power of 2 units means that his Dao heart is at level 3. Both this kind of mind and Dao heart are already very impressive for a rank 1 cultivator to have. Anymore, and he will become a freak to be dissected and sold in parts. Besides, he didn't think he would need more than this to defeat Slav. So he gave up on using the Gatling metac for now. He can still use it later if he needs it. He will just deactivate some of his other metacs first so that he will be able to stay within the safe limit of 6 metacs. With his metacs, he marched towards the arena that Slav was in. He walked forward like a soldier going to his death. Some took it as him taking this fight seriously. But Loki was just being serious because the alternative expression wouldn't be acceptable. As for the fight that was going on in the arena before the interruption, it quickly ended before Loki entered the arena. Craig still wanted to fight, but he knew that he couldn't win, so he gave up reluctantly. Slav made sure to throw a mocking jab at him as he left by saying, "Imagine that. You lost both the fight, your honor, and the money. So what was your foolish stubbornness for?" Craig didn't reply. He continued walking as the fire of determination burning within his chest flared even higher. If Slav had defeated him fair and square, he might have accepted defeat. But Slav had used his poverty against him, so there was no way he could be reconciled with his defeat. The defeat has only reinforced his idea of how Slav is only powerful because of his rich background. So Slav's mocking words didn't get to him. Instead of giving up, he has only become more determined to defeat Slav someday. When Slav didn't get his desired response from Craig, he turned to Loki in the distance and said, "What about you? Are you going to waste my time by resisting in futility?" Loki replied with a smile, "You know I can't do that." The visor on his helmet was closed, so his smile couldn't be seen. But Slav could tell that Loki was looking forward to beating him. So the young master snorted in disdain. Then he activated his own metacs, too. He activated the money armor metac, the throwing money metac, and the money speaks metac. The 3 activated metacs caused his body to light up with a golden aura. The golden aura was mainly caused by the money armor metac. This metac created a barrier around him that will continue to protect him as long as he has energy stones on his person. As for the other 2, Slav waited until Loki entered the ring before he used them. So when Loki entered the arena, Slav used the Money Speaks Metak immediately. He said to Loki, "Kneel." This Metak also consumes Metaks. In exchange, it creates a mental attack that compels the target into doing whatever the user of the Metak demands. Lastly, there was the Throwing Money Metak. This Metak fuses energy stones into bombs that will explode on contact. So this Metak literally turns money into a weapon. Slav didn't use any contract against Loki because Loki doesn't owe anyone any money. Loki has borrowed money in this timeline, but he has paid off his loan a long time ago, which means that Slav can only burn money in order to win this fight. In response to all of these attacks, Loki used the power identification ability to see what he was up against. He used it to determine how strong Slav was and what attack Slav was using against him. Race human. Energy quantity 95. Energy density 4. Energy rank 1. Body 2. Soul 2. Metak. Contract. As he was doing this, the attack of the Money Speak Metak struck him. The power of this attack was 1. Cultivation rank times 2 mind plus 1. Contract times 2. Money Speaks, which is 6 units. So it is a very powerful attack. Anyone else would succumb to the mental suggestion in the mental attack and kneel down instead of fighting. But Loki is not everyone else. He has an innate mental defense of 2 mind times 5 Dao Heart, which is 10 units. So even without using the Mind Shield Metak of the Mindhunter pathway, he can easily defend against this attack. Even the level 3 Dao Heart that he was pretending to have was enough to block the attack of 10 units. But if he truly had this level of a Dao Heart, his mind would be preoccupied with defending against the mental suggestion and wouldn't be able to defend against Slav's subsequent attacks. So it was reasonable that when Slav tossed out the grenade crafted with the Throwing Money Metak, he didn't have enough mental power to jump away and dodge the grenade. All he could manage to do was to roar in defiance and rush headfirst at Slav. The path he was taking to Slav meant that he would crash head-on into the grenade. But he didn't stop because he was sure that the grenade wouldn't be able to breach his defense. The power of his body is at 1. Cultivation rank times 2 body plus 2 mind/telekinesis plus 1 body lever plus 1 living armament metak times 1 skill, which is 6 units. This is about the same level of power as the Slav's Throwing Money Metak attack, so he was able to confidently smash into the grenade. The power of Slav's grenade was at 1 cultivation rank times 2 mind plus 1 contract times 2.1 throwing money, which was at 6.3. So when the grenade exploded in his face, it was strong enough to push him back. His shield took the brunt of the explosion, and his armor protected him from any shrapnel that bypassed the tower shield, so he was fine. But his tower shield had been cracked and couldn't be used for the time being. He quickly deactivated the liquid metal metak responsible for the tower shield and activated another liquid metal metak to replace it. Then he continued his rush towards Slav. In response, Slav continued to throw grenades at him. Unfortunately for him, the power of the subsequent explosions couldn't compare with the power of the first explosion. The power of the Throwing Money Metak is not dependent on skill or Dao Heart like normal attacks. It is dependent on how much money Slav is willing to sacrifice to create the attack. The problem is that it takes time to sacrifice money and create the attack. For the first attack, he had a lot of time to prepare, so he was able to create an attack that was 3 times stronger than what he should have been able to manage with his body alone. However, as Loki rushed at him and got closer to him, he didn't have time to sacrifice money, so his subsequent attacks were weaker. They were so weak that they didn't constitute a threat to Loki. This made Slav flustered and desperate for a solution. In his desperation, Slav decided to give up on the mental attack using the Money Speak attack so that he could have more room to use another Throwing Money Metak and double the pressure of the grenades on Loki. He gave up on the Money Speak Metak because the maximum limit of Metaks that he can control at once is 4. He was already using the Contract Metak, Money Armor Metak, Money Speaks, and the Throwing Money Metak, which is a total of 4. So, in order to double the number of Throwing Money Metaks he can use, he had to give up on the Money Speak attack. This is clearly a bad idea because the power of the Money Speak attack is increasing over time as he spends money to raise it. As long as he can hold on for a while, he should be able to subjugate Loki's mind with it. In fact, he had the opportunity to wait because of the money armor Metak. Thanks to this Metak, he has nothing to fear from Loki in the short term. Unfortunately for him, all he saw was that Loki was getting closer to him with a large sword, and he panicked. He forgot about his money armor Metak and made the bad choice of dropping the money speak Metak because of fear. As a young master, he has never had any reason to fight for his life. In fact, he has never been in danger. Anytime he encountered something dangerous, especially during the initiation program, the first thing he did was to run away to his brothers for help, not to find a solution himself. Despite his numerous victories earlier in the competition, he doesn't have any experience fighting. Loki, on the other hand, has had numerous experiences fighting for his life. This showed in how they made decisions and executed them. Loki was able to pretend to have reached his limit in the number of Metaks that he could control and in the level of his Tao heart while simultaneously pressuring Slav. He was able to juggle these three things in a fight, while Slav foolishly gave up his best means of offense for a short-term increase in a Metak that he can only use to harass Loki. Loki took the opportunity of this weakness to get close to Slav and began smashing his claymore against the golden shield around Slav. As he did so, he wished dearly that he could use his sword heart Metak and wasn't restrained so much in the fight. His attack against Slav failed to harm the young master because of the golden shield. In fact, the sword failed to touch the young master at all. But all the force of that attack still destabilized Slav and caused him to stumble. It was how Loki's shield had been able to block the brunt of the explosion, but he was still pushed back by the force of the explosion. The money armor Metak was able to block the attack at the cost of some money, but maybe it was because it was a mere rank 1 Metak. Slav still had to endure the force of the attack. Slav couldn't withstand the force of the first attack, so he stumbled. He was still dealing with the blow of the first attack when the second attack struck him. His posture was unstable, so the second attack knocked him to the ground. Slav fell to the ground, and Loki took the opportunity to kick him while he was down. His foot smashed ineffectively against Slav as the brunt of the blow was blocked by the golden shield. His kick couldn't harm Slav and only caused the young master to roll over harmlessly. Loki continued to hit Slav, but every single attack failed to do damage. This caused him to be frustrated, while Slav became calmer and calmer. After escaping from danger time and time again, Slav's fear receded, and he stopped being frightened and flustered. He began to trust the money armor again, so he decided to prioritize his long-term offensive potential instead of his short-term one, as he had done earlier. He stopped trying to stop Loki from getting close to him, and he stopped throwing grenades made of energy stones at Loki. What he decided to do was to deactivate the extra throwing money Metak, curl up into a ball, and take his time to sacrifice all of the money in his possession to create one big attack that would surely blow Loki away. With his mind made up, he stopped worrying about what Loki was doing. To him, Loki has become a toothless dog. Loki is all bark and no bite now. No amount of Loki's fearsome posturing can do anything to him, so he became confident in his victory. He was thinking about this when he felt himself fall from a great height. Then he noticed that Loki had stopped attacking him. This made him look around, wondering why Loki had stopped attacking him. What he saw was that he was outside the arena while Loki was still within the arena and was looking down at him. Then he heard Loki say, "You're out of bounds. I win." If Loki hadn't mentioned it, it would have taken him a long time to realize that he had lost the fight because the bounds of the area never crossed his mind during and after the fight. It is not that he doesn't know what being out of bounds means in the fight, and it is not that he didn't know where the edge of the arena was. He was aware of all of these things. They just never crossed his mind in the thick of battle. After all, this would be his first serious fight in his whole life. So it is normal that he never prioritized staying within the bounds of the arena while being kicked around by his opponent. Of course, this kind of defeat was unsatisfactory to Slav. He was unreconciled because he lost due to a technicality. So he shook his head and said, "Doesn't count. You couldn't do anything to me. How could I have lost?" Before Slav could say more and before Loki could make fun of Slav, Skarg interjected from his position in the stands, saying, "That's enough. You lost fair and square. Let's put an end to this. I have places to be." Loki had to swallow the words he had planned, But Bloodhound had no such qualms. The disgruntled swordsman chuckled and said, "Hiding like a turtle in a shell doesn't mean that you deserve to win. Young man, money isn't everything. A cultivator needs brains too, or their money will go to waste." The zombie also said, "Maybe Bloodhound was wrong. Maybe you didn't inherit your father's wisdom, as he said." Another leader said, "I still think Skarg is very good at raising slaves. If he were not so good at training his slaves, how else would his family's slave defeat his son? Or could it be that this Slav boy isn't truly his son?" More and more leaders also joined in making fun of Slav and Skarg. The father and son duo bore the mockery with incredible composure and left the arena without bothering to retort. Skarg truly didn't care about their words. He wasn't pretending to be calm. But their words actually got to Slav. The defeat to Loki was a defeat that he had been afraid of for a while, ever since the competition was announced. Now that his worst fear had come to pass, and he had lost to a slave, he felt ashamed from the bottom of his heart. As if his innate shame wasn't bad enough, the other leaders had to pile on him and mock him with everything possible. Their mockery was especially worse when there was an inkling of truth within it. This is why that comment about him being a turtle got to him so much. Since he didn't want to dwell on the mockery, he began to review the fight in his mind to see how he lost. He was smart, so he realized some of the mistakes that he had made. When he remembered that he had given up on the Money Speaks Metak only to later do what he should have done with the Money Speaks Metak with the throwing Metak, he slapped his forehead and said, "How could I have made such a foolish mistake?" His father replied, "Because you're inexperienced." His father's words quickly brought him out of his thoughts. He looked up and realized that everyone had stopped and was looking at him. He also saw that his siblings were smiling or chuckling at him, while his father was staring intensely at him. His father's intense stare made him hurriedly say, "I'm sorry for the loss, father." Skarg shook his head and went forward to ruffle Slav's hair with his hand. So even though he wasn't smiling like his siblings, Slav was able to understand that his father didn't take the loss seriously. Skarg said, "You tried your best, and that's all that matters. The fact that you are thinking about what you did wrong and have noticed your mistakes is even better." Skarg began walking again, so they resumed their journey. As he walked, he said to Slav, "Don't let their words get to you. Anyone can say anything. It doesn't mean their words are true. Actually, the fact that they can say whatever they want means that words aren't inherently valuable." Skarg continued advising Slav, saying, "His identity as a previous slave doesn't matter for your defeat. Your defeat is embarrassing on its own, but the fact that he was a previous slave doesn't matter because he is a cultivator now, not a slave, and because your victory over him wouldn't have counted if his identity as a slave mattered. After all, how could you be proud of defeating a slave? What matters is that you're just 15 years old, you're inexperienced in fighting, and the fact that cultivators of the money pathway aren't suited for fighting directly in a constrained arena. So you had many handicaps that led to your defeat. As for your opponent, I will admit that I've underestimated him. But you don't have to worry anymore about him. He is doomed." Slav didn't understand how Loki was doomed, so he asked, "How come? Didn't he just defeat me and win the competition? Is there something wrong with the reward for the competition?" Sophia chuckled and grabbed Slav's cheek and tugged on it as she said, "So innocent. How cute." Slav slapped his sister's hands away and said, "I'm serious. I'm not a child anymore." His defiance only made Sophia laugh. She even wanted to tug on his cheek harder than before. Serge saw this and decided to come to his junior brother's rescue. So Serge said, "Don't mind, eldest sister. She is only teasing you because she sees herself in you. She, too, doesn't know why the slave is doomed." His words earned him a punch from Sophia. He dodged the attack at the last moment because he had been expecting it. Sophia saw that her attack had failed, so she snorted and said, "Maybe you don't know, but I know. It is all because of that zombie freak." This confused Slav even more. His brows furrowed as he said, "The leader of the Deathclaw Society will attack Loki? But didn't he just support Loki?" As he asked these questions, he realized what the problem was. So he slapped his forehead in reproach and said, "Of course, that's it. He is the leader of the Deathclaw Society. Sophia smiled and said, Exactly. Who says our Slav isn't smart? Skarg interjected from his position at the front of the group, saying, Death's envoy has taken a liking to that Loki boy. There can only be one reason for that, which means that the Loki boy cannot have a good ending. Then he said, You four are different from someone like Loki. You have the room to make mistakes and the opportunity to learn from your mistakes and grow stronger from them. He, on the other hand, cannot make a single mistake. Even if he does well and doesn't make a single mistake, he will still attract problems that will capsize his fate. Nothing he can do will ever be right. If he tries to avoid trouble by giving up and forfeiting, trouble will find its way to him. If he does well and wins a competition, trouble will come to him even faster. At the end of the day, he will be doomed to be used as raw materials for someone else. That is to be his fate. You four have this privilege because your grandfather and I worked hard to get it for you, so you have no reason to be ashamed. In fact, you should be proud of yourself. The more he heard his father's words, the more his head swelled with pride. His previous despondent mood was swept away by a sense of superiority. When he thought of Loki, he couldn't help but laugh. His elder siblings also laughed with him. This made them look like a happy and united family. They were truly happy and united, but their happiness came at a great cost to others. One look at the cultivators surrounding them would reveal those who are paying the price for their happiness. The unsmiling faces and unfocused eyes of these cultivators are just the signs of what price they paid for the Rain family to be rich and powerful. Meanwhile, back at the arena, Loki won the competition and was given 5,000 energy stones. Craig came second and was given 2,000 energy stones. As for Lillian, she came in third and was given 1,000 energy stones. Someone mentioned that Slav should be given the reward of second place since he beat Craig, but the leaders of the societies refused to give Slav anything, and Bloodhound refused to let Craig take third place. This matter didn't lead to any argument whatsoever. Everyone just unanimously agreed to exclude Slav and the Viking Blade Society from any more benefits. When this matter was brought up, Loki scoffed and said, Why bother giving Slav some money? It is not like he will appreciate it. He was spending money lavishly early to fight and giving it away to win fights. Despite how much he spent in our fight, I am willing to bet that he didn't bother to calculate how much he might have spent in that fight. He is that filthy rich. It goes without saying that he doesn't support Slav getting any reward. So it was a good thing for him that everyone else also agreed not to give the prodigal son even more money. After the rewards were distributed, it was time for the competitors to pick their societies. Everyone, except the people who signed contracts with Slav, picked a society to join. Craig followed the Bloodhound and the society he was leading, the Bleeding Edge Society. Lillian joined a society of her choice, while Loki was half-forced to join the Deathclaw Society led by the zombie. Loki wanted to join the Deathclaw Society because the leader had promised to protect him. But he didn't have a choice in the matter because he had to join the Deathclaw Society or risk offending their zombie leader after everything the leader did to help him. The third thing they did after the competition was to officially join the sect. Apparently, they aren't members of the Four Directions sect just because they had survived the initiation program. They still have to undergo a registration process. The registration procedure was easy and straightforward. Information about them, such as their name and pathway, was taken and used to fill a form. If they had joined a society, they were also required to write down the name of the society that they had joined in the form. Once all of their information had been written into the form, the necessary parties had to sign the form. The cultivator themselves have to sign it. But the leader or vice leader of their society also had to sign the form to confirm that he had truly joined their society. Finally, their instructor, Muni, had to sign the form. He would also write down his evaluation of the cultivator about their performance during the initiation program. Once all of this was done, the clerk at the registration office would take their form and file it. The filling process needed to be done immediately, and their information was input into the system before they could continue the registration process. All in all, this step of the process takes a few seconds. After their information is input into the system will assign them a unique mark. The clerk will then print out the unique mark as an identity card, which they have to bind with their blood. The binding of blood is the final step in joining the sect. The completion of this process means that the cultivator has officially become a member of the Four Directions sect. When Loki completed the process and used his blood to refine the metak in the shape of a circular medallion, he received pieces of information from it similar to the information he receives from Fenrir when he uses the power identification ability. Name Loki. Title unavailable. Cultivation rank 1. Merit points 0. Contribution points 5,000. Society position Deathclaw member. Pending debt amount/interest rate awakening 100,000/1,000 per month. Current missions none. The information was very long, as it even included the date that he awakened. When he saw the list of information, he thought to himself, does the Four Directions sect have a computer system that they use to log the details of their members? How are they keeping track of all of these data? He was told that the metak he bound with his blood could be used to access information about himself that the sect knew and was willing to let him see. So there was information about him that the sect knew that he couldn't see yet. This reminded him of trying to get a high-security job back in his past life. Everything was serious and done according to an established set of protocols. This made him click his tongue and say, anyway, the Four Directions sect seems to be taking this registration process really seriously. His caretaker, a rank 2 cultivator who was assigned to him by the society to help him settle down, shook his head and said, you don't know just how much the sect takes the registration process seriously. Once you become a disciple of the sect will mark you with a unique symbol that will remain with you through several lifetimes and can be used to find you. If you die and find your way back to the sect in your next life, even if you don't remember that you used to be a member of the sect will remember you through your mark, and your contribution points and merit points from your last life will be credited back to you. This is why many people say that the bank of the sect is the most secure way to store your money. After all, as long as you convert all your wealth to contribution points, not even death will make you lose it. This made Loki's eyes light up and say, how impressive. Maybe I should convert all of my money to contribution points then. The 5,000 contribution points in his account were the reward for taking first place in the competition. If not for that reward, his contribution points will be 0, just like his merit points. He didn't think there was anything great about the contribution points when he first heard about their uses. But now that he knew that contribution points couldn't be lost upon death, their value has skyrocketed beyond the value of energy stones. But just as he said that he wanted to convert all of his wealth into contribution points, the caretaker, Jim, said, don't rush to do that just yet. Loki asked in confusion, why not? Jim shrugged and said, just know all the information first. For example, if someone higher up in the sect freezes your account, you will lose access to all of your money. There is also the fact that any debt you incur to the sect will be withdrawn directly from your account. Actually, I'm not so sure that last one is bad because if you owe the sect money, not even death will be able to help you avoid it. Once you reincarnate, the sect will find your new reincarnation and put it to work paying back your debt. And if your debt is particularly heinous, the sect will take charge of your reincarnation process, select a new body for you to reincarnate in, and make you work for several lifetimes until your debt is paid off completely. So maybe it is not a bad thing that all of your wealth will be in your account, and the sect can withdraw their payment directly. Because if you owe the sect money and die with your wealth in the form of energy stones, the sect won't be able to take their payment from your energy stones and will have to track you down after death. After mentioning the matter of debt, Jim's eyes took on a look of horror as he said, trust me when I say that the sect takes its debts seriously. If you don't pay off the interest rate per month, you will get into big trouble. Once you miss a monthly payment, the sect will send enforcers to track you down and cut you into pieces. Then they will sell your blood, bones, flesh, organs, and remnant soul to pay off your debt. If that isn't enough to pay off your debt, then the enforcement squad will come after you once you reincarnate and make you pay off your debt one way or another. What Jim said made Loki swallow hard. This was because he owed the sect some money. Apparently, the awakening ceremony and the initiation program weren't free. He had to repay the sect 100,000 energy stones at an interest rate of 1% per month. Now that he heard that even death wouldn't free him from this debt, he couldn't help but say inwardly to himself, maybe those guys who failed the initiation and died didn't have it so bad. He doesn't fear death thanks to the Rewind Metak, but as long as he is alive and a member of the Four Directions sect, he has to pay the sect 1,000 energy stones per month. So this debt is unlike the loans from loan sharks, which he can avoid by reversing time. It is an unavoidable consequence of gaining power and freedom through the Four Directions sect. With this piece of information, he made up his mind to make as many energy stones as possible, convert them into contribution points, and pay off his debt as soon as possible. But he had to ask, saying, "But isn't 100,000 energy stones too much to pay for the awakening? What if I die now and rejoin the sect? So I still have to pay the sect another 100,000 energy stones." Jim chuckled and said, "No price is too much to pay when you're desperate. The Four Directions sect is the only way to become a cultivator in the Central Plains. So they can charge however much they want for the power they offer. And yes, if you do die, you will have to pay the sect another 100,000 energy stones for awakening you. So, if you don't manage to pay off your debt in this life, it will increase in your next life when you return to the sect. And it won't matter if you return to the sect voluntarily or by force when the enforcement squad brings you here. Every single awakening will cost you, even if you don't want it." In response, Loki said, "So it is possible for cultivators to work for the sect for all eternity across every lifetime? How is that different from slavery?" His question made Jim burst out laughing. As he laughed, he said, "Yes, how is that different from slavery?" Then he shook his head and said, "It is different from slavery, but the difference is dependent on the person. For some people, the loan is not a problem. For those people, even if they die today unexpectedly, they will have enough money in their accounts to pay for the awakening of their next 10 lifetimes. But for people like you and me, the cost of awakening can put us in a situation worse than the slavery of mortals." After he said that, he sighed and said, "I guess this is what that saying about how everyone is a slave means. Either you're a mortal and a slave to a cultivator, or you're a cultivator and a slave to a sect. It is the way of the world." Loki felt deeply that it wasn't easy to gain freedom in this world. But he didn't despair like Jim. After all, he had something to rely on. From there, Jim took him out of the sect grounds into the city. Their destination was the accommodation that the society had prepared for new members like him. This is a privilege that those who didn't join societies can't have. This made the third privilege that he was getting for joining a society. The first and most important privilege that he got for joining the Deathclaw Society is to gain access to special missions in the sect that pay more than ordinary missions. The second privilege was being assigned a guide like Jim, who would answer his questions, show him the way, and help him settle down. The third is the free accommodations. Every privilege is something that will cost those who didn't join societies a lot of money and time. So being a member of a society can be the difference between being able to pay off their debt to the sect in this lifetime or not. Along the way to the free accommodations, Jim told him more information. One of the things he told Loki was about the many benefits gained from paying off the awakening debt. Apparently, only those who have paid off their awakening debts can be called the true disciples of the Four Directions sect. The sect calls the people who have paid their awakening debt inner disciples, while the debtors like him and Jim are outer disciples. Loki was able to learn that the benefits of becoming a true disciple include being able to enter the public stock market and be invested in by people, trade in public markets and earn money from it, gain the opportunity to earn and use merit points, and use the public trading forum. Jim told him that the sect possessed a stock market where disciples can be valued and listed as an initial public offering, which they can use to acquire investment from other cultivators who believe that they have potential. True disciples can also buy stocks in the stock market and earn money when the value of their shares increases. The goal is to sell their shares when their value increases. So the stock market is essentially betting on the future of other cultivators. If they are right about their bet, they will earn money. But if they are wrong, they will lose the money that they used to bet. Just hearing about this made Loki excited. He wanted to go and buy shares for Slav as soon as possible. He is sure that Slav has the potential to be very successful in the future because he has insider knowledge of what Slav is capable of. So betting on Slav seems like a sure bet. But then he realized what he was thinking about, which made him chuckle and say to himself, "To think the day will come when I want Slav to succeed." Unfortunately for him, no matter how anxious he is or how certain he is of the potential of Slav, he doesn't have access to the stock market and can't trade yet. So he will have to hold off on the idea of earning from Slav. Another thing that he has to hold off on is the betting arena and the public trading platform. The loss of the public trading platform is particularly impactful to him since he wants to acquire a rank 2 forger as soon as possible, and maybe find a way to increase his talent. Jim told him that everything is sold on the public trading market by everyone in the intersect all over the Central Plains. So it would have been very easy for him to acquire or sell whatever he wanted through it. The betting arena was also a great loss to him. Jim said there are all sorts of bets there, such as betting on when someone will die, how they will die, or who will kill them. When Jim said this, he also said, "You can imagine that with these kinds of bets going on, many people want to rig it. So someone can bet that you will die today through murder. Then they will send someone to kill you today so that they can win the bet." Loki felt a chill when he heard this. Then he thought to himself, saying, "I thought that the stock market trading on other cultivators was weird enough, but this betting arena is just plain chaotic. How is it that the sect hasn't collapsed and can continue to exist despite the chaos?" Then he remembered the unique mark that is said to have branded his soul, so he said, "Right, the members of the sect can only increase. Not even death can make the sect lose a member." As bad as the betting arena was, though, he still thought that it would be a good thing for him to gain access to it. This is because if he had it, he would be able to monitor successful bets right from his sect token and not have to frequent gambling houses to gain future knowledge of successful bets. While he felt that all of these were a loss to him, Jim didn't care about them because he had no confidence in earning investment through offering public stocks on himself, no confidence in earning by buying stocks, had nothing to sell on the trading platform, had no money to buy what he wanted on the trading platform, or was confident in making profitable bets in the betting arena. What Jim cared about the most among the benefits of becoming an intersect disciple was the opportunity to earn and use merit points. This was because ranks in the sect could only be bought with merit points. Jim said, "Merit points are not like contribution points, which anyone can earn with energy stones. Merit points can only be earned from the sect, and the sect will only give them to you when you do something particularly important for the sect or offer something highly valuable to the sect, such as information or special items. Only intersect disciples will have access to the missions that can earn merit points, and only those who have joined a society will be able to pick the missions. I haven't paid off my debt yet. This means that even though I've joined a society, I can't earn merit points just yet." He had a look of longing on his face as he spoke about merit points. This made Loki ask him, saying, "What's so special about merit points?" His question made Jim chuckle as he said, "Right, I forgot for a while there that you're still a white lamb. Only someone so ignorant would ask such a question." He gestured to Loki's white sect uniform as he spoke, and from his expression, Loki was able to tell that he felt a faint sense of superiority for wearing a green uniform, while Loki was still wearing white. After feeling superior for a while, he said, "Merit points can be used for many things. For one, they can be used to pay off your awakening debt and directly become an intersect disciple. They can also be used to help your disciples awaken without going through the initiation program. That's what rich people usually do." When Loki heard the last statement, he said to Jim, "Hold on. Are you saying that Slav didn't have to participate in the initiation program?" Jim didn't understand why this possibility mattered to him, but he still answered with a nod before saying, "With the wealth of his father, I'm certain that he didn't need to participate in the initiation program in order to become a member of the Four Directions sect. Then again, even if his father couldn't afford the merit points, he was still too young to participate in the initiation program." Then he shrugged and said, "Maybe they couldn't wait for Slav to get older, or maybe they had something important that they wanted Slav to achieve in the initiation program. Who knows how those rich people think?" Loki might not know how rich people think, But he was sure that he knew exactly why Slav was made to participate in the initiation program so young when his family was rich enough to make him skip it completely. He didn't mention his guess to Jim, though. He continued to listen as Jim rambled on about the importance of merit points. Jim's eyes were glowing as he said, "If I had a lot of merit points, not only would I be able to pay off my awakening debt in this life, but I could also use them to pay for reincarnation insurance, so that when I die, the sect will send someone to find me once I'm reborn and reach a certain age. That person will bring me to the sect and make sure that I awaken and become a cultivator. Then the sect will give me back all of my contribution points from my last life. So even though I won't have any memories of my last life, I won't have to waste time in ignorance and will be able to rejoin the sect and continue my journey to the top." These words made Loki exclaim, saying, "Wow! No wonder you want merit points so much." But Jim snorted and said, "That's not the main reason why I want merit points. The main reason I want merit points is to buy ranks. And before you ask me what ranks are like, some ignorant idiot, I'll tell you now." Then he asked Loki, saying, "You know what core metaks are, right?" Loki nodded in reply. So Jim nodded in satisfaction and said, "Good. Then you should know that there is a supreme metak at the apex of a pathway that the core metak points to. We have 5 pathways in the 4 directions sect, which means that we have control of the supreme metaks of the 5 pathways. The key to cultivating a pathway is to possess the core metak. While it is difficult to get the core metak of a pathway outside the sect, it is possible. Some people find the core metak randomly in nature, and some even awaken it due to their high potential. So anyone can cultivate any pathway regardless of their background or sect." Loki nodded in understanding as he had seen someone in the 4 directions sect awaken and use the core metak of the Swordway sect. Jim saw that Loki understood what he was saying, so he continued, saying, "However, while anyone can cultivate a pathway, only those who have been recognized by the sect in control of the supreme metak of the pathway can gain the acknowledgement of the supreme metak and gain an increase to their power called status." He pointed at the sky and said, "Take, for instance, that the supreme metak is high up there at the limit of the sky." Then he pointed to the ground beneath them and said, "Then take that you and I are on the ground at the bottom of the world. The core metak creates a connection between the supreme metak. This connection is the pathway. It is like a rope connected to the great Tao that we can use to climb up. If the supreme metak acknowledges you, the rope will pull you up, so that you will become closer to the supreme metak. This is called a rise in status, and it will increase the power of your core metak beyond what upgrading the rank of the core metak can. Right now, you're at the bottom of the connection, so you have a level 1 status. If your status rises to level 2, your power will double. Currently, your power output is cultivation rank times stats plus metak times skill. But it is actually status times cultivation rank times stats plus metak times skill. You don't notice the effect of status because it is just level 1. But you will notice its effect when your status rises to level 2, level 3, level 4, and so on. Loki's eyes lit up in understanding as he said, "So a level 2 status will double my power, and a level 3 status will triple it, and so on and so forth." Jim nodded and said in agreement, "Exactly." Then he asked Loki, "Status is a good thing, right?" Loki nodded in reply, which prompted Jim to say, "Unfortunately, we can't have it because we don't have merit points. It is only true merit points that the sect will raise our status. So only sect disciples can have an increase in their status. This is why I want to pay off my debts so early. No matter how hard I work on my cultivation, I will still be left behind and bullied by those with a higher status in the sect. Even if I advance to rank 3, I'm sure that a rank 2 cultivator with a level 2 status will be able to beat me up." This made Loki say, "Someone who passed the initiation program with me used the sword heart as his core metak. Does that mean that he will always be weaker than the sword cultivators of the Swordway sect and the true disciples of our sect?" Jim shook his head as he said, "No. The way that sects acknowledge people and raise their status is different for every sect. For the 4 directions sect, you need to be an inner sect disciple, and you need to have sufficient merit points. But that's not the case for the Swordway sect. In the Swordway sect, what they need to raise their status are karmic points. They use good and bad karma to gain the acknowledgement of the supreme metak of the sword pathway and are not restricted by background or identity. As long as someone with the sword heart metak does a lot of good or does a lot of bad things, the supreme metak will acknowledge them and raise their status regardless of where they are in the blessed heaven world. His lips curled into a mocking smile as he said, "As far as I know, there is no sect in control of the dual cultivation pathway. Which means for that girl with the beautiful woman metak, her lineage is dead." Jim shook his head and said with pity, "So, unless she is incredibly lucky and manages to stumble onto the correct way to gain acknowledgement of the supreme metak of her pathway, she will never be able to raise in status." This made Loki sigh in relief inwardly. He was glad that he hadn't chosen to use the beautiful woman metak. He was also glad that the sword pathway wasn't a dead end either. But he didn't show his relief outwardly to Jim. He kept his true feelings to himself, while outwardly he said, "Good for Craig that his sword pathway is not a dead end." The name that he mentioned drew Jim's attention. His head snapped to Loki and said, "Do you mean that lucky man who gained the favor of the Bloodhound?" Jim's voice became full of envy as he said, "What a lucky man. He is in a much better situation than the two of us. At the very least, the leader of his society won't turn him into a zombie puppet. At most, Bloodhound will just kill him." Then he sighed and said, "Who am I kidding? Even if I pay off my awakening debt and become an inner sect disciple, it is still unlikely that I'll be able to raise my status in this lifetime. I should just focus on raising my talent and advancing to rank 3. I should." Meanwhile, Loki's eyes were widened in shock. He quickly interrupted Jim and said, "Wait a minute, what do you mean by the leader of a society turning its members into zombie puppets?" His question made Jim smile at him and say, "Did you think you were able to join the Deathclaw Society because the leader took a liking to you?" Then he laughed and said, "Of course, you won't be entirely wrong to think so. The leader certainly likes you." His eyes roamed all over Loki as he said, "Yes, the leader took a liking to your body. And what a good-looking body you have." Loki chuckled and said, "Stop scaring me." Jim didn't know if he was not afraid or was simply pretending not to be afraid. But what he did know was that Loki's true feelings didn't matter. So he sneered and said, "Nothing is free. All the benefits that you gain by joining the Deathclaw Society not only cost a price, but they are also expensive. Our leader is a cultivator of the death pathway. So only those who have a strong body or a particularly powerful soul are allowed to join the Deathclaw Society. This is so that they can be used as excellent raw materials to make zombies and other resources for cultivation. The only reason why you haven't been killed yet is either that the leader doesn't need you yet or that the leader wants you to grow stronger before harvesting you. So mark my words, your days are numbered." Loki felt his heart beating wildly in fear, but he wasn't overwhelmed by it because he had something to rely on. But he couldn't understand why Jim seemed fine at the prospect of being used as raw materials to create zombies. So he asked, "What about you? Does the leader also plan to use you to make zombie puppets?" Loki's question made Jim raise an eyebrow and say, "Yes, I am. What of it?" Loki was surprised by his nonchalance about the possibility of being turned into a zombie puppet. So he asked, "Why aren't you worried?" This time Jim laughed. Then he said, "Such ignorance." Then he said, "I can't be worried about it because I don't have any choice in the matter. I can't do anything about it, so I might as well give up resisting. In the Four Directions sect, everyone has to be useful to someone above them, regardless of where they are. This is the rule. I was able to join this society because the leader of the society found me useful. Those who couldn't join societies weren't considered useful. But that doesn't mean that someone stronger won't swoop in someday and turn them into resources for cultivation. So nothing will change if I had joined another society or if I didn't join a society at all. Another society just means it is someone else who will get to use me. And by joining a society, at least I will be able to accumulate resources fast enough to improve my strength and change my fate." Loki still wasn't satisfied with this explanation. So he asked, What's the difference between this and being sold off at an auction in the initiation program? Why bother trying at all when you know someone else will just use you as cultivation material one day? Jim looked him in the eye as he said, "Because I have a next life to look forward to and because I will get paid for the services that I render to my society." The people who were sold during the initiation program weren't members of the Four Directions sect, so they don't get to receive the money that was used to buy them. But we are different. We are not lowly slaves anymore. We are cultivators. So we must be paid for our labor and every piece of our flesh. If the leader turns me into a zombie puppet, he must pay the sect for my value, and the sect will give me a cut. That cut will be deposited into my account. So when I reincarnate and rejoin the sect, I will have my payment waiting for me, and my previous lifetime of cultivation won't be a waste. So, all in all, it is a good thing that I am valuable to someone. At least, this way, even if it takes me 100 lifetimes, I will still be able to rise to the top. This time, Loki was satisfied. His eyes lit up in understanding as he thought to himself, "This is the benefit of knowing that there is life after death and that death is not the end." As he understood more of Jim's motivation, he said to himself, "No wonder the religions of my past life had so much allure, even though there was no proof of a god or evidence of life after death. Just the possibility of life after death was enough to drive many people crazy. They were willing to become suicide bombers, and their faith was enough to let them willingly embalm their bodies into statues while they were alive. If the possibility of life after death can make people continue to suffer for their faith, then it is no wonder that the reality of life after death in this world is enough to make people continue struggling in this life so that their next life can be better." As good as he thought life after death was, he also realized something detrimental about this entire situation, which made him say to Jim, "If everyone reincarnates and the number of cultivators increases without limit, does the amount of resources for cultivation increase too?" Jim shook his head and said, "I don't think so." This made Loki say, "No wonder becoming a rank 6 divine being is so difficult. With this arrangement, the competition can only increase." His words made Jim shrug and say, "But what choice do we have other than to compete? The alternative is to give up and become a mortal slave to cultivators." So Loki sighed and said, "Everyone is a slave to someone else." Jim chuckled before he said, "Exactly." Loki understood where Jim was coming from, what perspective he had about life, and why he had such a perspective. But understanding is not the same as accepting the point of view that Jim has. He didn't say anything about his thoughts to Jim, but inwardly, he refused to accept the fate of being used as raw material for cultivation in this life just because Jim and everyone else believed that it was normal. He is not willing to give up on achieving freedom and supremacy in this life, so he won't let the leader of his society turn him into a zombie puppet. Fortunately, his determination is not a castle built on air. His unwillingness is not a result of pride or overconfidence. He truly has something capable to rely on. So he sneered inwardly and said to himself, "It is not yet certain who will become whose cultivation material," but outwardly, he appeared to have accepted his fate and said to Jim, "What's this about you improving your talent? My instructor for the initiation program also made mention of it. Why is talent so important?" In response, Jim laughed and said, "Do you mean, what is important about talent aside from the increase in cultivation speed and the increase in the energy available to use metax? Do you mean why is cultivation potential so important for rank 2 cultivators? If you mean that, then it is privileged information that I don't have to give you. If you want to know the answer, you will have to pay me. I have not been paid enough to answer that kind of question." Jim's eyes gleamed in anticipation when he said his last 2 sentences. He knew that Loki had money and was looking forward to Loki paying for the information. If Loki paid him for information, he would earn more from this mission and be able to pay off his awakening loans earlier. Unfortunately for him, Loki didn't even ask how much the information would cost. Loki indeed had money, and a lot of it. He has a total of 21,230 energy stones, including the 5,000 energy stones in his account. But he has earmarked the money in his possession for urgent stuff like buying a rank 2 slave or gambling. until he secures his rank 2 cultivation or secures enough money to pay off his awakening debt. He is not willing to spend any of the money in his hands. So he said to Jim, "Forget it. I'll ask about it later." Jim was not pleased to hear this, but he didn't complain or try to persuade Loki. He knew that it was a smart thing to be frugal, so he couldn't call Loki foolish, especially since he also had the intention to fleece Loki by charging an exorbitant amount for the information. So, it is, in fact, a good idea that Loki didn't try to buy the information from him. This meant that he could only snort in dissatisfaction. But no matter how dissatisfied he was with Loki for not giving him money, he still had to do his job. He led Loki out of the sect grounds through the gate and into the city. The sect grounds are a massive expanse of land, but the city itself is larger than the sect grounds. But while the sect grounds have invisible walls at its edge to serve as its boundaries, the city has large, thick walls built with giant stones and raised to 10 meters in height. The layout of the city was that of curved streets constructed in concentric circles. The circles aren't complete, though. This is because the sect ground occupies a position that prevents the city from being in a perfect circular form. There is a large market at the center of the city, and there is a road that leads from the sect grounds directly to this market. There are also 3 other roads that lead out of the central market to the 3 gates constructed at the north, east, and west of the city. So the sect's ground occupies the area where the south gate of the city should have been constructed. But since the sect ground was the first to be built while the city was built later around it, the sect ground cannot be said to be encroaching on the territory of the city. The concentric rings of roads are called rings. In general, the closer the rings are to the center of the city, the more expensive the properties. This is because those closer to the edge of the city would be the first to be attacked in a beast tide. From what Jim told him, he learned that beast tides occur frequently, about once every year. The only difference is the scale of the beast tide. The accommodation that was prepared for him was in a large tower in the 4th ring. The environment and property value were about average. This was because there were a total of 7 rings in the city. So an area in the 4th ring is halfway between the city walls and the central market. This made the accommodation he was given not particularly valuable. But the fact that it was free also made it a welcome development. The tower had 4 floors of apartments and 10 apartments on each floor, so it had a total of 40 apartments. Each apartment was about the size of his lodgings in the initiation program. It had 2 rooms, one for sleeping, the other for meeting guests, working, etc. As for his bath, excretion needs, and cooking needs, he will have to use the communal facilities for them. He can also do all 3 things in his apartment, but that is not advised. His apartment is shabby to say the least. But he couldn't complain about it because he had experienced worse living conditions in this world, and because this one was free. After settling down, Jim left him to do whatever he wanted to do. What Loki wanted to do was to advance to rank 2, so he went out looking for rank 2 slaves of the forging pathway and gambling houses. If he can buy a rank 2 cultivator of the forging pathway, he won't mind finding a way to make more money and buying that slave rather than killing them. This is because killing cultivators is no longer free for him. He can kill a lot of mortals and the sect won't bat an eye. But if he kills a single cultivator, he will have to pay the sect for it. There is also the fact that people keep most of their wealth in their accounts, and cultivators usually detonate all of their metax as they die, so that their murderers won't get anything from them other than their bodies and remnant souls. All of these reasons make the option to kill someone less appealing than it was. For sure, killing someone and paying the sect for their value is less expensive than buying a slave, as he would need to pay both the sect and the slave owner for the slave. But if he is going to pay money anyway, he would rather not risk his life by fighting. To top things off, there is still the fact that if he kills someone, he will still need time to devour their core metak. After being interrupted many times during this process in his previous timelines, he has become more inclined to the option that won't cause much stress and poses less risk of something going wrong. Jim told him that the city is not crime-free, but is generally safe because the city lord has a police force that patrols every street and responds to any crime. The job of the police force isn't to prevent crime or save people, though. Their job is to capture the perpetrators of crime and fine them. As long as the culprit of a crime pays the fine, they will be free to go. Jim had said this with envy and jealousy at the ease with which the city lord was earning money. He also said, "The city lord does this in order to get his cut out of all the crime in the city. It is why we call the fines the crime tax. If you don't have your crime tax, then make sure you're not caught for the crime. If you're caught for the crime and can't pay up, you will be captured and sold into slavery." Apparently, the first city lord who established the police force was jealous that people could earn a lot of money through crime. He didn't think that it was fair for him to build a nice city that attracts a lot of people and business, only for some people to use his city as their hunting ground. The city lord wanted his cut of the money earned from crimes, so he established a police force. This police force means that if he dares to kill anyone in the city, he would likely be interrupted before he can finish devouring the Cormetax. This makes his options either going out of the city to kill and paying the sect for the value of the person he killed, buying a slave, or killing someone in the city and paying both the city lord and the sect for the value of the life of the person that he killed. These are the reasons he decided to prioritize making money and finding a place to buy the slave he wants. For this, he took a book with him. The book is meant for recording the successful gambles that he will witness at the gambling houses. This is a habit he picked up during the initiation program. With a record of the best gambles, he can memorize them before he reverses time. While Loki went to gambling houses, Jim went to the first ring. This is the ring of roads around the central market. The headquarters of the Deathclaw Society is in this central market. It is a 7-story building, which is a pretty common sight for buildings in this part of the city. The closer a building is to the center of the city, the taller it is. This is to maximize the valuable and limited space at the center of the city. Jim didn't go to any of the floors of this 7-story building. His destination was the 3rd underground floor. This is where the leader of the society, Death's Envoy, lives. He didn't stumble his way here by mistake. He came here intentionally and with a purpose. Death Envoy is a pale, thin woman with dark circles around her eyes. Her appearance is that of a sickly woman on the verge of death. However, her eyes are bright and lively, which dispels the aura of death clinging to her a little bit. She was working on a corpse when Jim arrived. The corpse was on a table at the center of the room, and there were many transparent vats around the room with corpses in them. Without looking up, she said to Jim, "What did he say?" Jim fell to his knees before saying, "I told him about your plans for him, and he didn't try to escape." She said, "Oh, does that mean he has accepted his fate?" Jim hesitated slightly before saying, "He gives me a weird feeling because he didn't appear too concerned that you accepted him, but you wanted to turn him into a zombie. He appeared to be more concerned about how I could accept living like that. But he didn't argue with me or show any rebelliousness. So either he accepted his fate, or he is smart enough to hide his intentions from me. I doubt the latter because I was helpful and I acted in a way to make him trust me." In response, she said, Good job. You deserve to be rewarded." Her remark about his performance brought a smile to his face. His smile became wider when he heard what she said next. "Continue to watch him for me. That will be your mission until I change my mind. Make sure that the Viking Blade Society and the Rain family won't get to him before I do. Watch him day and night, and you will be handsomely rewarded. Is that clear?" He nodded eagerly and said, "All is clear, my lord. I will watch him like a hawk." She said, "Good. Now leave." He scrambled up and left as quickly as he could. The underground room was cold, and the air was chilling to the bone, but Jim didn't feel this. All he felt was excitement because he had landed a lucrative job. His excitement reached its peak when he received his payment for escorting Loki and helping him to settle down. This reward was higher than normal because he helped the leader of the society with her plans to procure excellent raw materials for her cultivation. He didn't lie once with everything he said. In fact, he told the truth on purpose so that Loki would trust him. That's why he told Loki that he was doomed to become raw material for cultivation. However, he didn't tell Loki that information just because he was kind. His ultimate goal was to make Loki aware of his fate and accept it as soon as possible instead of doing something stupid in resistance. It is true that there is life after death, and one's death can be made to have value in this life. But very few cultivators are actually willing to die. Cultivators have many reasons to want to continue living. The most important one is that awakening costs a lot of money. If the money they will earn by dying is not even enough to pay for their awakening in their next life, then no one will want to die. As good as life after death is, it is not cheap at all. Many people curse the concept of life after death after joining the sect and getting saddled with their debt from their previous life. Even if the value of someone's life is high enough to pay for their awakening in the next life, it is common sense that they should live longer and find more ways to increase their value, instead of dying. It is only those who have inherited debts from their previous lives that understand that the sect doesn't enforce the concept of life after death just because they are generous. And only those who have been forced into a lifetime of slavery by the sect to pay off their several lifetimes of debt will wish that the possibility of life after death and reincarnation didn't exist. It is only those people who know that the main reason why the sect keeps track of their members after death is to ensure that they can keep track of their debtors and make sure that not even death will be enough to make someone escape their death. Lastly, there is the fact that cultivators won't be the same in their next life because they lack the memories that make them who they are. So no one wants to die and inherit the debt of someone they don't know, or die and let someone they don't know inherit all of the money they worked hard for. All of these reasons make it so that both the poor and rich cultivators don't want to die, even if their death has value and even if there is life after death. It is why a good material like Loki has to be brainwashed when he is so young and ignorant about the ways of the cultivation world. Death Envoy is willing to do this because she values Loki's spirit highly. As a cultivator of the death pathway, she is very sensitive to the power of souls. So she sensed that Loki's soul was powerful right from the moment she laid the eyes of her zombie puppet on him. Even though it was her zombie puppet that went in her place and saw Loki, she was still able to recognize that he was special from her position here in the underground of the headquarters. That's how good she is at spotting spiritual talent. The fact that he can raise his spirit to the limit of rank 2 so early means that his spirit was already within the boundaries of rank 2. This is why she decided to stand up for him, let him join her society, and protect him from the Rain family. Jim, who had gained a new lease on life and had become hopeful for his future, began doing his job in earnest. He quickly went to change his clothes and his appearance. Then he went to find Loki and began trailing him everywhere. Jim thought that he was doing his job well, but Loki was able to notice him following along right from the first day. This was thanks to the telepathy metak of the mind pathway. Appearances can fool the eyes, but they are useless against someone who can see the mind. Loki still can't read minds yet because he can't find the mind-reading metak, but he can still tell the color and shape of someone's mind apart from others when such a mind is following him around. The first thing that came to his mind when he noticed that someone was following him was that the Rain family was after him. But then he remembered that he had seen that same mind early today, so he became confused as to why Jim would be following him. But after confusion came greed. The fact that Jim was following him around gave Loki some thoughts about how to get the rank 2 metak that he needs. So he said to himself with a smile, "He is not a forger. He is a mind hunter, so devouring his core metak will be useful too." The more he thought about it, the more he liked this idea. So he decided not to confront Jim and expose the fact that he had noticed that he was being tailed. Instead of doing something so wasteful, he let Jim continue to follow him around while he visited gambling houses like a gambling addict. When he wasn't at gambling houses, he would go home to refine his Tao heart. He didn't bother taking any missions to earn money. Any free time he had was spent going around, asking questions and learning new things. He lived his life like this for 1 month. After 1 month of living as a full member of the Four Directions sect and exploring the city, Loki suddenly felt fed up with the city and decided to explore the world beyond the city. According to what he heard from asking people questions this past 2 months, the Blessed Heaven world has 5 domains. These domains are the North, South, East, West, and Central domains. Each domain is said to have a separate biome and a wall that separates it from the other domains. Cultivators say that each domain behaves like an independent world to the extent that the people who are born within one domain will find it nearly impossible to reincarnate in another domain after death. So, coupled with the large size of each domain, most cultivators will never be able to leave the domain they were born in, even after many lifetimes. Loki thought that this was a shame and was hellbent on proving everyone wrong, so he decided to go on a trip to another domain as soon as he possibly could. He told people about his intentions, but they all laughed him off. Jim also heard about Loki's plans. Just like everyone else, he didn't believe Loki could do it. But unlike other people, he didn't believe Loki was telling the truth about his plans. Jim was sure that Loki was just using this as an excuse to escape the influence of the Deathclaw Society. And even if Loki was serious about leaving the central domain, Jim was also sure that this could only be motivated by an intention to escape from the deadly claws of the Death's envoy. So he said to himself, "What a naive and ignorant young man to think he can escape his destiny. But this is good too. It means I will have work to do and be able to earn more." He made up his mind to use this opportunity to earn more from the Death's envoy, so he quickly followed Loki out of the city. Once they got outside the city, his suspicions were validated when Loki left the road, went into the forest, and began running. He became sure that Loki was truly trying to escape, which made him smirk in amusement. The Central Plains as a domain lack mountains. Half of the landscape is occupied by forest and jungles, while the other half is occupied by grass fields. The city Loki lived in is called Condor City because it was initially built by a man named Condor. Condor City is surrounded by grassland and farmland for miles. But beyond the farmlands are thick jungles that surround it on all sides. There are 3 roads that lead out of the city towards other settlements. These roads are extensions of the north, west, and east roads in the city. Loki took the north road, which is directly opposite the sect grounds. Then, when he reached the edge of the forest, he rushed into it. Jim wasn't as physically strong as Loki, but he didn't need to be fast to keep up with Loki because the forest slowed Loki down. Besides, all he needs to do is keep track of Loki's position. He has already informed the Death's envoy of Loki's little adventure. She seemed unworried and only told him to keep watch of Loki until he reached the edge of the territory of Condor City. She didn't think that Loki would be able to escape because he was too weak to traverse the world with his current cultivation. So she wasn't worried at all. According to the instructions she gave him, if Loki somehow reaches the edge of the territory, Jim is to inform her again. Only then will she do something about Loki's suicidal behavior. Fortunately, Loki didn't reach the edge of the territory before he turned back. This made Jim sigh in relief because his cultivation was also too weak to traverse the forest safely. He said to himself, "Money is good, but one has to be alive to spend it." But just as he sighed in relief that he wasn't going to die, he noticed Loki was running in his direction, and Loki was running much faster than before. He didn't know what was going on, but he wasn't willing to stick around to find out, so he turned back to escape before Loki could reach him. Unfortunately for him, the gap between his physical strength and that of Loki appeared to be much greater than he expected. By the looks of things, Loki was at least 4 times faster than him. Jim is a cultivator of the Mindhunter pathway, so his body is naturally weak, and he doesn't have any metac to increase the power of his body. The strength of his body is only 0.5 units, which is average for beings at rank 1. On the other hand, Loki has forged his body to 2 units. Loki is also using the body lever metac and the telekinesis metac to improve his speed. This makes it so that the power output of Loki's body is 1 cultivation rank times 2 body plus 2 mind/telekinesis plus 1 body lever times 1 skill, which is 5 units. So in reality, Loki is 10 times as fast as he was. As for the vines in the forest slowing him down, he used the liquid metal metac to produce a claymore, which he used to cut them down. As for the branches and foliage brushing against his skin, he didn't worry about them because they weren't strong enough to break the defense of his skin. So not only was Loki much faster than Jim, but he also had little to worry about the forest and wasn't slowed down as much by the forest compared to Jim. This made it so that he was catching up with Jim very quickly. He even twisted and turned in hopes of throwing Loki off his trail, but Loki was able to know where he was and go directly after him, no matter how he fainted. In 10 seconds at most, he would catch up to Jim. Jim realized this, so he decided to stop running. Instead of trying to avoid the confrontation, he stood still and prepared for it. By preparing for the confrontation, What he was doing was thinking of ways to talk himself out of the conundrum. As for fighting Loki, he wasn't around about that at all. He wasn't worried because he didn't think that Loki would attack him after his identity was revealed. And even if Loki were to attack him, he was sure that he would be able to easily defeat Loki. What he expected them to do was talk. He wasn't sure that Loki would believe his excuses. But he didn't think Loki would have any choice but to believe. So when Loki burst out of the foliage nearby, he cracked a dry laugh and said, "Okay, you caught me. How did you realize that I was following you, and how did you know where I was, though? I hope you can tell me." He spoke nonchalantly as if they were meeting as acquaintances in a bar. His tone of voice was nonchalant, as if he hadn't just been caught doing something suspicious. But Loki didn't answer his questions. Loki didn't even stop rushing after him. Contrary to his expectations, Loki continued approaching him menacingly and even swung the large claymore at him. This caught him off guard for a while, but he quickly reacted by attacking Loki. He attacked Loki with the sleep metak. It is a metak that puts the target to sleep. He used this metak because he didn't want to harm Loki's mind permanently. After all, Loki is Death's envoy, a precious commodity, and will need to be in perfect condition if he doesn't want her to kill him. He also thought that all of these were a misunderstanding. So his plan is to put Loki to sleep to calm him down. Then he would take Loki back to the city. He expected Loki to fall limp to the ground in the next moment. But this didn't happen because Loki had used the Mind Shield metak to defend his mind. While this was not enough to block the attack completely, it was enough to delay the effect of the sleep metak until he was done with what needed to be done. So Loki was able to take on the mental attack head-on and continue swinging his claymore at Jim. This caught Jim off guard again. But this time, he didn't have time to do anything else to rectify the situation before the claymore struck his shoulder, sliced through it, and reached his stomach. The claymore had struck his left shoulder, so his heart was in the way of the attack. As the claymore slashed through his body, it severed many arteries and veins, crushed half of his heart, and destroyed his left lung. Cultivators of the mind pathway don't need their body for power, but they surely need their body to continue living. With this kind of damage sustained, there was no way Jim could continue living. Jim fell to the ground, and blood gushed out of his mouth as he asked, "How? Why?" Loki chuckled and said, "How did I find you? How did I keep track of you? How did I resist your attack? Why did I attack you? Why didn't I stop when I realized your identity? I don't know which question you mean, but then again, there is no need for a dead man to know anything." As he said this, he ripped out the claymore from Jim's body. Then he swung it at Jim's head for good measure. The claymore split Jim's head in two. This sealed Jim's fate and led to his swift death. Loki was able to confirm that Jim had died because he received a notification from the sect about a debit of 15,000 energy stones for killing Jim. Since even the sect was saying that Jim was dead and was asking him to pay up, then Jim must be surely dead. The debit notification confirmed Jim's demise, but it also made Loki curl his lips and say, "Just 15,000? I thought rank 2 cultivators cost 30,000 energy stones. In that case, this Jim must not be highly valued by the sect. Fortunately, he has met me. I highly value him. The maximum value of the life of a rank 1 cultivator is 10,000 energy stones or contribution points. That of a rank 2 cultivator is supposed to be 30,000 energy stones. So the fact that the sect is only asking for 15,000 contribution points for Jim can only mean that he is weak and poor for a rank 2 cultivator." Loki didn't find this surprising. The sect immediately removed the 15,000 that he owes them for Jim's life. Because he only had 4,000 energy stones in his account after the sect removed the 1,000 energy stones monthly payment on his loans. His account quickly reached a balance of minus 11,000. For now, there is no problem with this. But if in 1 month, he can't pay off the 1,000 energy stones he needs to pay to service his awakening debt, the sect will come after him for their money and they will be willing to use drastic actions, including slavery to force him to pay his debt. But Loki wasn't worried about that. The only thing he had on his mind currently was how fast it would take him to extract Jim's core metak. Jim's core metak is the telekinesis metak. As a rank 2 cultivator, His core metak has begun to fuse with him by creating energy filaments and threads throughout his body. This has made it difficult for Fenrir to extract the core metak from Jim's corpse. At the end of the day, it took 4 minutes and 32 seconds for Loki to extract the rank 2 telepathy metak. This was a far cry from the maximum of 10 seconds that it took him to extract rank 1 core metaks. It is 27 times slower. Loki found this interesting because Jim's potential was exactly 27 units. He had sensed it when he used the power identification ability on Jim the first time that he met him a month ago. Race human. Energy quantity 27. Energy density 5. Energy rank 2. Body 0.5. Soul 1. Metak. Telepathy. This made Loki say, "So, it is just like they said. Potential directly affects how well the metak fuses with the host. I have to increase my potential as soon as possible after this. For now, I'll advance." He has been looking forward to advancing for a long time, and so has Fenrir. So Fenrir's tail pounced onto the sealed and extracted metak as soon as it entered Loki's energy well. The black tail devoured the rank 2 telepathy metak, which made it fuse with the rank 1 telepathy metak that Loki already possessed. The result was that Loki advanced to rank 2 immediately. Loki expected to advance as soon as he acquired the rank 2 core metak. But what he didn't expect was that Fenrir itself was what advanced, not just the telepathy metak in his possession. Because it was the Fenrir metak that advanced, all 4 of his energy chambers also advanced. Then Fenrir began fusing with Loki just like the core metak of cultivators fuses with them after it reaches rank 2. Fenrir fused with his energy well and slowly replaced it. This made him lose his main energy chamber. So, now he only has 4 energy chambers within it. Apparently, this is the price to pay for his advancement. Then Fenrir began to grow energy threads that branched out of it into his whole body. This is the next stage of the advancement. He should have produced only 77 energy threads with his energy well. But then the pressure of the other 3 energy chambers kicked in and led to the propagation of more energy threads than what was normal. At the end of the day, he was able to produce 308 threads. This is 4 times as many energy threads as he should have been able to make. It is the benefit of sacrificing his main energy well and letting Fenrir replace it. From what he has discovered, from canvassing the city for information, he learned that the energy threads will make energy recovery much faster than it was. Because he has 308 energy threads, his energy recovery, either by natural recovery or the use of energy stones, will now be 308% times faster. The increase in recovery rate will also make his cultivation speed faster. But the most important enhancement of the energy threads is the ability to overload metaks with internal energy and make them produce power that is beyond their natural limit. He savored all of these changes while sitting on the ground and reading his gambling book. The advancement is not instantaneous, so he has time to read. In the gambling book, there are columns for date, location, time, and bet. There are also more than 10 entries. He only wrote down the most memorable successful bets that he had witnessed in gambling houses. This is to make it easy for him to remember them and make it easier for him to win a lot of money really quickly. After all of the energy threads were fully grown, his internal energy had also finished its transformation. Not only has the power of his internal energy increased, but he can also continue to refine it to increase its density and pack in more energy into it. His energy chamber could only allow the density of his internal energy to reach level 4, which contains 8 times as much energy as a level 1 density. This is because each increase in energy density doubles the amount of energy that can be contained. Now that he can improve his energy density to level 8, he can pack as much as 128 times as much energy into each of his energy chambers compared to when he just awakened with an energy density of level 1. So by advancing to rank 2, he has improved quantitatively and qualitatively. This brought a smile to his face. He nodded to himself in satisfaction and said, "Nice, very nice." But then, someone else said with a tone of satisfaction, "Very nice indeed." When he looked up, he saw a zombie. It was the same zombie that he saw leading the Deathclaw Society on the day of the competition. The zombie was in the levitating above him. As it lowered itself towards Loki, it said, I especially like the part where you absorbed his core metek. I'm curious. How did you do it? Tell me and I'll give you everything you want. Loki's eyes shrank in fear when he saw her. When he heard her question, he almost rolled his eyes in disdain. This was because only a naive child would believe her promise. There was the fact that she didn't stay in the sky waiting for his answer, but was approaching him quickly. It indicated that she was more of a hands-on person who didn't mind getting their hands dirty in order to get what they want. Knowing what she was capable of, he didn't want to risk being turned into a puppet and have Fenrir taken from him. So he activated the Rewind Metak to reverse time while he still had the chance to escape. When the Rewind Metak was activated and his consciousness was taken away, he sighed in relief. But then something surprising happened to him. Instead of jumping out of his energy well, Fenrir actually took his energy well with him into the River of Time. This was because Fenrir had fused with his energy well. Another change was caused by Fenrir being stronger than normal. This change was caused because Fenrir has now advanced to rank 2 with twice as much power as it used to have. This made Fenrir go much farther than it usually does. When he woke up after reversing time, he expected to wake up a day after the competition. That's why he had waited 1 month before luring Jim out of the city into the forest, where he would be able to kill him and harvest his core metak without interference. But because of Fenrir's extra energy, he was able to go back 2 months into the past, not just 1 month. So he woke up a day after he made up his mind to increase the power of his body and went to the market to buy the metaks needed to do so. He was in his room feeding copper bars to the copper body metak. The copper body metak is an amorphous mass of an orange wax-like substance. It is in his hands, slowly assimilating the copper bars like a slime eating leaves. After the copper body metak is full, it will become denser and heavier. At that point, he will put it on his body and infuse it with his internal energy. Once it gets the support of his internal energy, it will spread all over his body and refine it from his skin down to his bones. This process of refinement is painful. It is also expensive for most people. But Loki had made up his mind to gain a body strong enough to help him escape the pursuit of his enemies. That was his motivation yesterday. Now that he has gained memories of future events, his motivation might have changed. The copper body metak was feeding when Fenrir arrived from the future, descended into his body, and began fusing with his energy well. He had to stop what he was doing to let the fusion occur. Just like when he was breaking through, this fusion tool took a while to complete. It took 51 minutes and 33 seconds to be exact. By the time it was completed, the 308 energy threads had finished growing throughout his body, and he had fully advanced to rank 2. The first thing he did was to use the power identification ability to check his state. Age: 22 years 6 months / 77 years 9 months. Race: human. Energy quantity: 1,232 plus 1,232 plus 1,232 plus 1,232 is equal to 4,928. Energy density: 5, 5, 5, 5. Energy rank 2. Body: 0.6 to 0.7. Soul: 1.6 to 2.0. Mind: 1.6 to 2.0. Will: 5. Skill: 100%. Fenrir: Divine Power Identification. Tracking: Seal, Devouring, Siphon, Rewind, Sword Heart, Telepathy, Telekinesis. Branch metak, rank 1. Mind Hunter Pathway: Mind Stab 1. Mind Shield 1. Hypnotize 1. Double Mind 2. Concentration 1. 2. Forging Pathway: Liquid Metal 1. Body Lever 1. Living Armament 1. Gatling Gun 1. Knife Box 1. Copper Body 1. Iron Body 2. 3. Sword Pathway: Sword Break 1. Sword Edge 1. Sword Dance 1. Sword Steps 1. The biggest change is the upgrading of his energy density from level 4 to level 5 and the increase in his energy rank from rank 1 to rank 2. These two changes are the main changes that accompany an advancement in rank. But there are more changes that have occurred with him that are not normal. These abnormal or unique changes are all related to Fenrir. The first of these unique changes is that this innate metak of his has become more sensitive in determining his state and the state of others. In other words, the power identification ability has become more powerful and more accurate. This is clear from the fact that he can now tell how many months he has lived and how many months he has to live when he could only tell years before. Another thing that Fenrir can tell now is the difference between the power of the soul and the power of the mind. Fenrir used to bundle the power of the soul and the power of the mind together at rank 1. Now that it can tell the two of them, Loki has reasons to hope that Fenrir will be able to tell more information about other people. The second change to Fenrir is that the devouring ability of Fenrir has now extended to the internal energy of prey. This way, he won't use energy stones or cloudy date metak to cultivate. He can always increase his cultivation by devouring the cultivation of others. The third change is that Fenrir can produce more tracking marks now. This means that he can track and hunt more than one prey at the same time now. The final, but not the least important change to Fenrir is that after it consumed his main energy chamber, it awakened a fifth ability. This ability is the Siphon ability. It is an alternative ability to the Seal ability. The Seal ability can only take effect once the target dies, but the Siphon ability can take effect when the target is alive. And through the Siphon ability, he can devour the internal energy of the target while they are still alive. The devouring of the life energy of the target through the Siphon ability won't be as good as devouring their energy chamber when they die. The latter can be used to permanently increase his cultivation, while the former can only temporarily increase the amount of energy he has available by taking it from his enemy. He has 4 energy chambers and a lot of energy, so he won't need the extra energy that the Siphon ability can provide him. But the fact that the Siphon ability can take energy from his enemies will be very useful in a fight. He doesn't even need to think too much to come up with a way the Siphon ability will be indispensable. As he thought about it, he remembered how Slav had wrapped himself in a golden tortoise shell. During that fight, he couldn't do anything to Slav. He could hope that the rich young master ran out of money while kicking him out of bounds. But if he had the Siphon ability during that fight, he might have forced Slav to run out of energy and give up. Since the Siphon ability can be useful against someone like Slav, who has a potential of 95, he is sure that it will be useful against other people. After thinking about more examples where the Siphon ability would be useful, Jim's name came to his mind. It is a no-brainer to him that the Siphon ability will be more effective on targets with small energy wells like Jim. But then he laughed and said, "Why bother, though? Jim is too weak to be taken seriously." He had struggled to defeat Slav, a rank 1 cultivator, partly because he was pretending to be weak, but he had easily defeated and killed Jim, a rank 2 cultivator. So no, he doesn't think he will need to slowly wear down Jim's power by siphoning his internal energy over the period of their fight. He didn't need the Siphon ability to defeat Jim at rank 1, so he doesn't think he will need it now to defeat Jim. When he made the calculations, he realized how true this was. When he was at rank 1, the power of his mental attack was 1 cultivation rank times 2 mind plus 1 telepathy metak times 5 mind shield/willpower, which was 15 units. Now his mental attack can produce a power output of 2 cultivation rank/core metak times 2 mind times 2 mind stab times 100% overload plus 5 Dao heart, which is 48 units. This is an increase of 220%. The way his power is produced has changed now because his core metak has fused with his energy well to raise his cultivation level, and because overload is replacing the value of skill. So his power won't be calculated as cultivation rank times stat plus metak times skill. It is now cultivation rank times stat times metak times skill/overload. The replacement of skill by overload has not been fully utilized by him yet. When he trains his energy manipulation to the extent that he can use his energy threads to overload the power of a metak, the true advantage of a rank 2 cultivator will be revealed. The more energy threads a cultivator has, the easier it will be for them to overload the metak that they are using because they will be able to supply more energy into the metak at once compared to other cultivators with fewer energy threads. For someone like Jim with only 27 energy threads, he will be able to overload his Metac easily by 11.407 times. In fact, Jim might not dare overload a Metac for fear of frying and destroying his energy well. So Loki will easily leave Jim behind in the aspect of overloading in the future. His overtaking Jim in the aspect of overloading is for the future. Fortunately, an advantage in overloading Metacs is not something he needs to defeat Jim now. This is because Jim can only provide mental attacks with a power output of 2 cultivation rank/telepathy Metac times 2 mind times 2 sleep Metac times 0% overload plus 2 Dao Heart, which is only 16 units. With this kind of power, Jim couldn't overwhelm Loki's mind when he was at rank 1, and there is definitely no way he can pressure Loki's mind now. After reviewing the changes that advancement has brought to him, the next thing for him to do is to take stock of his current situation and plan for the future. He has already used the Spirit Pill Metac to increase the power of his soul to the limit. This is why the power of his soul is at 2.0. Since the power of his mind is also dependent on the power of his soul, his mind also got a boost from the upgrade. As for his body, he is still in the process of upgrading it. This is why the increase in his body is so small. He is currently working with the Copper Body Metac. Once his body reaches the limit of rank 1, he will use the Iron Body Metac to raise it to the limit of rank 2. It is a good thing to have a strong body, but he isn't sure that he wants it to happen since it will cause the leader of the Deathclaw Society to have her greedy eyes on him. Eventually, he said, "It is better to stick with the Deathclaw Society. It is not as if any other society will want him with good intentions. It is just better to stick with the devil that I know rather than toy with more than one devil." He shook his head and said, "I can't just refuse to grow stronger because it will attract trouble to me. If I do that, then I will remain a weak prey forever." Then he thought of something which made him say, "Speaking of the devil that I am supposed to know, why was Jim following me anyway? It is a pity that I can't read minds yet." When he noticed that Jim was following him, he didn't bother with why Jim was following him. This was because he considered everyone his enemy or his prey. So he wasn't surprised that someone was stalking him as if he were prey. The main thought on his mind was how to lure Jim out of the city and devour his core Metac. This goal was too important to him, so he didn't dare to delay and chat with Jim. He wanted to kill Jim as soon as possible and get his rank 2 core Metac quickly, so he didn't bother with any chit-chat, even though it was possible for their discussion to reveal useful news. But now that he has eaten his fill and doesn't need Jim to advance anymore, he can spare the time to corner Jim and chat him up. He made sure to put this on his agenda for when he sees Jim in 1 month's time. With his mind made up about increasing the strength of his body, what he needed to deal with now is the gigantic task of replacing all of his branch Metacs with their rank 2 versions so that he can take full advantage of his advancement to rank 2. If anything, he should begin trying out rank 3 branch Metacs to use as his trump cards. So, rank 1 Metacs are definitely outdated for him. However, as good as this is, the fact is that replacing his branch Metacs will cost a lot of money. So he said to himself, "It seems it is time to make a lot of money." Fortunately for him, he didn't need to rack his brain on how to make money. All he needed was to take out his gambling ledger and check to see what gambling opportunities were available for him to use. He also filled in the 11 entries from the future. Because his mind was more powerful than it was when he was an ordinary mortal, he can remember everything well, including the dates, location, and time. After he filled in the future gambling opportunities, he hid the book. Then he left for the market. Making money was easy for him. In fact, if he wanted to, he could bankrupt a gambling house. Unfortunately, he mustn't do something like that, or the Rain family will come to deal with him in the dead of the night. He is at rank 2, so he is no longer afraid of Simon, Slav's immediate older brother. But even if he manages to defeat or even kill Simon, it won't be the end of his troubles. In fact, his troubles will only increase if he kills one of the Rain brothers. So, unless he can handle their rank 4 father, he should try to avoid trouble from them as much as possible. Another handicap that he had to deal with was the fact that he couldn't upgrade all of the branch Metacs of the 3 pathways for fear of drawing too much attention to himself. It is certain that he is being watched and his every expense scrutinized. So for now, he can only upgrade the branch metax of the forging pathway. Even upgrading this single pathway while knowing that doing so in the initiation program means that his enemies will know all the branch metax he is using in this pathway is an uncomfortable feeling for him. His options to avoid being easily countered by enemies are to either wait one more month until he reaches the city to upgrade his metax or buy a bunch of useless metax together with the ones he needs so that he can mask the metax that he truly uses. He wasn't willing to wait to upgrade his metax and begin working on overloading them, so he chose the second option, which is to buy a bunch of useless metax together with the metax that he needs. However, no matter how cautious he was, he couldn't hide the fact that he had advanced to rank 2. If those watching him didn't know that he had advanced when he bought rank 2 branch metax, they surely knew when he bought rank 2 Cloudy Dates metax. The Cloudy Dates metax are used to increase cultivation. The fact that he bought them could only mean that he had advanced to rank 2 or had a rank 2 friend that he was helping out. They would rather believe the former, no matter how unlikely it was. The rank 2 ones cost 5,000 energy stones each. He bought 3 of them to raise the cultivation of 1 energy chamber from an energy density of 5 to 6, 7, and finally to 8. He is only planning to raise the cultivation of 1 energy chamber in order to lie low and not attract unwanted scrutiny and attention from the Rain family. But this didn't do him much good. The Rain family still noticed what he was doing. After he bought the rank 2 branch metax and the rank 2 Cloudy Dates that he needed, he stopped at a familiar place for one last thing. This place was right in front of a mechanical construct that had a large cylindrical barrel as a torso and possessed 4 mechanical limbs. Tommy saw Loki checking out his mech, so he came out of his shop with a smile on his face and said, "Do you like what you see?" Loki nodded in reply and said, "I do. It is 2,000 energy stones, right?" Tommy's face fell when he heard that price. Not only was the price too low, but the fact that Loki was interested in it meant that the two of them were competitors. But he continued to smile as he said, "You're mistaken. It is 4,000 energy stones." Loki looked at him with a raised eyebrow and asked, saying, "Is that so?" Then he chuckled and said, "Silly me. I thought it was going to cost 3,000 energy stones at most. Looks like I was terribly mistaken." He knew that the price was supposed to be 3,000 energy stones. He had only called out 2,000 energy stones in order to irritate Tommy. But he didn't expect Tommy to be more shameless than he was. So after chuckling, he narrowed his eyes at Tommy and said, "I hope you don't mind the price I offered, seeing as it might make it look like I want to cheat you. After all, I have never heard of a rank 2 artifact that costs 4,000 energy stones." He said that he had never heard of a rank 2 artifact that costs 4,000 energy stones, but what he was really implying that Tommy was the liar and cheater between the two of them because rank 2 artifacts shouldn't be that expensive. Anyone else that was accused of making up prices might back down, but not Tommy. To expect Tommy to admit that he was lying was to underestimate Tommy's shamelessness. Tommy refused to back down despite being called out. Instead of losing out like that, he shook his head and said with a gentle tone, "It is all right. After all, it is normal for you to be ignorant." Loki rolled his eyes at the shameless cheater, but he didn't argue with him. Instead of wasting time on doing something futile, he decided to change the subject to something more worthwhile. So he said, "I'm not interested in it either way. What I want is a rank 2 exoskeleton armor." Tommy wanted to cheat him again, but since an exoskeleton armor is cheaper than a combat armor, and since he already called out 4,000 energy stones for the combat armor, he couldn't say that the exoskeleton armor would cost 4,000 energy stones or more. So it was with great pain that he said, "It will cost you 3,000 energy stones." Loki shook his head and said, "That's not good enough. What I want to pay is 1,000 energy stones." The low price that he offered made Tommy chuckle dryly and say, "That's too low. Even a rank 1 exoskeleton armor will be more expensive than that. Or are you saying my products are subpar and should be worth less?" It was clear that he thought Loki was joking, and he wasn't amused by the joke. But Loki took things even further than that. Loki sneered as he asked him, saying, "So what if a rank 1 exoskeleton armor is more expensive than 1,000 energy stones? If you can lie through your teeth about the prices of things, why shouldn't I?" This time, it was clear that he wasn't joking around. So Tommy frowned and said, "This is haggling, not cheating. You don't need to resort to insults to get your way. It won't lead you anywhere." In response, Loki folded his arms across his chest and said, "I wouldn't have to resort to insults if you were not a cheater. Besides, I didn't insult you. No matter how insulting what I said was, it was the truth. So what you need to do is treat me with sincerity, and I won't say any more insulting words. Treat me with respect, and I will treat you with respect." Tommy stared at him for a long while. During that time, his mind was grappling with his options. So inwardly, he was undecided, but outwardly, he looked imposing and intimidating. After 16 seconds of staring, thinking, and waiting for Loki to back down, all to no avail, he came to a decision. This decision made him smile and say, "Fine, 2,500 energy stones. That's my sincerity." Loki nodded in satisfaction. Then he counted out 2,500 energy stones and passed them to Tommy. Tommy quickly collected them and kept them in a pouch. As he was doing this, he saw Loki activate Metax that encased him in a gleaming plate armor. He also saw a towel shield and a claymore appear in each of Loki's hands. This sight made him step back in fright and say, "What are you doing?" Loki replied with a deep voice that had been muffled by his helmet, saying, "I'm waiting for you to cheat me." In this timeline, he has never had dealings with Tommy. But he is very experienced with Tommy, so he was ready to be ripped off. In fact, he was looking forward to it. This was why he was already gearing up for battle. If Tommy dares to cheat him now, he will have a justified reason to attack and kill Tommy. Then he will be able to devour his energy well and use it to raise the cultivation of one of his energy chambers, similar to how he devours Cloudy Date Metax. So it will be a good thing if Tommy decides to rip him off. It is all because he is strong now and can do something about being cheated with his power. Unfortunately for him, he appeared to be too eager for battle. This made Tommy uncertain about his chances of winning if he fought Loki. There was also the fact that the mech is half of his combat strength. Without it, he won't be able to fight at his full strength. Since he wasn't inside the mech currently, it would be a bad idea to fight a confident enemy. So he laughed nervously and said, "Surely you jest, fellow cultivator. I don't cheat people here. This is a reputable business." As he said these words, he quickly went through his shop and brought out the exoskeleton armor. Then he handed it over to Loki as if he were in a rush. When he was done, he asked with a fake smile on his punchable face, "What else can I do for you?" Loki didn't reply immediately. The first thing he did was to look at the exoskeleton in his hand and channeled his internal energy through it to make sure that there were no faults with it. If it wasn't clear before, it was clear now that he didn't trust Tommy at all. Despite this being the case, Tommy continued to maintain his fake smile as if he didn't notice what Loki was doing. After Loki was done, he mused out loud, saying, "Interesting. I didn't use a contract, yet you gave me exactly what I paid for without any tricks. Makes me wonder if you've done something to the armor that I can notice. If that is the case, then I can only say that I admire you." Loki said he would be impressed, but Tommy shook his head and said vehemently, "I never cheat people. I always give people what they pay for. You can ask anyone, and they will tell you that I'm trustworthy." Loki snorted, but didn't press the issue. He changed the subject as he asked Tommy, saying, "How much will it cost to learn how to make something like this?" This time, Tommy couldn't continue to smile. His face fell as he said, "Over my dead body." Loki tooted in reproach and said, "You're not a child anymore, so you should know that we have to be careful with what we wish for. You never know, you might just get what you wish for." He was threatening Tommy, but Tommy didn't back down. He said, "I can't tell you even if I want to. The knowledge of forging armor is a secret skill of my society. I will be killed if I were to tell you." Then he stopped talking and paused to think. After thinking for 3 seconds, he said with some hesitation, "But if you were to join my society, I'm sure that something can be done. What say you?" In response, Loki smiled and said, "That's easy. How can I join your society?" He thought that Loki would back down because Loki looked knowledgeable and should know that joining a society is an opportunity that is bought with something more precious than money. But Loki didn't seem to know about the cost or knew but didn't care. This made him confused for a while, but it didn't delay his plan to rip Loki off. He quickly smiled and said, "It is very easy to join. You just need to sign a contract with the leader of the sect. Everyone from the forging pathway is allowed to join. So someone as talented as you will be welcomed with open arms." Loki nodded in satisfaction before saying, "When can I join?" Tommy replied quickly, "As soon as you finish the initiation program." Loki said, "Okay, I can wait 1 month. But you have to tell your leader that I can only join if they can protect me from the Rain family." Tommy became solemn at the mention of the Rain family. In order to make sure that there was no misunderstanding, he asked, saying, "Which Rain family?" Loki replied with a shrug. "Which other Rain family is there? Of course, I'm talking about the ones from the Viking Blade Society." At this point, Tommy had begun to sweat. He realized that he might have walked into something he couldn't handle. So he said to Loki, "I will have to check with my leader first. I hope you don't mind." Loki asked in confusion, "Why would I mind? Wasn't I the one who asked you to tell your leader about the Rain family?" Tommy remembered, so he said, "That's true." Loki had finished his business with Tommy. So he said, "Thank you for your service. Goodbye." Then he turned and left with what he bought. As he left, there was a spring in his legs. This was because he enjoyed forcing Tommy to behave. He has killed Tommy many times in the past. But the feeling of killing Tommy is not as pleasant as the feeling of dominating Tommy in their transaction, especially since he has killed Tommy one too many times and made it boring. As for Tommy, he had narrowed his eyes as he watched Loki go. His mind was also churning with various schemes to take advantage of Loki. But no matter what he schemed, he decided that he wouldn't touch Loki until the leader of his society approved of Loki joining the society. Only with the protection of his wicked leader does he dare to touch someone that the Rain family has their eyes on. On the other side, Loki was checking out his newly acquired exoskeleton armor. This armor is a type of scale armor, but it has bands of rigid elastic muscles beneath its surface that will clamp onto his body like a vice. Armors like this exoskeleton armor and combat armor like mechs are similar in defense and durability to the armor that he can create with the liquid metal mech. But they have their differences, advantages, and disadvantages. The main advantage of the liquid metal armor is that it is quick to wear and use. Another advantage is that it can heal damage to itself by consuming its internal energy and some metals, so it is very easy to maintain. The last advantage of the liquid metal armor is that since it is a mech, he can carry it around easily, and it will always be nearby for him to use. But its main disadvantage is also based on this fact. Since the liquid metal armor is a mech, it requires internal energy to deploy and more internal energy to maintain. This makes it cheaper in terms of upfront cost, but it is very expensive in terms of energy usage. On the other hand, an exoskeleton or mech is a permanent artifact. This makes them more expensive to buy, but it means that one won't need internal energy to deploy and use them. But their advantages don't end there. Both exoskeleton and combat armor enhance the power of their wielder. This is something that the liquid metal mech can't do. The liquid metal mech will create a weapon for the user. Then the user will have to bear the burden of using that weapon. So if the user is not strong enough, the artifact created by the liquid metal mech will be a useless burden. But that is not the case for the exoskeleton armor or the combat armor. Both the exoskeleton armor and the combat armor actually strengthen their host. Instead of being a burden, they make their user stronger. This advantage is why they become a part of the power output equation, which is cultivation rank times stat times mech times skill/overload. It is also why he chose to buy one of them even though he already had the liquid metal mech. In the power output equation of cultivation rank times stat times mech times skill/overload, the exoskeleton armor counts as part of the stat subgroup. The combat armor also counts as part of the stat subgroup. But unlike the exoskeleton armor, it requires energy to operate, which makes it costly to use. The good news is that the energy that combat armor needs can be substituted by an external source of energy in the form of energy stones. However, the combat armor is still used by many forgers despite its expensive energy usage because it has the advantage of replacing the power of the body altogether. So instead of counting as part of the body, it will actually substitute for the whole body. This way, a forger with a weak body will be able to output a great amount of power through the combat armor. There is also the fact that combat armors possess heavy weapons like cannons, other types of artillery guns, which are things that the exoskeleton doesn't have. So it is not certain which is better between exoskeleton armor and combat armor. Loki doesn't lack the money to use the combat armor, but he didn't buy it because it is large, cumbersome, and difficult to use. Actually, both the exoskeleton armor and the combat armor require time to put on and use. So if he is caught off guard by an enemy, he won't be able to use it. But it is easier to wear the exoskeleton armor and carry it around compared to the large mech. This difficulty in using and carrying them around, plus their expensive nature, and the difficulty in maintaining and repairing damages to them are the main disadvantages of the exoskeleton and combat armor. But the power that they will provide and their reduced energy footprint make up for the disadvantages. However, this doesn't mean that he will give up on using the liquid metal metax. He won't be giving up on them anytime soon because he still needs them for emergencies and because he will need them to create his weapons. He had this on his mind as he returned home. He was thinking about that and the Rain family's reaction to his spending spree today. The first thing he did when he got home was to wear the exoskeleton armor. This was partly to test it and make sure that Tommy didn't really fleece him. But it was mostly to prepare for any accidents that might happen in the night. Just as he feared, Simon came to visit him that night. What's worse is that Simon didn't come alone. He came with a snake wrapped around his neck. When Loki sensed them coming, he shook his head and said, "All of these just for me? Let me see if it is going to be worth it." He doesn't want to fight the Rain family. This is clear by his being cautious and lying low. But if he has no choice but to fight, then he doesn't mind giving it a shot. So he decided to lie low, waiting for Simon to enter his house before ambushing him. As he waited, he activated a liquid metal metac and used it to create a claymore. Then he held the claymore with both hands. He also activated the living armament metac and the body lever metac. These two enhanced the power of his body together with the telekinesis metac. Finally, he activated the double mind metac and the sword heart metac. The double mind metac was to ensure that he could use both the telekinesis metac and the telepathy metac, while the sword heart metac was to enhance the power of his sword. All in all, he was using 6 metacs. He hasn't gone all out yet, but he is close to it. As usual, Simon entered his house by breaking in through the window. Simon was familiar with the layout of this kind of building, so he went straight towards the bedroom. However, he had just taken a step when he stopped. He stopped to listen to what the snake around his neck was saying. After hearing what the snake had to say, he curled his lips and said, "So you're awake? Were you expecting me? Why don't you come out so that we can chat?" As Simon spoke, he looked in the direction where Loki was hiding. Since he was already exposed, Loki decided to take action. Instead of talking, he rushed towards Simon and swung the claymore at him with both of his hands. Unfortunately, Simon wasn't caught off guard because the snake hissed at him in warning. So Simon was able to jump back just in time to avoid the sword. He was able to avoid the first attack, but he couldn't avoid the second swing that Loki did by rotating his body and bringing the claymore around for another swing when the first one missed. The problem was that Simon couldn't see him very well because it was nighttime and it was dark everywhere. Only the snake could see Loki. But Loki didn't seem to have the same problems that a human should have in the dark. Thanks to the tracking ability of Fenrir, he was always able to see Simon and keep track of his movements. This was why Loki was able to make informed attacks on Simon's position. As for why his movement with the sword was so smooth and seamless, it was all thanks to the sword heart metac. Simon couldn't dodge the second attack, so the snake had to intervene to prevent him from being cut into 2 from head to toe. The snake blocked the sword with its tail, and as the claymore clashed with the tail, something unexpected happened. His physical power was at 2, telekinesis metak, times 0.7, body, plus 2, exoskeleton, times 2, body lever, plus 2, living armament, times 110% overdrive, which is at 23.76 units. But thanks to the enhancement of the Sword Heart metak, the power of his attack shot through the roof by becoming 2, telekinesis metak plus 2, Sword Heart, times 0.7, body, plus 2, exoskeleton, plus 5, Dao Heart, times 2, body lever, plus 2, living armament, times 110%, overdrive, which is at 135.52 units. Just because of a single Sword Heart metak, his power exploded by more than 10 times. This is absolutely abnormal. Even a bona fide sword cultivator won't be able to achieve something like this at his level. He can achieve it because he is using the core metaks of 2 pathways together to elevate the power of his cultivator. He can do this because all 4 core metaks have fused with him, so only someone like him can achieve it. On the other side, the power of the snake was 2, status, times 3, cultivation level, times 3, body, times 2, beast enhancement, times 200% overdrive, which is 72 units. The snake is a rank 3 beast. That's why the power of its cultivation and the power of its body were at level 3. As for the enhancement of the level 2 status, the rank 2 beast enhancement metak, and the 200% overdrive, they all came from Simon. Simon is a beast tamer, a kind of enslavement path cultivator. This is why he brought a snake to a sword fight and why he can enhance the power of the snake. So the power of the snake was the combination of the snake and that of its master. Simon wasn't giving it his all, but he expected that this should be enough to defeat Loki and bring him down. He would have been right to think this if Loki had one pathway. After all, Loki is supposed to be a new rank 2 cultivator. Even a veteran rank 2 cultivator like Jim could only produce an attack of 16 units. With an attack that was 3 times greater than that of his peers, Simon was sure of victory. But Loki was an abnormality, so what happened was that the claymore cut through the snake's tail as if the snake's tail wasn't there. Simon couldn't see what was going on, but he heard the hiss of pain from the snake. This shocked him to the core, but he had to move immediately because the snake was saying, "Run. Too dangerous." He was surprised, but he still decided to listen to the snake. So he turned around and ran immediately. He also slapped his beast pouch and released a wolf. Then he jumped onto the wolf as he shouted at it, saying, "Run! Run now!" The wolf began to gallop, but Loki wasn't willing to let him go. Loki attacked again. He used the same movement where he turned around like a top and brought the claymore swinging for another round. He was like a whirlwind, determined to shred everything in his way. So his claymore quickly arrived behind Simon's head. This forced the snake around his neck to defend again. But this time, the snake used one rank 3 metak to improve its strength and another one to improve its defensive power. So its power became 2, status, times 3, cultivation level, times 3, body, times 2, beast enhancement, plus 3, python strength, plus 3, python scales, times 200% overdrive, which is 288 units. With this kind of power, the snake was finally able to block his sword. Instead of his sword slicing through what was left of the snake's tail, the two of them clashed, and sparks flew through the darkness of the night. Loki was able to recover from the failed attack and rebound for another attack. In fact, he was confident in winning as long as he could tie down Simon because the siphon ability had already taken effect. Unfortunately for him, things didn't go his way. As strong as his offensive power was, his physical power wasn't that impressive. Of course, a physical power of 23.76 units is impressive compared to someone like Jim. But compared to a rank 3 wolf who had the support of a beast master with a status, Loki's physical might wasn't that impressive. Because of that failed attack, Simon was able to get onto the wolf. Once he did, Loki lost all hope of catching him. So Loki used a mental attack on Simon while he still could. His mental attack smashed into Simon's mind with the power of 48 units. But Simon had a mental defense of 2, status, times 2, cultivation level, times 2, soul, times 3, beast soul, times 3, Dao heart, which is 72 units, so the attack didn't work on him at all. If he didn't have a status of level 2, even if he was using the rank 3 beast soul metak to protect his mind, Loki's attack should have crippled him. Unfortunately for Loki, Simon is even worse than Slav in being privileged. After his last-ditch attack failed, Loki decided to give up. So Simon was able to escape without further interruptions. Simon's heart was in turmoil as he escaped. He couldn't believe what had happened. What he just experienced made him scream inwardly. There has to be a conspiracy here. They knew I was coming, and they chose to use Loki as bait for me. He doesn't believe that the person he just fought was Loki. The power that Loki displayed was just too powerful for him to be a new rank 2 cultivator without a status. So Simon was sure that someone else had taken Loki's place and had been lying in wait for him to come. Not only that, but Simon was also sure that he had been attacked by 2 people. This was because he had felt the mental attack. Since the person wielding the sword was a physical warrior, the person who attacked him with the mental attack had to be another Mindhunter who was hiding somewhere nearby. So by his estimate, there were at least 2 enemies besieging him, of which none of them was Loki. The worst part of this ambush was that the snake hadn't noticed the presence of the second person. So there might as well be a third and a fourth person hiding nearby, ready to jump out at him at any time. With all of these on his mind, he didn't dare to delay at all. He urged the rank 3 wolf beneath him to run with all of its might while he glanced around warily for an ambush. Simon's heart was filled with fear, while Loki's heart was full of regret. Both of them had something that they were concerned about and used different ways to resolve their concerns. The Rain family was concerned about a conspiracy and a plan by their enemies to eliminate them. Because of this, Slav left the initiation program and went home. On the other side, Loki had been concerned about the attack of the Rain family, which was why he didn't earn as much money as possible and buy all the cloudy dates that he needed. But now that the Rain family had attacked him, he had no more reasons to be careful. He was sure that the Rain family would retaliate in the future. Since there was nothing he could do to change that, he decided not to bother being careful. So he let loose. He went to the various gambling houses and earned as much money as he could. He also splurged and bought the extra 9 rank 2 cloudy date metak that he needed. He didn't care what his enemies would think at all. He was being flashy, so the Rain family was able to notice everything that he was doing. But this only confirmed what they thought was going on. They thought that Loki had hidden allies. After all, why would he buy cloudy date metak enough to help 3 rank 2 cultivators advance from the early stage of rank 2 to the peak stage of rank 2 after he bought 3 rank 2 cloudy date metaks for himself just yesterday? The 9 rank 2 cloudy date metaks that he bought today might not even be for only 3 rank 2 cultivators. They can also be for 9 different rank 2 cultivators, with each taking 1. So Loki might have 3 and up to 9 rank 2 unknown helpers. Rank 2 cultivators are nothing for the Rain family to deal with. But the fact that they don't know these helpers is something that they have to take seriously and with utmost caution. Their concerns made them hold back from doing anything to Loki in the meantime. They wanted to watch and see who it was that was helping Loki. This concern meant that Loki wasn't disturbed for the rest of the initiation program. Muni also didn't disturb him when he didn't pay attention in class and when he didn't come to class at all. After all, he had reached rank 2. This was proof that he didn't need to attend class like everyone else. There are 4 requirements to advance to rank 2. The first is a Dao heart of level 2. The second is cultivating one's energy well to the peak of rank 1. The third is possessing a skilled energy manipulation of 100%. The last requirement is to advance the core metak to rank 2. Of these 4 requirements, advancing the core metak to rank 2 can be the easiest as long as the recipe for advancing the core metak is known and the materials for advancing it are available. If these 2 conditions aren't met, then advancing the core metak can be the most difficult requirement to fulfill. However, possessing a skilled energy manipulation of 100%, which is 100% energy saturation of a metak in 1 second, is very difficult to achieve. This is something with no shortcuts. Only grueling hard work and talent can achieve this. Even the talented Slav hasn't been able to achieve a skill level of 100%. So the fact that Loki could achieve this meant that Muni had no right to criticize Loki for being lazy. When the last week of the initiation program arrived, Muni called everyone over and told them about the upcoming competition. He also waxed eloquently about the importance of societies. During his speech, he only mentioned great things about societies. Not once did he mention the possibility of members of societies being used as raw materials by the leaders of the societies. Loki didn't call out Muni's hypocrisy because he had nothing to gain from it. Besides, Muni hadn't lied. Joining a society is still the best way for normal cultivators to quickly pay off their awakening debt and become true disciples of the sect. After the speech, everyone dispersed and went their separate ways. As usual, they began talking about who could win the competition. But this time, everyone agreed that Loki would win it. In the past, they thought that Loki had the highest chance of winning, but now they thought that it was impossible for Loki not to be the final winner of the competition, and were even willing to bet on it. This was how confident they were in Loki's power. Their confidence in him didn't come because he was able to fight Simon to the extent that Simon ran for his dear life. No one thought that he did that. They were just confident in him because he was now a rank 2 cultivator, and it was common sense for rank 2 cultivators to bully rank 1 cultivators. They didn't know what he was capable of, yet they were confident in his victory. So there was no way that Loki, who knew what he was capable of and who knew that he could win the competition at rank 1, couldn't be confident in his victory. Even if his competitors were other rank 2 cultivators like him, he was still sure of winning as long as they were not as unreasonable as Simon, who had rank 3 pets even though he was only at rank 2. One quick look at his status through the power identification ability would reveal his source of confidence. Age: 22 years 7 months / 77 years 9 months. Race: human. Energy quantity: 9,856 plus 9,856 plus 9,856 plus 9,856 is equal to 39,424. Energy density: 8, 8, 8, 8. Energy rank 2. Body: 0.7 to 2.0. Soul: 2.0. Mind: 2.0. Will: 5. Skill: 100% to 150%. Fenrir: divine power identification. Tracking: seal. Devouring: siphon. Rewind: sword heart. Telepathy: telekinesis. Branch Metek, rank 1. Mind Hunter pathway: Mind Stab 2. Mind Shield 2. Hypnotize 2. Double Mind 2. Triple Mind 3. Concentration 2. 2. Forging pathway: Liquid Metal 2. Body Lever 2. Living Armament 2. Gatling Gun 2. Knife Box 2. Copper Body 1. Iron Body 2. 3. Sword pathway: Sword Break 2. Sword Edge 2. Sword Dance 2. Sword Steps 2. Hidden Sword 2. Compared to 1 month ago when he just reversed time, he has undergone a few changes. The most significant of those changes is the upgrade of the power of his body from 0.7 units to 2.0 units. The second most important change is the advancement of his cultivation to the peak of rank 2 and the increase to his energy density from level 5 to level 8. This means that he can now hold as much as 128 times internal energy for each unit of capacity of his energy chambers. This is why his total internal energy increased from 4928 units to 39,424 units. It is an 8 times increase from the early stage of rank 2 to the peak stage of rank 2. The third most important change to his state is the increase in his skill level from 100% to 150%. The extra 50% is the benefit of overloading, while the fact that he was able to achieve this much overloading in 1 month is all thanks to his numerous energy threads. Many people spend a decade raising their energy manipulation skill from 100% to 200%. Even the talented ones spend at least 5 years, as seen in the case of Simon of the Rain family. Some people can't even overload metax for fear of destroying their energy threads and crippling themselves, as seen in the case of Jim. But he was able to achieve an overload of 10% in one day and an overload of 50% in 1 month of training. At this rate, even if there are diminishing returns in his training, he should be able to achieve 100% overloading in 6 months and a maximum of 1 year. This means that in at most 1 year, his skill level will reach 200%. This is unprecedented, to say the least. The fourth change that he has undergone in this 1 month of training is that he successfully upgraded all of his branch metacs to rank 2. He even managed to get the rank 3 triple mind metac so that he will be able to split his mind into 3 and control his metacs better. As for the final change that he has undergone, it has to do with the hidden sword metac. He acquired this metac just to hide his cultivation level and the situation of his energy threads from prying eyes. With the rank 2 hidden sword metac activated in his energy well, only someone much stronger than him or someone who possesses a metac that can nullify the effect of the hidden sword metac will be able to tell the exact situation of his energy well. But the hidden sword metac also has another effect, being that it hides killing intent and blurs the shape of the sword so that the sword won't be perceived clearly, which would make defending against the sword even more difficult. Actually, this other effect of the hidden sword metac is the main reason people acquire the hidden sword metac. Sword cultivators get the hidden sword metac to make themselves more deadly and difficult to deal with, not to hide their cultivation level. Only people like Loki who have a lot to hide get the hidden sword metac to hide their cultivation level and the state of their energy well. However, he didn't hide the fact that he was already rank 2 because that would make it obvious that he was hiding something. No one would believe him if he said that he was just rank 1 because many people had noticed his cultivation level before he acquired the hidden sword metac. So he only used the hidden sword metac to hide everything else about his energy well while showing a cultivation of rank 2 outwardly. All in all, he is very satisfied with his situation. But that didn't mean he was going to relax. As soon as he got home, he began practicing his energy manipulation so that he could raise the overload as high as possible as fast as possible. He was eager for success because he had heard that the energy manipulation skill could reach 500% thanks to overloading. This is a lofty goal that many people don't dare to hope for, and even those who dare to aim for it only believe that they would need to reach rank 4 or rank 5 before they can achieve it. People like Muni can only reach a skill level of 400% because that is the limit of their potential. In fact, Muni wouldn't have the chance to reach this if his potential were still stuck at 45 points. So, if he hadn't spent everything he had to raise his talent by 5 more points, he would have been stuck at a maximum energy manipulation skill of 300%. This is why so many cultivators are scrambling to raise their talent. At some point, hard work just stops being effective. Their poor talent will be what's holding them back and making them weaker than their peers. But he doesn't have any need to be worried about lacking talent. With his level of talent, he might even be able to reach beyond 500% energy manipulation skill. He is eager to see if this is possible. As it stands, there is only one way for him to confirm if he truly reached beyond 500%. That way is to practice and practice. He went home with the intention of practicing without resting. This is why he bothered to get the rank 2 version of the concentration metac. When he was not practicing his energy manipulation skill, he was refining his Tao heart. After all, the strength of a cultivator's willpower is a very important factor that will determine how well they control their metacs and internal energy. His high Tao heart is already paying handsome dividends by making his practice of energy manipulation very fruitful. But he wants more and faster practice speed. 7 days went by like this. Then the final day of the initiation program arrived. The competition was to be held on this day. Since Slav wasn't participating, and since Loki already made a deal with Tommy's Forging Society, the Rusty Bolt Society, Loki decided to participate in the competition. Because of his exposed cultivation, no one competed with Loki. They all gave up when they encountered him in the arena, the way they gave up for Slav. The difference between that situation and Loki's was that Slav had made them give up by coercing them with money and his family background, while Loki only used his superior cultivation to make them surrender. Loki enjoyed this feeling of making everyone run at the sight of his august countenance. But he didn't let the intoxicating feeling of power cloud his mind. He still made sure to perform for the Rusty Bolt Society. Every time he won a match without fighting, he would say, My victory is all due to the support of the Rusty Bolt Society. If you're a forger and you want to learn how to craft powerful exoskeleton armor like mine, you should join the Rusty Bolt Society. You won't regret it. He was lying, of course. Not only did the Rusty Bolt Society not support him, but he is also sure that it is most likely that anyone who joins the Rusty Bolt Society will regret it. But he had to say these lies because it was the condition that the leader of the Rusty Bolt Society, Rusty, gave him to join their society and learn their technique. Besides being allowed to join the Rusty Bolt Society, he was also told that the more people he recruits for the society, the better his treatment would be. So he didn't mind spewing these lies. Of course, what he was saying and what he was doing was offensive to many people. Many leaders took offense at his antics and glared at Rusty. After all, what Loki was doing was similar to what Slav was doing. They were very angry that one of them was playing dirty. But they didn't get angry at Loki, though. This was because they viewed him as one of the raw materials that Rusty was recruiting. Loki is certainly special. But to them, he is at most a special raw material. The fact that he was already at rank 2 made them acknowledge his talent, but it also made them more jealous and angry with Rusty. The Viking Blade Society was also in attendance. Even Slav was also there, sitting among them. All 5 of them saw Loki praise the Rusty Bolt Society and thought that it was Rusty who was scheming against them. Skarg didn't say anything to criticize Rusty, though. He also didn't bother to ask why Rusty was moving against them. That would mean that he expects Rusty to speak the truth, which is something only a naive person would think. As angry as he was that his son was nearly killed, Skarg was very calm. This is a personality trait of disciples of the Four Directions sect. It is all because of the sky-raising Dao heart-refining technique. Instead of lashing out and jumping on the bandwagon, criticizing Rusty for cheating in the recruitment process, he kept his cool and continued to watch as if none of what was going on concerned him. But Death Envoy didn't hold back at all. The zombie puppet she was controlling was very vocal about her dissatisfaction with what Rusty was doing. What she hated the most was that she couldn't get Loki. But she also hated the fact that Loki was making every forger inclined to join the Rusty Bolt Society. Forgers have strong bodies that death cultivators like her like to convert into zombie puppets. So, even though it didn't show in the zombie's stiff face, she was very angry with the development of the situation. While the leaders were arguing amongst themselves, the competition continued below them. Loki won every match without a fight until he met Craig in the finals. Craig, the only swordman among them, refused to give up without a fight. He was defeated, of course, and easily too, but his willingness to fight impressed Bloodhound, who offered him a place in his society. Despite the slight hiccup from Craig, Loki still won the competition by a landslide. Then the process of joining a society and becoming a disciple of the Four Directions sect began in earnest. Because of Loki, 6 out of the 8 forgers among them joined the Rusty Bolt Society. They joined under Loki while Loki joined Tommy. According to the rules of society, this means that Loki will earn 10% of all that they earn using the forging technique, while Tommy will earn 10% of everything that Loki earns through the forging technique. They even signed a contract in its effect. When Loki saw this term in the contract, he said to himself, "This can't be a good sign." He knew that something fishy was going on since the society appeared to be a pyramid scheme. But he didn't care about this at all, so he didn't complain. His main goal for joining the Rusty Bolt Society is to acquire their forging technique, and he is willing to do anything, including selling his soul, to acquire that forging technique. So something like a pyramid scheme couldn't scare him. Because he didn't complain about this suspicious term, the other 6 also didn't complain. They didn't know much about pyramid schemes and only thought this was some quirky master and apprehensive agreement. What gave them pause was the term that said that they had to earn a minimum amount of energy stones through the forging technique per month, 1 year after they joined the society, failure of which means that they will owe the society the amount they failed to earn, and the sect will be free to use any method to get the money. But Tommy smiled and said to them, "This term was placed there to prevent lazy people from joining the society, learning our techniques, but refusing to use it to help the society become better." Tommy's smile and calm explanation set their minds at peace. Only Loki, who knew that leaders of societies can turn them into raw materials, thought that this term was to turn them into slaves for the society indirectly. The other 6 didn't know how bad things were out in the real world, so they didn't think they had anything to worry about after Tommy explained it to them like that. They were sure that they weren't lazy, so they didn't think they would have any problems meeting this quota. His suspicions were confirmed when he didn't see any way to leave the society among the list of terms and conditions. This meant that once they join the sect, they will have to earn a certain amount of money for the society every month for the rest of their lives, of which 10% of what everyone earns will go to the leader of the society, who is sitting comfortably at the top of the pyramid. On the plus side, the technique is free to learn once they join the society, and they will be taught the techniques starting from the day they join the society. Tommy made sure to point this out many times. He also said, "You also get 1 year of practice to master the technique. Where can you get such generous terms?" Inwardly, Loki scoffed and said, "And they berated Skarg and Slav in my past life for tricking people into slavery. How is this any different?" He didn't complain, though. He behaved like an obedient fool and signed the contract, which brought a large smile to Tommy's face. Tommy was so happy that he shook his hand vigorously as he said, "Welcome to the Rusty Bolt Society. From today onwards, we are brothers." He even opened up to Loki, saying, "When I first met you, I didn't like you. But now that you've joined my society, I feel that I was lucky to encounter you." Loki's eye twitched, and rude words tugged at his lips in a bid to escape into the world. But he controlled himself and smiled at Tommy as he said, "When I first met you, I thought you were a hardcore liar who would use any opportunity to cheat me. But now that I've joined the Rusty Bolt Society, I'm sure that I was mistaken." His words were so heartfelt that even the ever-shameless Tommy felt uncomfortable keeping up the charade. Of course, he had cheated Loki, so Loki was right to think that he was a hardcore liar who would always find a way to cheat. This made him want to instinctively lie and say that he never cheats, but he didn't do that, as that might expose that he had a guilty conscience. Instead, he smiled at Loki and said, "Surely you jest." He had a phone smile on his face while inwardly, he thought to himself, "Just you wait, kid. Wait for the weight of the world to come crashing down on you. Let's see how you can be smug then." Then he changed the subject and said, "Let's go and register you as members of the sect. It is heat that we get through everything as soon as possible." Loki followed his lead and went to the registration center. He quickly filled out the form he needed to fill out, received the signature of the vice leader of the society signed, and then submitted his form. Then the sect gave him the unique mark that had been attached to his existence and would remain through death. The other 6 also did this. This certified them as permanent members of the Four Directions sect. Then the weight of the harshness of the world came crashing down. The reality of the harshness of the world came crashing down when they saw that they owed the sect 100,000 energy stones and had to pay the sect 1,000 energy stones every month until all the 100,000 energy stones were repaid. Not only did the arrangement of the debt payment plan make it difficult for them to save up to pay back the debt, but it also meant that if they delayed for too long, it was possible for them to pay more than 5 times the 100,000 energy stones. This arrangement made it so that the minimum amount that they would have to pay is 100,000, and this would only be the case if they pay the debt before the end of the first month of joining the sect. If they wait up to 10 years to finish paying the debt, they would need to pay an extra 120,000 energy stones in interest. And if they waited up to 50 years before they finish paying the debt, they would need to pay 600,000 energy stones in interest alone. So the earlier they paid off the debt, the better. Of course, it was easy to come to this conclusion. Putting this conclusion into action and paying early is another matter that might be beyond their hands. While some of them were reeling about this, someone broke down beside them and began shouting, "How come I owe 421,000 energy stones? I just joined the sect. Where did the extra debt come from?" Another person looked bewildered as he said, "I too got an extra 134,000 energy stones in debt. Where did it come from?" Tommy saw this and shook his head in pity as he said, "It looks like fellow cultivators' previous lifetimes weren't so great. You'd better start earning money as soon as possible to pay off the interest, or the sect will come after you." For the first time, Tommy showed genuine emotion. His pity for the 2 men was genuine without a trace of deceit. Of course, This didn't mean that he wouldn't take advantage of the situation to fleece them. He planned to grant them what appears to be a lucrative opportunity, but it would only sink them into more debt. But before he did that, he explained to them the concept of lifetimes so that they would know where the extra debt was coming from. Tommy was their guide, so it was his job to help them settle down. For now, he appeared to be doing his job well. But Loki didn't buy it at all. He took everything Tommy said with a grain of salt and caution. However, the more Loki thought about the situation, the more he realized that he had more serious things to deal with than Tommy's shifty personality. He was worried about the afterlife debt system and how it could be exploited by the sect to enslave everyone in the sect. So, after Tommy was done explaining the concept of reincarnation to them, Loki asked him, saying, "How can we verify that we truly owe the sect the amount the sect says we owe? After all, we can't even remember that we had a last life." In response, Tommy shrugged and said, "There is no way to know. The sect won't even reveal the identity of our last life. The higher-ups of the sect said this was to protect us by severing the bad karma from our last life and preventing the enemies who killed us from finding us again for more retribution. I have to say that I agree with this. Imagine that your enemy in your last life is a rank 3 or even a rank 4 cultivator. If they know that you've reincarnated and rejoined the sect, I bet they will come rushing over to roast you to death again, and there will be nothing you can do to stop them. Besides, the accounting system of the sect isn't all that bad. They will also protect all the money that you earned in your last life and return it all to you free of charge. And the sect bank in charge of our accounts and debts has sworn to never cheat anyone. Because of all of these things, I can only blame you for not doing well in your last life. You didn't leave money, so you have only yourself to blame." This made Loki sigh and say, "At this rate, they might actually become slaves forever and ever." But then he chuckled and said, "On the plus side, this much debt on your neck will help you refine your Tao heart faster." His words made Tommy burst out laughing. The other 6 didn't have the heart to laugh, though. They all had a grim look on their faces. Only Tommy was in a good mood and could afford to laugh. As he laughed, he said, "You're right. They call it the sky-raising technique, but it should be called the debt-raising technique." Loki also laughed and said, "And they call it the 4 directions sect when they should call it the debt direction sect. You come for the power, but you leave with the debt." He made more puns about the terrible debt situation of the sect that made Tommy laugh and slap his thighs. The more he spoke, the more Tommy laughed. Eventually, Tommy begged him, saying, "No more, no more. Let's go, or we will really be crippled by debts." Loki chuckled because the words "crippled by debts" made him think of more funny things to say, but he kept quiet and did as Tommy said. As they were leaving the sect, Tommy said to him, "I'm surprised that you can remain so composed after learning of a sudden 100,000 energy stones awakening debt. Not many people can remain that composed when they are hit by unexpected debt." To this, Loki chuckled and said, "Someone else already told me about it, so I was mentally prepared." As he said this, he saw Jim walk away with a new member of the Deathclaw Society in tow. This reminded him of everything Jim had said to him, including what he said about how nothing in the world was free. The sight of Jim made him say inwardly to himself, "I wonder which is better, being raised to be used as raw materials for cultivation or being enslaved and used to produce wealth forever and ever in a pyramid scheme? Fortunately, there is a definite way to know. The person who gains a higher value when they die will be the one who paid the best price for joining a society." Tommy didn't know what he was thinking. He only heard what Loki said about being informed about the awakening debt beforehand, which made him confused about why Loki joined the Rusty Bolt Society. His reply made Tommy think to himself, "If you had someone experienced to tell you about the debt awakening, why didn't they tell you to avoid the Rusty Bolt Society, too? Or did they tell you to join the Rusty Bolt Society so that they will be protected from the Rain family? If that is true, then maybe it isn't exactly a bad idea to join us. After all, it is always better to earn money than to become beast food at the hands of the Rain family." This thought made Tommy chuckle to himself, but he quickly straightened his face and continued to guide the 7 newbies. He told them that the awakening debt was the great divide between inner disciples and outer disciples. He also told them about merit points and what they are used for. Loki had heard about most of the stuff that Tommy was saying, but there was something new that Jim hadn't mentioned in the previous timeline. Tommy said, "Merit points can't be sold or transferred between disciples, but I have heard that it can be converted into contribution points by using it to buy life insurance. If you buy life insurance, whoever kills you will have to pay a much higher price. That way, you can easily convert merit points into contribution points." Loki heard this and said, "If you ask me, I don't think such a conversion is worth it. I can't see how converting something so invaluable that it can't be bought into money is a good idea. Besides, I'm sure that whoever can earn merit points should be able to easily earn money. So I think converting merit points into contribution points is a waste." To this, Tommy said, "You make good points, but whether converting merit points into contribution points is a waste is dependent on the person and the situation. For example, the person might be in desperate need of contribution points. At that point, the value of merit points will be reduced for the person. They would rather have something that they can spend and use to quickly improve their strength than something that can't be traded for power. There is also the fact that life insurance will deter people from killing. Once they know that you will be very expensive to kill, they will think twice about killing you. If you ask me, that's also invaluable." Loki nodded and said in agreement, "You're right. I didn't think about it like that. Goes to show that I still have a lot to learn." His humble words made Tommy wonder if this was the same person who was ready to fight him to death just a month ago when they thought they were about to be cheated out of an exoskeleton. He was wondering if Loki was truly humble or was faking it. But he didn't say this because it didn't matter if Loki was truly humble or not. He was sure that Loki would become humble soon, so he smiled and said to Loki, "We all learn new things every day. No one is perfect." Then he continued his crash course in how to be a good disciple of the Four Directions sect. He spoke at length about a lot of things, but not once did he mention status and the elevation to the great Tao that they grant. Loki wasn't sure if this omission was a mistake or intentional on Tommy's part. It could be that Tommy himself didn't know about statuses, which Loki found to be unlikely. What he thought was more likely was that Tommy was hiding important information by not telling them about statuses. He suspected that this was really the case because, unlike Jim, Tommy didn't tell them the true situation of the Rusty Bolt sect and their identity as eternal slaves. Despite his suspicions, he didn't point them out. He didn't have any reason to be worried about Tommy's scheme, so his heart was relaxed despite the oddities. What he did was to keep quiet and listen. After all, the more attentive someone is, the easier it will be for them to learn. While discussing with them, Tommy took them all the way to the seventh ring. He took them to the very edge of the city because that's where their accommodation is. They arrived in front of a large building that had 3 floors, and each floor was as large as a football field. This was just what they could see from the front. The building appeared to be larger still because it extended over a large area of land. When they got there and saw this building, they also saw the slum around them. This made the 6 newbies become confused. They didn't say anything, but they were all wondering why they were staying at the poorest part of the city. Tommy knew what they were thinking, so he smiled and said, "It is not that our society is poor. It is just that our factory produces a lot of noise and smoke. So we were not allowed to set up closer to the city center." Loki heard this and snorted inwardly as he thought to himself, "The only thing that you said that is the truth is how the Rusty Bolt Society isn't poor. No one who uses the cheap labor of slaves can be poor." Tommy tried to ease their fear, but his sweet soothing words were less effective than usual because what he was saying wasn't making them feel better about what their eyes were seeing. And they were seeing pretty discouraging things. Apparently, the large building they went to wasn't actually their accommodation. It was the factory that they would work in for most of their lives. When they entered the factory, they saw a large central furnace at the center of the floor. They also saw tens of forgers hammering hot, glowing pieces of metal over large anvils. Everywhere they looked, people were working hard. There was no supervisor to ensure that people were spending their time on productive things. But everyone was still focused on working their hardest. Their accommodation was behind the factory. Tommy took them there after they toured the first floor. Each forger was assigned a single room. The room was larger than normal as it contained a small kitchen at the back, but it was only slightly bigger than one of the rooms in the two-room apartment that Loki was given in his previous life. Loki saw and curled his lips as he said to himself, I already knew to expect something bad when I learned that the place we live is at the place we work, but I'm still surprised that they went this far. Isn't land and space in this place dirt cheap? It would have been one thing for them to be given a small, cramped place to live in the fourth ring or even in the first ring. This would be understandable because things are very expensive there. But this is the seventh ring where space is supposed to be cheap. Yet, the leader of the Rusty Bolt Society still skimped out on the small amount of money needed to give them comfortable accommodations. At this point, there is no difference in their accommodations between those who joined a society and those who didn't. The only difference is that, as bad as their accommodation is, it is free. The 6 newbies also noticed this point. Unfortunately, it was too late to back out of the deal. The 6 of them became anxious for their future, but Loki continued to be carefree. He slept well that night as if nothing was wrong. Then he woke up early the following day and went to the factory to learn how to forge. He was very eager to learn how to forge, even though he was technically learning the technique for free and wouldn't pay any price because he only had 3 months to learn it. Other newbies like him will have 1 year to learn, after which they will have to start earning money for the Rusty Bolt Society. But since he doesn't plan to work for the society for his whole lifetime, he plans to check out when he can. He has done the calculations and came to the conclusion that he only has 3 months to spare before he has to reverse time and start again. So he plans to pack as much as he can into these 3 months of learning. Forging wasn't easy work by any definition of it. But it was manageable for him because his body was naturally 4 times stronger than the average power of a normal human body. Plus, he had metax to improve his strength and a lot of internal energy to use those metax. So he had no problem adapting to the immense amount of work needed to learn how to forge. While other newbies were struggling to keep up, he was so dedicated to forging that he worked 24/7 on it without resting. Both his body and mind were strong, so the immense work didn't cause him to break down. He only needed to use the concentration metac to recover his mental energy once in a while. Getting tired was a strange sensation that he never experienced since he advanced to rank 2. It was already very difficult for him to get tired at rank 1 because of the large amount of internal energy that he possessed, but even if he worked himself to the bone and somehow got tired, his 308 energy threads ensured that he would quickly recover his stamina and energy. He didn't understand the value of the 308 energy threads until he was using the liquid metal metac, body lever metac, living armament metac, and other metacs constantly for 24 hours straight without running out of internal energy. He was able to understand that this was the case because the 308 energy threads were recovering his energy faster than he could use it. When he realized that he might have infinite energy with how fast he was recovering internal energy, he became even more encouraged to work himself to the bone. He had asked around in his last life, so he knew that a single energy thread would increase energy recovery by 1%. He also knew that this 1% increase to someone with a large energy well would be large compared to someone with a small energy well, like Jim. In general, people recover all of the energy in their energy well in 1 hour, no matter how large the energy well is. So someone with an energy well of 95 units, like Slav, will be able to recover all those 95 units in 1 hour, so their energy recovery rate will be 1.583 units of energy per minute. For someone like Jim with a capacity of 27 units, his energy recovery rate will be 0.45 units per minute. So there is already a gap of 3.518 times between them. But this gap in their recovery rate will only increase once they gain energy threads. Slav will be able to create 95 energy threads, which will grant him a 95% boost to his energy recovery rate. So at rank 2, Slav will be able to recover 3.087 units of energy per minute. On the other side, Jim will only be able to gain a 27% boost to his energy recovery rate, so his energy recovery at rank 2 will be 0.5715 units per minute. This will widen the gap in recovery rate between them from 3.518 times to 5.402 times. The effect of this widened gap between them is that even though the difference between their maximum energy capacity is still 3.518 times, Slav will be able to use as much as 5.402 times the energy that Jim can use in a day. Not only will this make cultivation faster for Slav, but it will also mean that Slav will be able to fight for longer periods of time than Jim. The exact difference in cultivation speed and endurance can be as high as 5.402 times. But no matter how high this difference is, it is still within the domain of normality. As for Loki's situation, it is way out of this domain by a long shot. Loki has a combined energy capacity of 308 units. That means his energy recovery rate at rank 1 was 5.133 units per minute. This is already 1.663 times greater than Slav's enhanced energy recovery at rank 2. Now that he has 308 energy threads, his energy recovery has improved by 308%. This puts his enhanced energy recovery rate at 20.944. This is 6.785 times greater than Slav's energy recovery and 36.65 times greater than Jim's energy recovery rate at rank 2. As large as this gap is, it is not the end. Because Loki has 4 energy chambers, the 308 energy threads actually boost each energy chamber independently. So his total enhanced energy recovery is actually 4 times higher than it should be. This means that the true energy recovery rate for him at rank 2 is 83.776 units per minute. Compared to Slav's energy recovery rate at rank 2, his is 27.14 times higher. As for Jim's, his energy recovery rate is 146.59 times higher. The gap between the untalented Jim and the talented Slav is 5.402 times, but the gap between them and him is 146.59 times and 27.14 times, respectively. So he is making Slav look worse than untalented. Since he is at the peak of rank 2 and his energy density is at level 8, the amount of energy a single unit of his energy chambers can hold is 128 times as much as what they used to hold when he just awakened. That means that he is actually recovering 128 by 83.776 internal energy per minute, which is 10,723 per minute. 10723 seems like a lot of energy for one person to recover per minute. But it is much larger when it is considered that his total energy capacity is 39,424. This means that he is recovering all of his energy in a maximum of 4 minutes. But this is only if he somehow runs out of energy completely. It will be very difficult for him to run out of energy because there is hardly anything that can make him use more energy than he is recovering per minute. Rank 1 Metax use an average of 10 units of energy per minute, while Rank 2 Metax use an average of 100 units of energy per minute, and Rank 3 Metax use an average of 1,000 units of energy per minute. With a total energy capacity of 39,424 and a recovery rate of 10,723 per minute, there is just no way that a few Rank 2 Metax can tire him out. This is why it seemed like he had infinite energy. Even a bunch of Rank 3 Metax will be hard-pressed to tire him out. He will need to use 11 Rank 3 Metax at the same time before Rank 3 Metax will be able to tire him out. It has to be 11 of them because, as long as he still has extra energy recovery to make up for the depletion of his internal energy, his total energy will not run out, and he will still appear to have infinite energy. Of course, the energy regeneration isn't free. The energy has to come from somewhere, even if it appears to be infinite. Either the energy will come from his body, which will require food to replenish, or the energy will come from energy stones. Both options will require a lot of money. So once he runs out of money, his energy recovery rate will become useless no matter how high it is. Fortunately, he has a lot of money, so he doesn't have to worry about this. What he should worry about is how to fully utilize his high recovery rate. The calculation of his energy recovery rate made him decide that he was underutilizing his talent by using Rank 2 Metax. He decided that since he was this talented, it was only prudent for him to use Rank 3 Metax. He didn't go and replace his Metax just yet, though. It was because he didn't expect to need it yet. He plans to spend the next couple of timelines learning how to forge. This means that he will be reversing time every 3 months and starting over to learn how to forge. Since this is the case, any upgrades that he makes now will go to waste soon. This made him grumble and say to himself, "It is unfortunate that I can carry my branch Metax with me when I reverse time. Fortunately, I will be able to have a life artifact when I advance to Rank 3. That way, I'll be able to carry an artifact with me when I reverse time. Weapons and other artifacts are like metax in that they are temporary sources of power that he can't take with him when he reverses time. But there is a way out for him when he advances to rank 3. This way out is related to the life ability of rank 3 cultivators. This life ability is an advantage that rank 3 cultivators possess, just like the energy threads, the higher energy recovery, and the overload that rank 2 cultivators have over rank 1 cultivators. The life ability is a passive ability of rank 3 cultivation, so every rank 3 cultivator possesses it. This means that he can carry it with him when he reverses time. Cultivators of different pathways create their life ability in various ways, but for forgers, they literally forge their life ability. For forgers, their life ability is a weapon or artifact that they forge. He must use an artifact forged with his blood and highly compatible with his core metac for his life ability. This is why he is so dedicated to learning how to forge instead of relying on buying weapons and artifacts with money that he earns from gambling. So until he is done learning how to forge, he won't be spending time on anything else or getting rank 3 metax. And as the situation will have it, the Rusty Bolt Society has a lot to teach him. The Rusty Bolt Society mainly forges exoskeleton armor, mechs, puppets, and golems. But they forge miscellaneous tools like hammers, swords, spears, knives, etc. They call weapons miscellaneous tools. It is clear that they look down on weapons. Loki had to agree with them about this when he saw the intricate steps and the difficulty involved in forging puppets, golems, exoskeleton armor, and mechs compared to forging weapons. The difficulty between them made the forging of weapons the practice stage for novices compared to the skill needed to forge puppets. But this comparison didn't mean that it was easy to forge weapons or that it was useless to learn how to forge weapons. Weapons were also difficult to forge, and the skills acquired from learning how to forge weapons were also useful for forging more complicated things. This was why Loki was willing to learn how to forge everything he could learn to forge. Since he didn't need to spend time refining his internal energy, his cultivation never lagged behind. The best part was that learning how to forge also increased his energy manipulation skill. This was because he was constantly using metax during the forging process. So not only did his skill not lag behind because of his focus on learning how to forge, but it also increased, and it increased rapidly. It increased so fast that it brought a smile to his face any time he thought of forging. The refining of his Dao heart didn't lag behind either. This was because the sky-raising technique has a passive component that would ensure that his Dao heart grew stronger the more he loves and the more experiences he gains. All of these made his experience at the Rusty Bolt Society a good time. He didn't care about his bad accommodations when he rarely spent time there. The same couldn't be said about the 6 people who came with him. They were having a hard time just surviving because they needed money for food and money for metax. Their situation was made extra difficult by the 1,000 energy stones that they had to pay the sect every month. The need to make the monthly payment to the sect meant that they had to find a way to earn money, so they couldn't dedicate all of their time to learning how to forge as Loki could. As for Loki, many people had noticed that there was something abnormal about him because of the fact that he was rarely tired. They weren't sure what was so wrong about him because he was physically strong and was rich. But if he had gone ahead to replace all his metax with their rank 3 versions and was using them 24/7 to forge, they would surely be able to identify what was so abnormal about him. That would surely be problematic because everyone would like to possess whatever he had that made him have infinite energy recovery. However, no matter how he tried to lay low, trouble still came looking for him. The trouble came 2 months after he joined the Rusty Bolt Society. It happened on a day that was like any other day. He hadn't slept last night and had stayed up to work. The other members of the society were just resuming their work for the day when an explosion shook the factory. Loki thought that a furnace had exploded, so he looked over with nonchalance. But when he looked over, what he saw was that the front door and a large portion of the front wall of the factory had been destroyed by an explosion. So he thought to himself, from the looks of things, the source of the explosion was from outside the factory. As he thought of this, someone appeared in the large hole in the wall. Because of the bright light coming from the opening in the wall, they could see that this person's skin was golden. The person said to them in a booming voice, "Leave if you don't want to die." Their voice was so loud that it seemed as if they had spoken through a loudspeaker. But no one was paying attention to that or his golem skin. His words were like a matchstick thrown into a barrel of fuel. They caused the crowd to explode in panic. Everyone began to scramble in a bid to escape. Meanwhile, after the golden person had warned them, he turned his attention to the rest of the building. He pointed his hand to the rest of the wall as if he was pushing it. But the wall didn't budge at all. What happened next was that a hole appeared in the man's hand, and an unassuming black ball was ejected from the hole towards the wall. When this black ball struck the wall, it suddenly expanded into a ball of fire. This caused an explosion that destroyed another section of the wall. The man stopped what he was doing to stare at them and say, "Leave if you don't want to die." Then it turned its head back to the wall, walked closer to the intact portion and lobbed another explosive ball at it. When the explosion that followed destroyed the next section of the wall, the golden man turned to them and said, "Leave if you don't want to die." Then he resumed destroying the walls of the factory. He destroyed the walls bit by bit, and whenever he destroyed a portion of the wall, he would warn them in the same loud, booming sound reminiscent of an outdoor speaker. This behavior, coupled with its measured robotic steps, made Loki, who was outside the factory with the others, realize that the golden man was not human. Loki's eyes first lit up in realization as he said, "It is a golem. It is an automated puppet. No one wonders its movement set is so limited." But then his brows furrowed as he said, "So someone sent a golem to destroy the factory. Who would do that? Does the Rusty Bolt Society have an enemy? Or has Rusty offended someone?" Everyone else had similar questions on their mind. They were either thinking about this or ogling the golem and praising its workmanship. Now that they knew the identity of the man, some more experienced members of the society also understood more of what was going on. One of them said to the others with confidence, "I bet they sent the golem to do their dirty job because they don't want to be associated with the crime." Another person said, "They must be rich if they can afford to send a golem, though. So why did they allow us to escape and not kill us?" He spoke with a tone that indicated that he was complaining about not being killed. He didn't seem at all sad that his place was being destroyed. Then this person sighed and said, "I wish they had killed us." His words caused many people to laugh in understanding. They understood why someone would wish someone would kill him. It is so that he can cash in on his value and escape from the control of the Rusty Bolt Society. So someone sneered and said, "It is because they are smart not to bring down a building on top of 100 rank 2 people that managed to become rich enough to afford a golem. If they had brought down the building on us, the fire from the furnaces would have destroyed our bodies. So they won't earn anything from killing us. That's why it was a smart idea to let us go. They are not going to put themselves in debt just to free you from your bad job. Even if they can afford it, it is a thankless job." Someone else jeered at the suicidal cultivator, saying, "If you want to die so badly, why don't you rush back into the factory and let it collapse on you?" The suicidal cultivator sighed again and said with a sorrowful tone, "I wish I could do that and get away with it. It would be one thing if I were deaf and hadn't heard the warning. But now that I've heard the warning and even successfully escaped, if I return to let the building collapse on me, that would be counted as suicide, and I won't earn anything." His words caused them to erupt in another round of laughter. Then they began to joke around again. No one appeared to be sad that their place of work was being destroyed. Everyone appeared to be happy to see it happen. Loki listened to this banter attentively and gleaned some useful information from it. From what they said, he was able to put together a more complete picture of what was going on. Out of everything that they said, one thing stood out to him the most. That thing was the reason why they were not all dead right now. He chuckled to himself and said, "So the reason the person who is doing this didn't kill us is that they were not going to earn anything from it. But if they had the opportunity to earn something from killing us, we would all be dead." Then he said in part awe and part amusement, "What a world!" Someone heard what he said but wasn't amused by it. This person instead felt sorrowful that their life and death depended on something that would be gained by killing them. But this person didn't complain because there was nothing to complain about. This was just the way the world worked, and no amount of complaining was going to change it. But the demeanor of this person was sorrowful, though. It formed a contrast with others who were chatting and making jokes about the situation. While they were chatting, the golem continued to destroy the building. At this point, cracks were spreading along the floor and walls from the first floor all the way to the third floor. So it was just a matter of time before the massive 3-story building was destroyed. But before that happened, the city police arrived on the scene. There were 5 of them. All of them were rank 3 cultivators. The 5 of them came in an imposing manner, but they stopped some distance from the factory. They didn't approach the crime scene, but instead chose to stand and watch the crime happen. It was clear that they had no intention of stopping the crime. And knowing the city police, everyone could guess that the 5 of them were hoping that the crime would escalate. One of the members of the Rusty Bolt Society saw this and said with a wide smile on their face, "At this rate, the factory will be destroyed. The person who sent the golem will get the satisfaction of a successfully completed mission. The police will get to keep the golem for the crime tax. And we won't have to work for a few days. So everyone will be happy and satisfied. What more can a man ask for?" Unfortunately for him, things turned sour immediately after he spoke. Someone flew over from the inner city and came up to the factory. They came wearing a large mech with many guns. So no one thought that they were here for anything good. The large mech landed in front of the factory and shouted at the golden golem, "Why are you doing this?" The golem actually stopped what it was doing. Then it turned to the mech and said, "This is payback for messing with me. Next time you should stay out of my business and not mess with someone that I have laid my eyes on. You are not worthy." The person in the large mech seemed to understand what the golem meant. So he said, "Calm down. Let's talk about this. I am sure we can come to an understanding." But the golem had stopped listening to him. It had stopped to say the one message that it was programmed to tell Rusty. Now that it said what it had to say, it continued to destroy the factory. Of course, Rusty wasn't going to let this continue. He shouted at the golem, "Stop it!" Even though his shout was very loud, the golem didn't stop what it was doing. Rusty wasn't just going to stand and watch as his moneymaker was destroyed, so he controlled the mech to rush towards the golem. As he covered the distance between them, he shouted again, "I said stop that." The golem finally responded. It turned to look at the approaching mech and said, "This is just the beginning." Then it exploded. It became a ball of fire that was many times stronger than the explosions it had been making earlier. This level of explosion was enough to destroy a large portion of the factory, but it was nowhere near large enough to bring down the whole factory. Fortunately, there were many furnaces on every floor. The explosion of the golem set off the furnaces and caused them to overload, so the furnaces began to explode. They exploded one after the other, turning the entire factory into one large, crumbling, and burning ruin. The collapsing factory had also buried the large mech. Then the mech was submerged in fire and more explosions. So not only had Rusty failed to stop the destruction of his factory, but he might have also died in the resulting explosion. The people most distraught to see were not the people who used to work in the factory. The workers were jubilant and over the moon in joy at the possibility of the death of Rusty. It was the police who were anguished by the turn of events. This was because the golem had exploded. The explosion of the golem meant that they were not going to get paid for this crime. This saddened them for a while, but their sadness quickly turned into anger. One of them swore angrily, saying, "I swear it on my life to find the perpetrator and bring them to justice. I won't rest day and night until they pay for what they did." The other police officers were of the same mind. They were incensed and had made up their minds to investigate this crime. But then, another golden man appeared, walked over to them, and deactivated itself. This caused them to stop what they were doing and stare at the golem. The 5 police officers looked at the golden golem, which was identical to the one that just exploded, and looked at each other. Then the police officer, who just swore on his life to fight for justice, said, "Never mind." The other 4 also calmed down. They picked up the golem and left immediately. Gone was their anger at the injustice. Now they had wide smiles on their faces. Loki saw this and said in amusement, Police officers taking a bribe in broad daylight, but there is nothing wrong with it. What a world. Just as he was feeling amused, something erupted from the burning ruins. When they looked closer, they saw that it was a black mech. The black mech rose into the air above the ruins. It gained height and surveyed the extent of damage. What it saw was not pleasant to it at all. When Rusty saw that the factory had been completely destroyed, he roared in anger, saying, "Lokai!" Those who heard the roar could sense the pain, bitterness, and anger of the person who shouted. So even though they couldn't see the person in the mech, everyone could accurately imagine what expression they had on their face. When Loki heard the roar, his heart fell to the very bottom of his chest. As his heart sank, he looked at the mech in the sky and whispered to himself, "What will you do next?" He got his answer soon enough. The mech in the sky turned in his direction. Then it rushed at top speed towards him. Loki saw this and said, "Time to go." He didn't bother to wait to know exactly what Rusty planned to do with him. He could guess what was going to happen from the way Rusty had screamed his name and was rushing towards him. What he guessed wasn't good at all, so he decided to reverse time. The rewind metac activated instantly, so Fenrir jumped into the river of time and took his consciousness with it. Because Fenrir was now at the peak of the second rank, it could go further into the past than before. When Fenrir had just advanced to rank 2, it could go back 2 months. But now it could go upstream the river of time for 3 months. After Loki woke up, he found himself in his room refining his body. This was a day after he had just reversed time after killing Jim. So he had just advanced to rank 2 a day ago, and had made the decision to continue forging his body even though Death Envoy had her eyes on him. Another thing that happened recently was that Simon had attacked him last night. So he had decided to stop holding back and had gone to splurge earlier in the day and bought all the rank 2 cloudy date metacs that he needed to advance all 4 of his energy chambers to the peak of rank 2. After his 2 consciousnesses fused and his memories of the future and the current were reconciled, he exhaled and said, "What was he screaming for? Didn't he promise to protect me?" What he did expect was going to happen when one crosses the Rain family. Then he snorted and said, "He is just like that Tommy guy. Both of them are cheaters and con men. They are made from the same dubious mold." He didn't feel guilty at all that the factory was destroyed. In fact, he is so unrepentant that he intends to repeat the events of the last timeline and join the Rusty Bolt Society to learn how to forge despite knowing that this would make the Rain family target Rusty. With his decision made, he continued to refine his body. But he still grumbled and said, "Better Rusty than I. He promised to take the blow for me, so he has to do his job." As he said this to himself, he remembered how Rusty had roared in pain. This brought a smile to his face. He sneered and said, "Instead of going to fight Skarg and the Viking Blade Society, he only knows how to bully someone small like me." There was very little to do to entertain himself that was safe, so his days were usually spent in monotonous training. But as he continued to refine his body, memories of the previous timeline kept popping up in his mind, causing him to smile and chuckle. For a while that day and the following morning, he was entertained while training. Of course, to the people who saw him giggling for no reason, he appeared to be losing his mind. They thought that he was crazy, so they gave him weird looks. But this only further amused Loki. Loki spent his days training until it was time for the competition. He won the competition and advertised for the Rusty Bolt Society as he did for them in the previous timeline. Then he joined the Rusty Bolt Society and went to learn how to forge. He did this for 3 more timelines, for a total of 5 timelines that he spent as a member of the Rusty Bolt Society. Each time he was a member of the Rusty Bolt Society, he could only maintain it for 2 months, so he spent 10 months learning how to forge. He could only spend 2 months in each timeline because a golden golem would always attack the factory every 2 months, and Rusty would come after him with murderous intentions. His 10 months of training can be equated to 40 months of training for ordinary people and 60 months of training for less than average people. This is because he spent all of his time forging, which is a privilege others don't have, even if they don't have to work to earn money. In these 10 months of training, it can be said that he has learned everything that the Rusty Bolt Society can teach him. To be fair, what the Rusty Bolt Society taught him isn't actually a lot. He and every member of the society had the opportunity to learn how to forge artifacts up to rank 3. As for the techniques and materials needed to forge rank 4 artifacts and above, Rusty didn't teach them, even though they were his slaves. Loki tried many times to get Rusty to teach them how to forge rank 4 mechs, but Rusty refused. In fact, Rusty claimed that his knowledge would have to die with him. Loki couldn't blame Rusty for this because Rusty is one of 2 people in the city who could forge rank 4 artifacts. So, to teach another person how to forge rank 4 artifacts is to create competition for himself. Since Loki had nothing left to learn from the Rusty Bolt Society, he returned to the embrace of the Deathclaw Society like a prodigal son returning home to his father. However, his treatment was different this time around because he had become a hot commodity after advancing to rank 2. After all, he was no longer a rank 1 cultivator like the time he first joined the Deathclaw Society. He wasn't just some talented young man at rank 1 who needed protection and who no one was willing to protect from the Rain family. He was now a rank 2 cultivator who could advertise for them and draw a lot of recruits into their society. Even if they were lying about protecting him, they still had to provide a lot of benefits up front in order to recruit him. As for what will happen later, that is still up for debate. Jim was also assigned to be his guide this time around. During the entire process of registration and being led to his apartment, Jim was very respectful to him. The Mindhunter didn't dare to call him ignorant and naive, like he did the first time they met. Loki noticed all of these differences in how he was being treated, and it brought a smile of amusement to his lips. As Jim led him to his new accommodations, he thought to himself, "Power is great. I should get more of it." His smile became wider when he was led to a building with condos, not one with 2-room apartments. The first time he joined the Deathclaw Society 7 timelines ago, he was given an apartment in the 4th ring to stay. He is still staying in the 4th ring, but this time he was given an entire flat with 3 rooms, a personal kitchen, and a personal bathroom. As he sat on his new bed, he laughed to himself about how power was changing him. This thought made him chuckle and say, "If I let this continue, I might turn into that little cocky shit that people call Slav." Speaking of Slav, I wonder how he is doing now. He must be doing well since he has such a rich and powerful father. Then he curled his lips in disdain and said, "Lucky bastard. He was born lucky to a rich family. He was also lucky to be born with incredible talent, and he even awakened divine metacs." He didn't just awaken one divine metac, though. He awakened 2 divine metacs in a row. Then he awakened a literal metac of the luck pathway. How lucky is that? As if those weren't good enough, he was lucky that he left the initiation program and didn't participate in the competition, or I would have humiliated him. He is lucky that I don't have space within Fenrir, or I would have taken his danger sense metac. He is just too lucky. After complaining some more about how lucky Slav was, he thought to himself, "Speaking of the danger sense metac, why didn't he use it as his core metac, though? After all, it is a divine metac. It has to be better than some common metac. Does it have anything to do with the luck pathway being cut off? I have never even heard of any branch metacs in that pathway being available." He has asked around during the 10 months since he advanced to rank 2, so he knows that the danger sense metac belongs to the luck pathway. That information was very difficult to acquire because very few people still remember that such a path existed. He learned that there used to be many pathways in existence, but a lot of them disappeared because of a great war that occurred a long time ago. The luck pathway and the dual cultivation pathway are examples of the pathways that were lost. No one that he asked was sure of the reason for the Great War, but many of them believed that the war was fought for control of the world because only 5 sects remained after the war, and each of the 5 sects had carved up the world for themselves. If the disappearance of the luck pathway is why Slav didn't choose to use the luck pathway, he can guess that Slav made his decision because branch metacs of the Orwi will be difficult to acquire and because he won't be able to acquire status in this pathway. But if the Great War itself is why Slav decided not to embark on the luck pathway, then the first thing that comes to his mind is that there might be people who hate the luck pathway who would want to kill Slav immediately they find out that there is a new cultivator of the luck pathway. After all, there has to be a reason why the Great War was fought and why the entire luck pathway was eliminated. He doesn't think that reason can be anything good for new cultivators of the luck pathway. Or there could be nothing to worry about from the Great War. After all, it was a long time ago. The luck pathway has nearly been forgotten, and it is highly likely that everyone who fought that war has died. But what do I know? Can I know the young master of the Rain family? Besides, that son of a bitch is doing well. He has bought money and talent to do well in the money pathway. It is just a pity, though. It is a pity that he can't use the luck pathway because, clearly, the luck pathway suits him. It is also a pity that I can't use it. Then he smiled and said, "Fortunately, I don't need luck. I have time on my hands." After bemoaning the loss of the luck pathway, he shifted his attention to more important things. The most important thing is his advancement to rank 3. As he thought of this, he began listing out the things he needed to advance in his mind and on his fingers. He raised one finger and said, "I need level 3 Dao Heart." He raised a second finger and said, "I need a total energy manipulation skill of 200%. That is, I need an extra 100% overload on top of the normal energy saturation rate." He raised a third finger and said, "I need my cultivation to be at the peak of rank 2. Then he raised a fourth finger and said, "I need to advance my core metak to rank 3. This is very important." Next, he raised the fifth finger on his hand and said, "Finally, I need the substrate for my core metak. Since I'm choosing to go the route of the forging pathway, I need to forge that substrate myself." After counting his 5 fingers, he began mentally ticking off the requirements that he had met and physically counting down with his fingers, which requirements he didn't need to spend time on. As one finger was dropped, he said, "I already have a level 3 Dao Heart. My energy manipulation skill has also crossed 200%. Finally, my cultivation has long since reached the peak of rank 2. By the time he was done with this, 3 of his fingers had been dropped. This left 2 more requirements and the 2 fingers that represented them still standing. This made him say, "So I need to advance my core metak to rank 3, and I need to forge the substrate. The first one is easy to fulfill. I just need to buy a rank 3 cultivator, preferably of the forging pathway. It will just be expensive. As for the second one, I will need to do it myself. It will be more difficult and it will take time to complete. I also need a good material to use for the substrate. That will be expensive too." Then he thought of something important. It was so important that he raised another finger for it. As he raised this third finger, he said, "I also need to upgrade all my metaks to rank 3. This too will cost a lot of money." After making a summary of what he needed to do, he grinned and said, "I need money and a lot of it. This means that I have to be busy for the next few days. What a hassle." He said that it was a hassle, but he said this with a grin on his face, so no one who sees him like this will believe that it is really a hassle for him to earn money. He doesn't think it is a hassle either. After all, what he needs to do is take out his gambling dossier, memorize its contents, and then go to a gambling house. Gambling is not exactly exciting to him since he always wins. But he is excited to gamble this time around because one of the gambling houses he plans to go to belongs to the Viking Blade Society. The Viking Blade Society runs a fighting ring in the city. Cultivators fight each other for money, and sometimes they fight to the death. People can spectate the matches, or if they want more excitement, they can gamble on the outcome of the matches. Since he already knows who will win in some high-profile fights, he has the perfect opportunity to make the Viking Blade Society lose a lot of money. This is why he was grinning at the prospect of gambling. Gambling when knowing the outcome might not be exciting, but making an enemy lose a lot of money is always a pleasurable experience. So it was with great anticipation that he took out the gambling dossier and began going through it. As he did so, he chuckled and said, "The following month is not going to be good for the Viking Blade Society." He was sure of this because he needed a lot of money, and he planned to earn far more than he needed. First of all, he needs money to buy the rank 3 slave. In general, rank 3 cultivators are valued from 30,000 energy stones to 100,000 energy stones. His only requirement for the rank 3 slave is for them to be on the forging pathway. This is because he wants their core metak to align with the route of life ability that he is aiming for. He doesn't care for their cultivation, soul strength, willpower, mental strength, or physical strength. All he cares about is which pathway they belong to. His lax requirements mean that the slave he wants should be on the cheaper end of the spectrum. Unfortunately, forgers are one of the most expensive types of slaves. This is because forgers are skilled and can make more money by forging artifacts and weapons. Another factor that he has to take into consideration is that the price of 30,000 energy stones to 100,000 energy stones is what he has to pay the sect for killing the person. He still has to pay the same master or the person selling the slave, and odds are that the price that the slave master will ask for won't be low. In general, if he is lucky, he won't have to spend 100,000 energy stones on both the sect and the slave master. That already is a lot of money. At any other time, he won't care about paying the sect for the value of the person because he can reverse time and forget about the debt. But things are different this time around because he needs to become an inner sect disciple. He needs to become an inner sect disciple because he wants to gain access to the public trading platform and use it to get the rare material that he has his mind on. That rare material is called living metal. Living metak is said to be a rank 4 material. It is a material that can heal damage to itself and grow stronger. This makes it very valuable and very expensive. It can cost up to 1 million energy stones for 1 kilogram. Ever since he heard about the material and went around asking about it, he has never found or seen the material. He was told that it never appeared in the city. Even if living metal appeared in the city, it would be scooped up by the more powerful people in the city. So the only way for him to get it is to gain access to the market of the whole sect and use the connections of the sect to acquire it. Since the sect won't let him become an inner disciple as long as he still owes them money, he has to pay them for the debt. So the rank 3 slave and the rank 4 living metal material will cost him 1.1 million energy stones. Unfortunately for the Viking Blade Society, this isn't all that he needs for his plans. He will need money to rent a forging furnace to forge the material. At the very least, the furnace will need to be capable of forging rank 3 materials. This is acceptable because the living metal material is easy to forge. Even then, it will cost a lot of money to rent a rank 3 furnace. Then he will need to raise the strength of his body to rank 3 and upgrade all of his metaks to rank 3, so that he will have the power needed to forge the living metal material. After all, strength is a very important factor for forging. The rank 3 metak that he needs to forge his body will cost 10,000 energy stones alone. But the materials that he will need to refine his body with will also cost money. His other metaks will cost from 2,500 energy stones to 10,000 energy stones. So he will be spending between 25,000 and 100,000 energy stones on them. All in all, he will need around 2 million energy stones. The bulk of this will be caused by the cost of the living material. The second most expensive thing will be the cost of renting the forge and the energy stones consumed during the process of using the forge. This means that in the next month, the Viking Blade Society will lose 2 million stones. This thought brought a smile to his face. When he was done reviewing his gambling records, he stood up and said with excitement, "No matter how rich they are, they will feel this loss." Then he went to change his clothes. What he changed into was a large cloak with a hood that could be used to cover his head. He also got a mask to wear. He is doing this to hide his identity. After all, if what he wants actually happens and the Rain family becomes angry because they lost a lot of money, he would like it if they don't take their anger out on him. He has already pissed them off when he tried to kill Simon, and there is still retribution for that coming in about 2 months. He doesn't want them to decide to speed up their retribution plan, so he thought that it was a good idea to hide the identity of the person who made them lose so much money. After he was sure that it would be very difficult to physically identify him, he left his place to go gambling. He didn't take anything other than his sect token with him. He didn't take energy stones either. What he will use to bet will be the 5,000 contribution points that he earned as his reward for winning the competition. This is what he intends to use to acquire 2 million contribution points. He will need to multiply the 5,000 contribution points by a total of 400 times for him to get the 2 million that he needs. This will be very difficult to achieve in one match, but it is something he can achieve in less than 6 matches, even if each match has as few as 3 odds. To someone else, turning 5,000 into 2 million will be a fairy tale. But for someone like him, what will be a fairy tale is how to earn more than 2 million with 5,000 and get away with it without being killed for his insolence. He had this thought and a sheepish grin on his face as he left his apartment. Not even the sight of Jim stalking him could sour his mood. He did give what Jim was doing a brief thought, though. He made a mental note, saying, "One of these days, I should have a meeting with this guy and ask him why he is stalking me." Then he ignored Jim and went on a gambling spree. He called it a spree, but to the Rain family and Viking Blade Society, that month was a month of a painful losing streak. No one could sit still after losing 10 million energy stones. The loss was so bad that someone quickly went to inform Skarg, the head of the family. Skarg was standing on top of the headquarters of the Viking Blade Society while the wind ruffled his hair. This is what he usually does when he needs space to think. His position grants him an overhead view of the city and its busy denizens. He likes to watch them go about their day like ants in an ant farm. The thought that most of them are slaves serving different masters usually soothes his inner turmoil. But today, things were different. The news he just received has made it so that he doesn't need his usual ritual to be in a good mood. His 3 sons were standing behind him, either listening, speaking, or waiting for his instructions. Serge, his eldest son, was the one who was speaking. He said to Skarg, "It is going to be very difficult to find the person because they wore a cloak to hide their identity, but I'll try my best." Skarg smiled and said, "You must find them. The fact that they could win so frequently without losing even once and win so much either means that they are incredibly lucky, or that they are cultivators of the luck pathway, or that they have a special way to know what the winning outcome of a game of chance is. Whichever is the case, I must subdue and control them." His eyes became full of anticipation as he said, "Who knows? This might be the lucky break I need to gain control of the city. So a lot is counting on this." As Skarg spoke, it became more and more clear that he wasn't angry about the loss of 10 million energy stones. The opposite is actually the truth. He was happy to hear that someone was able to win so spectacularly. This was why he didn't need to spend much time up here to get his good mood. The news of the lucky gambler was enough to quickly put him in a good mood. His anticipation for capturing that lucky person also spread to Serge, who immediately said, "You can count on me, father. I'll do everything to find him. If I can't find him, then I will pay the sect to disclose the identity of the person who made the transactions at our gambling houses. As long as we have the transaction records, we will be able to find them. It will just be expensive." Skarg nodded in satisfaction and said, "Good. Good. Do whatever you can and pay however much it will cost to find them. I am sure that when we find and enslave that person, we will be able to recoup our loss." Then his eyes glinted with sharpness as he said, "If they think they can take my money and treat me like their bank account, then they have another thing coming. What they've taken is my bait, not the loot that they think they have." All 3 understood that Skarg was determined to catch the person. Simon, who had something to say but wasn't sure how everyone would react, decided to take advantage of their father's good mood to say what he wanted to say. He asked tentatively, "Father, what are we going to do about Death Envoy's attempt on my life? It is clear that the slave boy made a deal with her, and she is supporting him." Skarg shook his head and said, "It is indeed clear that she is working with that slave and has made a deal with him, but it is not clear whether she truly wanted to kill you. Trust me, if she wanted to kill you, you wouldn't have returned that night. I believe that she did all of that just to put up a show for the slave." Simon wasn't satisfied with this, so he asked, saying, "So what if it was all a show? The fact remains that she disregards us and dares to move against us. Are we going to let it go?" In response, Skarg chuckled and said, "I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to make me angry. You should know better than to think that you can rile me up and make me make decisions based on my emotions. What you should have appealed with is something that benefits me, such as the fact that she might be an obstacle in my path of becoming the city lord. If you had said that, I would have no choice but to take her as my enemy." His words made Simon smile and say, "But what use will that be? After all, you've already regarded her as your enemy." This time Skarg laughed and said, "Good one. He even clapped just to show how amused he was by Simon's words. After laughing, he said solemnly to them, "You're right. She is already my enemy. It is also probably the case that she already considers me her enemy, too. This would explain why she would dare act against us. So I must retaliate, but I have to take her seriously. After all, she isn't like Rusty, who only has a level 3 status. She has a level 4 status, so she has to be taken seriously. This means that I must hit her hard and fast with the sole goal of killing her. As for that slave boy, I think there is something fishy about him. The way he won all of that money during the initiation program is suspicious. If not for the fact that he is already a forger, I would have believed that he was a cultivator of luck pathway. Anyway, continue to keep track of him. If you find anything suspicious about him, you can report back to me. If you don't, then we should wait until he reaches rank 3 before we make a move on him. That way, he can maximize his value for us." Simon bowed his head slightly and said, "Yes, father." If Simon hadn't been attacked that night, Skarg wouldn't have cared that Death Envoy wanted Loki. He would have let her have Loki because he wouldn't want to antagonize her for no reason. Death Envoy is just too powerful to mess with without a good reason. And Loki isn't a good enough reason to offend someone as powerful as her. But if Death Envoy is already making a move against him, as she did when she orchestrated the attempt on Simon's life, then all bets are off, and he has to prepare to fight her. With that sorted out, Skarg turned to Slav and smiled broadly as he said, "How is the genius of our family? How's your preparation for your advancement?" Slav looked in pain as he replied, saying, "I am trying my best. My trainer is also pushing me. I'm sure that I will be able to reach 100% energy saturation rate soon. Then I will be able to advance to rank 2. Skarg walked over to him and patted him on his shoulders before he said, "Well done. You need to be in top shape for your listing. If you are listed as having advanced to rank 2 in a little over a year, then your share value will be very high." Skarg's words were spoken with good intentions, but Slav still felt a sting of emotional pain when he heard them. This was because Skarg had said that his share value would be well if he advanced to rank 2 a little after a year after awakening. Which means that someone else who had awakened at the same time as him but had already advanced to rank 2 in less than a year must be way more valuable than whatever he could ever achieve. The worst part is that he has been trying his best and training day and night. Yet, his energy manipulation skill is only crawling forward. It is not moving as fast as he wants it to be. This means that no matter how hard he works, the gap between him and a certain someone who has already advanced to rank 2 will only continue to increase daily. No amount of wealth will help him make up for the gap because no amount of wealth will help him advance to rank 2 without meeting all the requirements, especially the one for skill. He was not satisfied with this, so his face fell, and he said to his father, "But father, how did that slave train his energy manipulation skill so fast?" His question made Skarg smile and say, "There are 2 reasons I can think of for his fast improvement in skill. They are innate talent and a high Tao heart. You should remember that your instructor during the initiation program already noticed that his mind was more powerful than everyone else. I'm guessing that's why he was able to free himself from the slave shackles. When you combine that observation of your instructor with Death Envoy's interest in him, I am sure that the slave boy has a soul and mind above level 1. With all the money he acquired and with Death Envoy's support, the power of his soul and mind must have reached level 2 by now. Then there is the matter of his Tao heart. I am sure that his Tao heart is at least level 3. He was able to survive his experience as a slave without giving up, but instead had a strong determination to gain his freedom. I believe that this is an indicator that his willpower is strong. His willpower might even be at level 4 or close to it. When you combine all of these, you will find his swift advancement to rank 2 to be reasonable. And I know that you don't want to hear it, but all of these will make him far more valuable than you. Slav opened his mouth to complain, but Skarg interrupted him, saying, "Listen to me." His voice was stern when he said that to Slav. But then he calmed down and eased his tone as he said, "It is true that he makes for a better investment than you, but no one will invest in him because he is a member of the Deathclaw Society. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge and sense will know not to invest in someone destined to become another puppet in Death Envoy's repertoire. And even if they still go ahead and invest in him, all the better for us, because that will make him grow quickly so that we can harvest him as soon as possible. In summary, you don't have to worry about him, because no matter how he shines, he can only become foil to make someone else or even you shine brighter. That is his destiny. His father's words calmed Slav down and restored his confidence in himself. His heart settled as he bowed to Skarg and said, "Thank you, father." Skarg nodded in satisfaction before he moved back to his position at the edge of the building overlooking the world beneath him. As he did this, he said to them, "You may go." His 3 sons bowed before turning to leave. But then they heard Skarg say, "You should advance too, Simon. Your overload should have reached the critical point by now." Simon's eyes lit up when he heard this. He said excitedly, "Really, father?" Skarg nodded with his back turned to him. "Yes, I'm sure. You're ready." This confirmation caused Simon's excitement to soar. He quickly rushed off to arrange for his advancement. Slav watched him with some envy. He was envious that Simon could advance without trying hard like him. But this made him remember the painful training that he was going through in order to raise his energy manipulation skill. So his face contorted. Serge saw this and laughed. Then he said to Slav, "It seems I won't be needed around here anymore and can finally go to the battlefield to earn merit points to raise my status. I'll leave once I settle the matter of the person who took 10 million energy stones from us. I'll go and join our eldest sister, so you will be alone with Simon. You guys should take care of yourself." Slav nodded in understanding before saying, "You can go in peace, brother. I'll take care of Simon." His reply made Serge chuckle and say, "I'm sure you will." Then the two went their separate way to do what they needed to do. After Slav had separated from everyone else, he allowed himself to become solemn, and a hint of the fear that he had been hiding in his heart leaked through his facial expression. His face was solemn as he asked himself, "Why is father looking for cultivators of the luck pathway? What is so special about that pathway anyway? What will he do if I reveal that I have the danger sense metak to him? No one knows he possesses the danger sense metak, not even his father and brothers. He didn't tell anyone about it because of the danger that he felt about doing so, and because the danger sense metak is a divine metak. Divine metaks are very rare and special. From what he has heard, divine metaks are important for advancing to rank 6, and there are many rank 5 cultivators who haven't been able to advance because they lack a divine metak. He also heard that divine metaks are also valuable to rank 6 cultivators and above, simply because divine metaks are the only metaks that can reach rank 6. So if it is revealed that he possesses such a valuable metak, scores of rank 5 cultivators will swarm and hunt him. Even rank 6 divine cultivators will also come after him. But as bad as this is, it is not the most important source of danger about the danger sense metak to him. This is because this danger is only a possibility and will take time before it arrives. His family won't get into trouble immediately after he reveals to them that he has the danger sense metak. On the other hand, he can sense that something very bad will happen the instant he uses the danger sense metak as his core metak. The worst part of this immediate danger is that he can't sense what it is or who it will come from. All he can tell is that the danger will come from the sky, which has only fueled his suspicion that the source of danger is too strong for him to perceive. Both the immediate and possible dangers make revealing the danger sense metak a bad idea for both himself and his family. But for some reason, his father is looking for cultivators of the luck pathway and won't say why. This is making him worried that Skarg will attract trouble. If he didn't have the danger sense metak, he would have nothing to fear since he has nothing to hide. But now that Skarg is looking for cultivators of the luck pathway, Slav is afraid that someone might think that Skarg is doing so in order to acquire branch metaks of the luck pathway for one of his sons. This thought, combined with his intense training, is giving him a lot of stress that he wishes he didn't have. Unfortunately, he has no choice but be worried about his secret being exposed, and he has no choice but to go and train very hard. He could only sigh and say, "On the plus side, all of this stress is making my Tao heart refining faster." So not everything is so bad. On the other side, Simon was very excited. Loki was also excited. The two of them were excited for the same reason. They were about to advance to rank 3, which is the stage where someone becomes a bona fide cultivator. The two of them were advancing through 2 different methods, though. Simon is meticulously following the steps of a secret recipe so as to create a special life ability, while Loki is using a unique method that no one has ever used. Loki is in his apartment in front of a large table while rubbing his hands in excitement. There is a person tied to the table. This person is the rank 3 forger that he bought. The rank 3 cultivator is currently unconscious. Loki made sure of that so that the cultivator wouldn't have any memory of what was about to happen. He is being cautious because information can be acquired from the dead, especially about how they died. After all, in this world, even the dead can't keep a secret. The best way to keep a secret is to ensure that no one knows about it in the first place. When he was sure that everything was ready, he placed a tracking mark on the rank 3 with the tracking ability. Then he picked up a knife from the table and used it to slit the woman's throat. The woman didn't seem to notice the injury to her throat as she didn't struggle. But the muscles of her chest quivered as they struggled to help her lungs acquire the air needed for her to continue living. Unfortunately for her lungs, they couldn't get more oxygen, no matter how her chest muscles struggled. So she died, and it was peaceful and quiet. Her death was confirmed by the notification from the sect telling him that he now owes them 60,000 energy stones. Combined with the 30,000 energy stones that he paid to buy the slave, he has spent 90,000 energy stones for this. As expensive as this was, Loki was very satisfied. He even said in awe, "So easy and quiet. Money is truly good." Without money, he would have to risk his life to fight a rank 3 cultivator. But thanks to money, he didn't have to go through this much stress. It was a wonderful feeling that made him feel powerful. But he didn't let the intoxication of the power of money stand in the way of acquiring the power of cultivation and the possible intoxication of that kind of power. So he made sure to use the seal ability to preserve the core metak and stop it from dying with the rank 3 cultivator. Then he slowly pulled the core metak from the corpse of the rank 3 cultivator. This was a process that took 11 minutes. This was because this person had 33 energy threads and a life ability. It should have taken him 5 minutes and 30 seconds to extract the core metak from a rank 2 cultivator with 33 energy threads. But it took twice that long for this rank 3 cultivator because his life ability had made his energy threads even more tightly bound to the host. This is why a rank 3 cultivator can't attempt to change their pathway at all. A rank 2 cultivator who tries to remove their core metak will lose their energy well, but a rank 3 cultivator who loses their core metak will lose their life. He has even heard that the fusion between cultivator and their pathway will only continue to increase until they reach a stage where even if they die, they will reincarnate together with their core metak. Some people say this is the origin of those who awakened with innate metaks. But others say that innate metaks appear because the host is talented and highly compatible with the innate metak. He isn't sure which one is correct, but he hopes that the former is true so that he will be able to reach a stage where even death can't make him lose the Fenrir metak. He was thinking about this as he extracted the metak into his body. Then he used the Devour ability to make Fenrir swallow the rank 3 core metak whole and fuse with it. As he expected, this process went somewhat smoothly. Fenrir fused with the rank 3 metak, which caused his energy threads to solidify and grow roots that spread throughout his body like the roots of a tree. The fusion between him and Fenrir deepened because of this, such that Fenrir began to affect his body. The fusion of the two of them made his hair become white and long. His teeth also became sharper and more pointed, while canines elongated to resemble those of a wolf. These are all good signs as it means that Fenrir is becoming more bound with him. Now, even if someone finds out that he possesses the Fenrir, they won't be able to take it from him without destroying it. But the fusion stalled at this point and didn't go further. This is usually a bad omen as it means that the advancement has failed. But he wasn't worried because he had expected it to happen. With the advancement paused, he said with excitement, "What I need now is a life ability. Once I get it, everything should continue smoothly." As he said this, he took out his token and input his internal energy into it. Name Loki. Title, Unavailable. Cultivation. Rank 2. Merit points 0. Contribution points 100127746. Society. Position Deathclaw member. Pending debt. Amount/interest rate awakening 100,000/1,000 per month. Current missions. None. The sight of the money in his account made him chuckle and say, I may have gone overboard just a little bit. I wonder how they are feeling now. By they, he is referring to the Rain family. He is not asking about their feelings because he is concerned about them, though. He is asking to know if he should feel more joy about ripping them off. To be honest, he didn't plan to earn this much money. Things had gotten out of hand a little bit and he bet one too many times. When he remembered how easy it had been for him to earn more than he originally planned, he shook his head and said, I can't be blamed for this. They are to be blamed for making this too easy for me. With that said, he laughed hard. Then he proceeded to pay his awakening debt to the sect. After clearing his debt, he received a notification from the sect about his change of identity. The message said, Congratulations on becoming an inner disciple of the Four Directions sect. Merit missions have been unlocked. The merit shop has been opened to you. You have gained access to the public trading platform. The stock market has been unlocked. The betting arena has been unlocked. Prepare to be listed on the stock market in 1 month. Evaluation will occur during this month. Once you're listed, you will become eligible for the yearly elimination. When Loki saw these messages, his eyes lit up with curiosity. He quickly began to tinker around with the token to see all the new things that he now had access to. The first thing he checked was the merit shop. He wanted to see what was so great about merit points. As he clicked on the new icon of the merit shop, a list was transmitted to his mind. He was also able to use his mind and internal energy to determine what he wanted to see. Merit shop. 1. Status. 2. Life insurance. 3. Reincarnation insurance. 4. Awakening insurance. 5. Awakening bestowal. 6. Society creation. When he saw the item listed as number 6, his eyes lit up with understanding, and he exclaimed, saying, Oh, so that's how societies are formed. Imagine that. Then he clicked his tongue in wonder and said, I might have underestimated the value of merit points. With life insurance, I can make my life worth more so that people won't want to kill me. The sect will even put up a sign above my head that powerful people can see, showing that I have been insured. That way, they will know not to mess with me if they don't want to pay through their nose. The more he read, the more he was sure that he had underestimated the value of merit points. Just life insurance was enough to dazzle his eyes. The option to buy status is obviously the most important commodity in the merit shop. But there was nothing interesting to see about the options of status. The option to buy life insurance was far more interesting to go through because the concept was novel to him. He is familiar with the concept of life insurance from his past life. But the way life insurance is being handled in this life is very interesting. However, as interesting as it was, he realized that something was wrong with life insurance. What he realized made him furrow his brows and say, Something is wrong here. Let me get this, the sect won't protect me if I buy life insurance. No amount of life insurance will make the sect protect me. The quality of life insurance only determines how much the person who kills me will pay for my death. But the increase in my value will still have to be split between me and the sect. It won't belong to only me, so I will have to work hard for the sect to earn merit points, and if I use those merit points to buy life insurance, the sect will also benefit from it. Isn't the sect eating their cake and having it? How is this right? Am I missing something? He thought that there was a mistake somewhere, so he immediately buried his mind in the terms and conditions of the life insurance package. Unfortunately, there was no mistake anywhere. The truth remained that the sect would take the merit point that he earned with his blood and sweat, use it to enlist him for the life insurance package, refuse to protect him, but still take half of the increased value that he gains from the insurance that he paid for. This made him complain bitterly, saying, The sect is truly the greatest slave master. We have to pay an awakening debt when we join the sect. Then, When we become true disciples, the sect will put us in a yearly evaluation program where we have to pay to continue living. Once we join the yearly evaluation program, the sect will take 10% of our wealth every year. The 10% with the least amount of money will be killed and sent into reincarnation to start over again and owe the sect another 100,000 energy stones for awakening. At this point, he raised his voice as he said, "It is bad that they are taking our money, but that isn't good enough for them. They still have to kill the least productive. At this point, everyone is just cattle and sheep meant to toil away forever and ever over several lifetimes for the sect. How is this fair?